Astronauts to the moon.
Ignition sequence start. 3, 2, 1.
Houston, we have a problem.
Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
We copy you on the ground. You got a bunch of guys about to turn blue.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
What's going on, everyone? It's Jaron from Jeranism back with another live video for you. Today, it is time for another Jeranism Friday Lounge. So welcome to the show. Thank you so much for joining us. Shout out to everyone in the chat, which we will get to shortly. We've got a abbreviated panel currently, but you never know who might jump on. Right now, we've got Rodrigo Ferrari Nunes in the house. Rodrigo, how are you, my friend?
Hey, Jen, how's it going? Thank you for having me.
Doing well. How was your Christmas?
Yeah, it's just been me working at home. Not very much. We have to kind of stay put and rest for now, for next coming months. And I'm away from my family, so I'm away, and we couldn't travel. But we played some music over Skype to Luisa's family, and that was okay. But
Nice.
Otherwise, we've just been working on music, which is good.
I know, it's nice. I mean, having all these, being able to use Skype and being able to use, your iPhone to contact people, and what's that called? I can't think of the name of it.
WhatsApp?
No, I don't use WhatsApp. Everybody else does. But let's also bring on Karen B. Karen, are you there?
I am here.
Karen, what's up? How are you?
I'm doing great.
I saw
Thanks for
that
having me again.
somebody overtook you as my number one contributor on DLive. Did you see that? Let's see here. Somebody else passed you up, so you need to get up on that. You need to give me some more lemons.
Okay, I'll get right on that.
Get on that. Hello to everybody at the DLive chat. We are live on DLive and also on the Jeranism channel. So how was your Christmas, Karen?
It was great. It was quiet, just me and the children.
Good. Could you have it any better way?
No, that's about as good as it can get right there.
Yeah, no, it was good. Tomorrow is Mrs. birthday, so happy early birthday to Missa. So she'll be getting older, and then mine's a week away. I'll be turning 40. Holy smokes. Can you believe that? It's pretty sad. Pretty sad.
What's sad about it? I'm 42 and I'm ready to kick some ass.
Wow, you don't seem 42, really? Well,
Yeah.
Congratulations on looking much younger than that.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
And happy birthday, Missa.
Yeah, early birthday for Missa. So happy birthday to Missa, and a very early birthday to me. What else happened this week? Somebody broke in to my neighbor's car. So I've got some cameras outside. They came over and said, hey, we noticed you have cameras. Can you check out what happened? So we were able to find that it was like at 3 o'clock in the morning. Not to say it was their fault, but they didn't lock their car. So, so basically on camera, I have some guy going to everybody's car. He goes to Mrs. car, tries to open it, then goes to our car, tries to open it, then goes to the neighbor's car, tries to open it, and it opens. So he went in there and took all their CDs. I guess they had their wallet in there, their social security card, like $100 and something in cash. But you couldn't tell who it is. I mean, it was night, and the person's wearing a hoodie, and I don't know. So be careful of anybody wearing bright white shoes. That's the only thing I can really say about it. So I felt pretty bad about that. But, hey, it's that time of year. So, hey, just a reminder to everybody, lock your damn cars. Okay? If you're going to be inside the house or you're not going to be in your car, lock it. So that's pretty interesting. But let's see. Monday we had Russian vids on Monday Night Raw. Hopefully you guys caught that. That was fun.
Well, I missed that. I'm going to watch it.
Yeah, that was great.
Yeah, he's fun to talk to, and it's just one of those things too. There's a lot of things with Russian vids that I don't necessarily agree with, but I love the work that he does. So I would never tell him to stop doing it. It's like, no, keep going. But I love to hear his opinion on things and his take on things. Karen, and I guess I'll ask Rodrigo too. One of the things I asked him is, some of these celebrities that come out as flat earthers, are you guys on the side that think that that's all scripted, or do you think some of them are actual real believers, or what do you guys think?
It's tough, man.
It's tough.
It's tough when you're talking about celebrities. But I think some of them are really flat earthers.
Yeah, I'm in that camp too. And and that's
Yeah,
why
it
I
has to
asked.
be on a case by case basis. We know that Owen Benjamin, I mean, he was part of that kind of crew of Hollywood and whatever people call celebrities, and he's a genuine globe skeptic at the very least. So I mean, it's
Yeah,
well,
I think.
perhaps there are some people that rolled out to make it look silly or to draw some attention.
Yeah, I
Who
mean,
knows?
I'm more talking about the mainstream, characters. Of course, the B.O.B.,
Shaq.
Shaq.
He's a backtracker, though.
Yeah,
He
well, no, they're all
backtracked.
backtrackers. I mean, I'm certainly, even Kyrie Irving, is
They get
backtracked.
pressured.
Right, that's what I expect. I just wonder if some of these guys, because it seems to me that at least when I hear them say it, like Shaq did it on some no-name podcast, right, where he just said, oh no, I think it's flat because I drive across it, blah blah blah. Same thing with Steph Curry, was on some podcast, said he doesn't think we went to the moon. Kyrie Irving just said it in some podcast, and then it gets blown up from there. And then
The thing,
the
the thing
comes
with
down on-
driving across it, though, I drove across from Utah to California a number of times, Salt Lake City all the way to San Diego. It's like an 11-hour drive, and indeed, there's a lot of things that you see way too far in some of those places because it's so flat in southern Utah.
Right.
And some of those areas, and you end up getting these flat roads that just disappear in the horizon, and you still see mountains in the distance. So there is something to it.
No, that's
but
why I
of
think
course,
what he said makes sense, and then he talks about.
yeah.
I'll find exactly what he said because he had some good
Mm-hmm.
good quotes. Now, of course, days later he went on Jimmy Kimmel and retracted. But I think that's when some upper ups get the word and then tell him, hey, you better retract this. You don't want to be somebody. It's just like Steph Curry. Same thing. He said, in just passing, it didn't even sound like it's a big deal. It's not like he came out on some TV show and said it. It was just some little podcast, and he happens to mention he doesn't think we went to the moon, and then it gets blown up from there. And then, as I've talked about, he's had to do more than just backtrack. He had to take a trip to NASA, and then he had to create some moon shoes, and then auction them off at the All-Star game, and tell everybody that we did go to the moon. It just seems like that's the way things go. Yeah, what did you just send me? Did you send me something?
well, these are a couple of things. This is one of the things I find is kind of annoying. Edo is writing something. He's going to join in
Okay.
in a few minutes.
Good.
This is one of the things, it's like you see, even in that one with the Shaq, when he mentioned that, the thing of driving across, we know it makes a lot of sense. I mean, first of all, the clouds, when they lower to the horizon, they're not tilting away with the curvature of the Earth. That should give it away. But, it's so annoying how you get people, and there's a couple of examples here, of kind of forum where people just attack people who disagree with them, and in the case flat earthers. So it is this kind of there is this blob of people who are unable to think critically on in terms of cosmology whatsoever, and it just moves like a massive kind of self perpetuating kind of insults. Like they give out insults as a means of reinforcing what they believe. It's quite odd because we haven't covered this for so long, and the evidence is so clear. But still, there's a barrage of bullshit out there, and it just keeps on coming. And in a way, you want to move forward. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I'm looking at what exactly, Shaq said here, and he basically, when asked about Kyrie Irving's claim that the Earth was flat, and he said it's true. O'Neal said on his own podcast when Kincaid asked him what he thought of Irving's theory, he says, the Earth is flat, yeah, it is, yes, it is. Listen, there are 3 ways to manipulate the mind: what you read, what you see, and what you hear. In school, first thing they teach us is, Columbus discovered America. But when he got there, there were some fair-skinned people with long hair smoking on peace pipes. So what does that tell you? It tells you Columbus didn't discover America. So listen, I drive from coast to coast, and it is flat to me. I'm just saying, I drive from Florida to California all the time, and it's flat to me. And then they went off and said, that's the dumbest thing you ever said. And then he came back and says, I do not go up and down a 360-degree angle and all that stuff about gravity. Have you looked outside Atlanta lately and seen all these buildings? O'Neal continued. So you mean to tell me that China is under us? China is under us? It's not. The world is flat. The world is flat. And then, the article says, now there's a chance O'Neill was joking. He is a learned man. He has a master's degree, blah, blah, blah. And, of course, just days after this post came out, he went on Jimmy Kimmel. And, Jimmy Kimmel asked him, do you think the earth is flat or were you kidding? And he says, well, was I? He kind of questions it, but then says, no, of course I'm kidding. You'll know if I'm being serious by the tone of my voice. But when you listen to this podcast where he was saying it, he certainly sounds completely legit to me. He sounds like he's actually saying those things. And I think a lot of people believe that. But look, when you just say you don't think China's underneath us, look what happens. Right.
Yeah, and then they think it's just so confirmed and confirmable.
Right.
And oh my goodness.
Yeah. No.
It is quite amazing. and now if you see the new propaganda from NASA, I've been sharing some of it, but I didn't have the time really to get into it. Or
I saw that one. What's that one video you sent with the little toys dancing around? And you're like, NASA's
Did you see
serious?
that? They have like a toy shop, NASA Astro toy shop and stuff. They just totally gone wild.
Yeah, what
gone
was
completely
that
off the rails.
Yeah, I don't even know what it was supposed to be. What I didn't even get it. Maybe I'll show.
With the little
I mean, they're
toys?
selling. It's Christmas time, and they're selling their toys because what they do is paraphernalia for children. It is, we know they're a marketing agency, and they're promoting their toys, and they have a Christmas thing from the ISS when they're wearing Christmas regalia with their hats, red hats, and that's it. Look at that.
Yeah, let me
Astro
bring it up for
toy
everyone to
shop.
see. I don't even get it. They're not real toys. They're just some stupid video, right? Or am I missing the?
No. It's let's look at it. Let's look at
watch
it.
it here. So, established 1958 Astro Toy Shop. David would get a kick out of this. He'd say, "What are they selling balloons?"
Oh, they're telling the truth, right? In 1958, they established the Astro Toy Shop.
Oh, I didn't even see that the ornaments. Did you say I didn't even see that before?
Planets. They're planets.
They're planets.
Look at that.
The moon and
Balls.
Mercury or whatever. Yeah, of
Mars
course.
and Pluto.
Yeah,
Mercury
I don't-
symbolism.
Toy
there.
robot. I don't get it.
It's a Lego kind of thing. Lego hands.
So stupid.
Goodness. What are they
Season's
doing?
greetings from NASA.
And the little toy moonlander looks better than the real one again.
Of course.
It looks more solid.
Oh, I didn't see that last time either. The ISS is in the sky. There they go walking around the moon.
It's insane. They fully admit that their moonlander has a layer of aluminum on it, and that's all right. It's fine. You just think it's great.
And they say it's so thin that you could poke your finger through it.
Yeah.
But now they're having trouble building something that can get to the moon. Well, why don't they just use more aluminum?
Why don't they just use what they did last time? It's the
Right?
dumbest. It's the
There's so many
dumbest
different
thing I've
stories.
ever heard.
With the Orion thing, when they're saying that they need to build a big barrier to sustain the freaking radiation, then they could do it with just a sheet of paper, aluminum paper. Then you get that guy that they say that went crazy. What's his name? Charles Bolden. You got to see that sometime if you can dig it out one day. That when Charles Bolden presents the film The Martian with what's his name? Matt Damon.
Yeah.
Right? When he gives a press conference, you got to watch that. He's like crying. He's almost crying, so happy that the film is so accurate. Like I was saying the other day. And at the end of that film, literally, he flies out of Mars on a tent with no walls as well. It's kind of like the Moonlander. And he literally jumps out of it and grabs onto the orbiter by hand. So, I understand that it's fun. Some of the fantasy is fun, and science fiction can be fun.
Yeah,
But
I guess.
yeah, that's what it is, and people they carry it out a little bit too far, and people ended up believing it, which is kind of funny. And then the joke's on us. That's what's crazy at the end. But yeah,
I just for fun, I just brought up NASA's videos and then went to their oldest. I just wanted to see what the oldest thing they ever posted was.
mm-hmm.
And was just going through some of this. But again, it's funny because you see Mars rover testing. I think some of the fun things to look at is some of the, moon companies that were supposed to go to the moon, if you look at their videos and look at the oldest ones like Moon Express and some of these other, I mean, they've been talking about they're going to do this forever, and it just seems like it's the same thing over and over again. We're going to be going, we're testing for going to Mars, we're testing for the moon. How are we going to land on the moon? How are people going to live on the moon? And
one of the methods we know is that they get a chunk of money, and then they put it out there as a purse for a bunch of engineers to develop the lander. And then a bunch of people pitch, and then they spend that money for a bunch of time. And then, it goes off the hands of the engineers, and somehow it just appears on space as a simulation in their monitors at the end. But it's the process. They've been perfecting this since back in the 60s, 70s, with the earliest Viking missions and stuff. That like their approach with scientists, the way they bamboozle the scientists, JPL. Right, they make them do stuff, and then they design these things, but they obviously don't work. It will never work in space. But then they get somehow later told, without being part of the process of sending these things to space, that they are there. It's like the Voyager with the golden plate. If you dig it out, it's worth taking a look. If you see the Voyager launch. If they have it, the Voyager 2, Voyager 1 and 2, whatever, with the golden disc outside.
Right, yeah, I've seen that.
And it's just hanging outside of the rocket.
It's just funny. I mean, I'm looking here at NASA headquarters, displays next generation lunar electric rover. And it says that it was featured in the presidential inaugural parade on January 20th, 2009. But again, I mean, when it comes time that they even try and say they're going to go to the moon or whatever, it won't be this vehicle that they're using. This is why I call NASA a jobs program, because people had to put this together, and they had to get their minds together, and they have to think about the gravity, and they've got to put it all together and piece it all together, and then it just goes nowhere. It does nothing, and they just keep doing this. And then now there's here's the Mars car that we'll use, and here's the colony that we'll use, but nobody ever actually does anything. They don't actually go anywhere. It's just continued nonsense. And then right after this one was done, I'm sure they put in plans to build another one. And then they build that one, and then nothing happens with that. They don't go anywhere. So again, I mean, the sad thing is they can just keep pushing it out because they tell us so often space is hard. It's very easy for them to keep pushing things out further and further. Right now we get told, okay, we're going to go to the moon in 2024. And if in 2024 there's a new president or something and it gets pushed back, it's very easy for them to say, oh, now the timeline is 2026 or 2028.
No, they got that budget added, like I think a couple of times, right?
Of course.
First they got $1 billion, then they got more, and now Trump has been talking about the Space Force again. And he says, I saw some of his speeches, and because he announced again, right, the Space Force is finally going to make it.
Oh, of course.
And he said that it makes people very excited. It's one of the things that as soon as he mentions it, it makes people, lose it. They really want the Space Force.
I think the other thing they do really well is always showing the guys practicing in the pool is just one of those things where once you see that, people just think, well, they can't be faking it in a pool, or else they wouldn't show us the pool. Mm-hmm. But they show that so that people think, oh, they couldn't possibly fake it in the pool, even though it'd be quite easy, especially with some sort of filtered water system where there's, maybe some specks are going to fly around, but not much.
Mm-hmm. It's interesting how many divers they have in the pool together with the astronauts.
Well, that's the biggest thing that there is, that, if this were really practicing for space, then you wouldn't have these divers. And the funny thing is we've seen these divers in the reflections of space where they're supposed to be in space, but you can clearly see them holding these lights in their visors. It's like right in front of you. But like you said, if this was really about going to space, then what you would do is you would slowly, maybe you'd start by training them with a few scuba divers, and then you would reduce the scuba divers, and then you would reduce it until the point where there is no scuba divers. Because when you get to space, guess what? There's nobody helping you. There's nobody carrying your cords around. There's nobody handing you tools. But the fact is they use them every time.
Well, the biggest problem, though, is the whole contradiction of there ever being making any sense to be under a pool to simulate space. Just really because there's high viscosity and high pressure. and it's just a completely different environment. And we have to show, I think, that if you, I don't know if you have it, Vito has it, but I saw on UAP's channel the segment with the guy who was in the vacuum chamber wearing a spacesuit, actually, when they tested. And that he falls like a bag of potatoes within 10 seconds, like when they lower the pressure. And then later he says, my saliva was boiling and I totally passed out. But what you see is like really him going, legs up, like in a, literally just boof, flipping.
Well, and why would they even make the ISS need to be serviced from the outside of it? I mean,
for sure.
Yeah, because like with all the submarines down in the ocean, they don't have divers that have to go outside the submarine all the time to service things outside the submarine. Everything is internal.
Right.
And it seems like they should do the same thing, and it might even make more sense to do it that way if you're going to put something in quote unquote space.
Imagine even we make the comparison to submarines. Submarines, of course, they're way slower, right? There's other factor, but imagine in the airplane that they put the servicing of the airplane on the outside, and you have to do the servicing while it's flying. You're like, that services airplane, so you fly it and then you get off outside and you get to the thing. It's kind of like what they're doing.
Yeah, maybe when Eero joins, I can find the specific video you're talking about because I've seen it before, but I'm not finding.
Go to UAP.
UAP's channel.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And it's gonna be
long time ago.
Let me take a look.
That he posted it.
Yeah, it's like not more than a month.
Oh, not more than a month. Okay. Let's see here. So I'm at 2 months ago, working backwards.
No.
And it was the video is based on that. Is this what it's talking about?
Yeah, and it's kind of longish.
Too hard to hoax.
Maybe. I think it's a too hard to hoax actually.
Which is 41 minutes.
Mm-hmm. This guy who's claiming that this is hilarious. This guy's saying that it's too hard to hoax to go to the moon, so it's easier to just go. And it's hilarious. This whole video is hilarious. He has a lot of these kind of comic things in the middle with people laughing and stuff.
Right.
Yeah, if you're doing the right thing, you're moving forward. And
I'm trying to see if I can see
that argument always killed me when people say, "Oh, it costs more to fake the moon landing than to actually do the moon landing." It's like, have you ever watched a science fiction movie?
Right. And it's just funny because what we're saying is that you can't go to the moon. So, I mean, that's where they're missing the point. It's not like flat earthers believe you can go to the moon and you just haven't been there yet. That's at least I don't know any flat earthers that claim that. Maybe somebody.
I think it was maybe.
Some,
let's hear back a little bit more. Somewhere there. I'm not sure what that was.
I don't see it.
It's a guy speaking, just giving an interview.
You mean about the guy passing out?
Yeah.
Yeah, see if you can find it. I don't know, or if you find the time.
I think let me see if I find it.
It's okay. People aren't actually watching this, so it's just us fumbling through it. But yeah, and then we'll talk about Did Mark get back to you on the Skeptic article? I'd kind of like to read that. But I guess for people who don't know, let me see if I can find this post here. Let's see where we at here. Here we go. Skeptic Magazine. I'll bring this up for people to see. Yeah, so Skeptic Magazine, which I don't know if the editor is Michael Shermer or if he's just part of it. People have seen him. He's been on Joe Rogan. Thank you, Mark W., by the way, for the super chat. Appreciate that. But it looks like in the most recent Skeptic Magazine, which it says here this issue will begin shipping mid-December 2019, that Flat Earth got the front cover. So it says Flat Earth, female Viagra myth, is God normal, and can you smell color? It looks like the articles that are in there this time, but one of them is who says the earth is flat and why do they say it? So I think Mark has purchased it. If people were interested in purchasing it, I don't know if you want to support Skeptic Magazine, but if you want to, you can hit this buy digital edition button, and then I saw it's $4.99. But I think Mark Sargent has purchased it, and we're trying to see if we can get a copy to read it. But basically, it's $4.99 for this issue, which just came out this month. I don't know if anybody's read it yet, but basically, and you said Mark said that it's a.
He said it was a balanced article.
Well, Mark says that a lot when I don't think he thought that Behind the Curve was balanced. So,
That is a fair statement.
So I think maybe he's not the best person to tell us that, but we'll have to see. What does this read more? Oh, it's talking about that. Oh, so our editor-in-chief is Dr. Michael Shermer. Is he a doctor?
Right.
Michael Shermer's a doctor? Didn't know
Yeah,
that.
he's some sort of philosopher, academic philosopher or whatever. Has a PhD in something.
I didn't know that. But, yeah, and then one thing we can go through if people want, which...
He thinks that materialism is not a belief. And he thinks actually should make sense, which is bizarre because with the science of resonances in general and frequencies,
right.
We know that life is coming from something else. There's all kinds of questions, and those are all scientific. And there's lots of scientists that cross over from this kind of materialistic worldview because it doesn't make scientific sense. But then you have these guys who claim that it is not a belief. They don't have beliefs. So, it is the kind of thing that somehow has some currency. I think it's because of transhumanist money. That they have to be getting funded all the time from money that they don't generate. It has to be coming for free from some agency. So,
of course.
Kind of like Jeffrey Epstein, who is giving money to all kinds of trash research that have a lot to do with AI and eugenics. So it's how trash stays out there in academia.
I did a video yesterday. I don't know if you guys saw it. I posted it pretty late. I don't know, 10 or 11 o'clock my time. Simply called, "Is Theoretical Physics Actually Pseudoscience?" Just because I wanted a short video. I haven't done a video in a while. I wanted something short. And what some people don't realize that I do sometimes, and I don't know why I do this, but you'll notice that in that entire video I posted yesterday, which is only 10 minutes, but I never said the word flat earth. And that's by design. And it's not in the tags, and it's not in the title. And my hope is that, more eyes see a video like that and watch the video and say, oh, interesting points, and then say, oh, let me check out this guy's channel. Because whenever I watch a video and I think it's interesting, the very first thing I do is click on the channel, and see what other videos they've done. And so my hope is that some people out there see that, oh, is Theoretical Physics actually pseudoscience? They watch a little bit of it. They click over to my channel, and then when they see other videos, maybe my hope is that we get a few more eyes. Because if all you do is just keep posting flat earth videos, I'm not sure if, even this Friday Lounge, right, is pretty much speaking to the choir. We're just having a conversation. I just like it because it's a chat between us, and I'm able to get some ideas and able to get some other opinions, which I love. I love to hear Iro's take on things and hear your guys' take on things. It's just good to get a good, sampling of people's beliefs. But one of the things I put at the end of this video, I don't know if you guys saw, what did you think of this Michio Kaku quote? Which I had to research because at first I said, there's no way he said this. But he did. He basically says that he has concluded that we are in a world made by rules created by an intelligence, which says a lot coming from Michio Kaku. Believe me, everything that we call chance today won't make sense anymore. To me, it is clear that we exist in a plan which is governed by rules that were created, shaped by a universal intelligence and not by chance, which the whole idea of the Big Bang is by chance, right? Isn't that how you would describe the Big Bang? Is it just happened by chance? For there's two sides, right? There's obviously the materialists and the whole chance and the chance of evolution and all the different sort of calculations that they make, which is the Malthusian kind of thinking, which is Malthus says that things were dying more than they were surviving over time, and that's one of the things that led Darwin into that direction of that kind of side. But still, with the Big Bang, there's some people who, because there's a whole theology
of the Big Bang out there. There's books and books written on this that tries to reconcile this kind of materialist stuff with theology, because in academia there are departments of theology in most universities, and these are just people looking at Bible and different texts and making their interpretations up. And I sat through some lectures of this kind of research, which was hard to believe it's out there in a way. But yeah, you have this as well. So that for them, God is behind chance. You can't come up with any kind of combination, which is something. It's an odd thing that we know this since the time. Not know, but someone who argued this is a Philo of Alexandria, who wrote a bunch of books like in the time of Jesus, a little bit before, I think. And this guy explained that you could get a cosmological story and twist it in so many different ways that you can never agree on what is actually correct. The details will be scrambled in ways that it will be impossible to prove or disprove.
Right. Which, I even pointed out in that video. I pulled up a graphic, if I can find it here now. I lost it. There was a graphic showing, the difference between pseudoscience and science, which I thought was very interesting. And there's tons of these online. People can find them. But, the one thing about pseudoscience is it avoids falsifiability. And if people haven't seen the video, it's very simple. But basically what I'm just showing is, we know theoretical physics. And real quick, I'll show that first, because one of the comments I saw, right after I posted that video was somebody, Glober, of course. I don't know why Rick Hummer is calling my cell phone. But Rick Hummer, I'm on a show. So talk to you later, Rick. But one of the things that I saw right after I posted it by Glober, I'm sure, is they said, none of the people that you even named are theoretical physicists. I'm like, what? Everybody that I got from that list is on this Wikipedia list of theoretical physicists. So I'm like, these guys are just, because they're like, Nicholas Copernicus was not a theoretical physicist, but he's right here listed as a theoretical physicist. And then they said Galileo wasn't, Giordano Bruno wasn't, Johannes Kepler wasn't. Well, they're right here. So when I got those names, I just Christian Huygens, which is the one that supposedly figured out the distance.
It's funny
to the sun.
because I read some of Giordano Bruno's stuff, and it's not necessarily physics. It's kind of more like metaphysics, but that's just philosophy. And those guys in the beginning there, that's why these kinds of things, when they get labeled and boxed,
right? True.
These kinds of disciplines, so theoretical physics, like it's not. It's like go back to the very early names that you have there. You have Democritus is the atomist. Then Lucretius is the one who writes about Democritus as well.
Do you think it's weird that one of the
Pythagoras,
things
Aristotle wrote about all kinds of stuff, ethics and plays. He wrote some of his most famous work is the Poetics, which teaches about the structures of theater and how you write drama and so on and so forth. So he wrote about all kinds of stuff because the educational process that people had is much more varied and rich by all kinds of activities instead of being so specialized. And now we have this kind of some sort of discipline that takes some kind of authority or sense of authority. It's kind of like NASA. It has a grasp over people that people barely understand. This kind of sense of infallibility of priesthood, of a pope-like. Right? And all these guys, they get then given this kind of aura. And when you read, especially in the case of Aristotle, some others, what you see is, especially in antiquity, because we get these things super condensed or filtered. But when you get it raw, the best you can, even if it's just the English translation, you see this much more complexity what's going on. It's not so clear. They're not making.
They make the story. They tell the science story as it's very clear, but it's not. Even right here with Nicholas Copernicus, it says, in all likelihood, he came up with the sun at the center rather than the earth, independently of Aristarchus of Samos, which is funny. It says, in all likelihood, independently, meaning he came up with it. So he didn't. He didn't have access to this guy's writing. That supposedly Aristarchus is the one that they say first came up with the model with the sun in the middle and the earth going around it and all that stuff. And even down here, over here where it says influences, it says Aristarchus of Samos. but it's not his influence if he came up with it
He was
independently.
independent.
Right.
Right.
It just, he didn't
It
have
doesn't even make any sense.
It doesn't make any sense. He didn't have access to those writings and just came up with it on its own. But the reason they say that is because they want it to be like Copernicus had this brilliant idea, right? I mean, everything for the 2,000 years prior was Earth-centered, and then he came along, and so they like that story.
They're not going to tell you that shamans in Siberia and Greenland, and the ancient Chinese and the Egyptian and the Mayan independently came up with a world system that was not a ball, and that was more like what we're talking about. Like, that's not given the independent. That's just given it's kind of coding of, they're just ignorant. They didn't know what they're doing. But we cannot explain the pyramids. We cannot explain Egyptian civilization's complexity. But they're just idiots.
Well, this makes no sense either. Here now it says Nicholas Copernicus attributed the heliocentric theory to Aristarchus.
So he's got influenced by Aristarchus, but they were independent.
But he's independent.
But then he attributed it to Aristarchus. So he went back and attributed it back on Aristarchus somehow. So what we have to do is actually read Aristarchus, what survives, that survives.
I mean, this tells you right here, the original text has been lost.
And
that's the case with everything. Well, it's the case with everything going back then, and it's all rewrites after rewrites after rewrites, and it's very easy to lie to people. And if in 1600 you wrote a text and say, I copied this from an earlier one, and I copied that from an earlier one, then it gets, there's nobody there to keep control of that stuff at the time. I mean, who would be able to say, that didn't happen? This book didn't come from then. I mean, it's just now people go back, and that's why you have, like, I think you talked about it last week, pseudo-Aristophanes, right?
There is a pseudo-Aristophanes. What's his name? Aristophanes.
Eratosthenes.
Eratosthenes. Yes, Eratosthenes. Pseudo-Eratosthenes. Yeah, we don't have much on this guy Eratosthenes. Exactly what you're saying is something fascinating, that somehow when people because they have control of the textbooks, right? The textbooks are designed and controlled by a certain group of people that then push it on the schools. So they decide someone decides that they're going to install certain narratives in ancient history somehow via some lost manuscripts that get kind of concocted out of thin air, some characters that you cannot confirm.
Right.
And we were talking about in the case of Pythagoras. Pythagoras is one of those characters that we don't have the writings of Pythagoras that survive from his hand.
Just real quick, I just got to bring this up. Yep. It says that the only work surviving that attributed to Aristarchus, so remember Aristarchus is supposedly, according to this, the one who came up with the heliocentric model. The only known surviving work on the sizes and distances of the sun and moon is based on a geocentric worldview.
Right. So they contradict themselves like 5-6 times in this.
Right. It's just in the one Wikipedia. I mean, you just cannot possibly follow along. That means that the only book that they have from him, he described the Earth as the center, and the sun and moon move around it.
Gosh.
But again, then they just go back and say, oh, no, he actually thought that it's just, and you're not going to be able to prove them wrong. What
happened here apparently is that Copernicus went and read Aristarchus and then made a claim that said that Aristarchus actually invented this that he never did, apparently, according to this article.
What would he have read from Aristarchus if there's nothing that we can read? What does it mean? Does it mean Copernicus read the book and then since then the book went away?
Disappeared it.
Yeah.
He read
no, but then apparently there is something apparently is a story that the text that has been lost mentions an alternative hypothesis to geocentrism. So this one that has this hypothesis has been lost. The one that still survives doesn't have it. It has a geocentric proposal.
Right. And then it says, but there's a reference in Archimedes' book. It says
it's just a reference there.
There's a reference by Archimedes that describes a work by Aristarchus in which he advanced the heliocentric model as an alternative hypothesis to geocentrism. It says, you are now aware, you being King Galone, that the universe is the name given by most astronomers to the sphere, the center of which is the center of Earth, while its radius is equal to the straight line between the center of the sun and the center of the Earth. This is the common account, as you have heard from astronomers. But Aristarchus has brought out a book consisting of certain hypotheses, wherein it appears As a consequence of the assumptions made that the universe is many times greater than the universe just mentioned, his hypotheses are that the fixed stars and the sun remain unmoved, that the Earth revolves, which is completely and totally wrong, but anyway, that the Earth revolves about the sun on a circumference of a circle, the sun lying in the middle of the orbit, and that the sphere of fixed stars situated about the same center as the sun is so great that the circle in which supposes the Earth to revolve bears such a proportion of the distance to the fixed stars as the center of the sphere bears to its surface. But that's probably all that it says. And how easy is it to input something like this many years later so that people today look back and think that somebody back then thought that the Earth revolved around the sun? It's ridiculously
First is it's everything's just completely bizarre. It's the Earth moving, the stars they're fixed or whatever is a completely different thing. It doesn't make any. There has no connection with what we understand is this heliocentric model that they have.
No.
That's point one. And as you mentioned, if that's all they have, it doesn't sound like this guy had a fairly well developed kind of thing that then Copernicus can go back and ascribe to him some sort of connection.
No.
Some sort of as if that supposedly strengthened Copernicus' argument, right?
Yeah, and then it says Aristarchus suspected the stars were other suns, but again, it seems like they're making this up. I mean, where
suspected? Where do you get that?
Especially if the text has been lost.
Right.
It is a common misconception that the heliocentric view was held as sacrilegious by contemporaries of Aristarchus, but I think there's just so much that nonsense.
Another one you can say about this is that look ahead where you're saying here, printing of a passage from Plutarch's on the apparent face of the orb of the moon, right? A lot of people look at this and they're like, okay, the orb of the moon. The orb is a sphere, correct? The orb's a sphere?
Yeah, they would call it a sphere.
It's not. It's not a sphere.
Oh,
orb.
Interesting.
Orb is a disc.
Really?
A plate or a disc in Latin. Okay, I was even wondering about this because I was like, okay, I see the word orb in a lot of some of the Latin poetry, but I know it doesn't correspond to the cosmology. And then I decided to look in the Oxford Latin Dictionary, which is this very big dictionary. I happen to have it here. It's a 2,000-page book, and in it, when you go to orb, it says disc and plate for the first 7 meanings, and only way later in the 16th, 17th century that it becomes a sphere, but it's not the main meaning.
And of course, there's discrepancies, of course, because what he came out with, and it says using correct geometry but an insufficiently accurate 87 degree, which is just so stupid. If you think about that they say that he was able to figure out the distance from the sun to the Earth and to the moon based on the fact that
we know that our telescopes are bad, right? That was one of the things we discussed.
Well, they didn't have telescopes back then. So, I mean,
How
they didn't have a clue.
How the heck are they doing this?
Yeah, and then they say that, he was able to figure out the angle. So imagine this. When the moon is half full, so you look up in the sky and you see a half moon. They say they're able to figure out the angle from the sun to the moon to the Earth is 87 degrees. Of course, when you use that, you come up with the sun is 18 and 20 times farther away than the moon. It says the true value is close to 89 and a half, and the sun's distance is about 400 times out of the moon. So they say that he wasn't close, because he basically came out with the diameter of the sun was calculated to be between 18 and 20 times the diameter of the moon. Of course, it's now 400. Mm-hmm. But they say that he was using the correct geometry, which is insane that they would even think that you'd be able to do that. I mean, I don't never heard
and look at this. It's funny because they make the case over and over again. And I'm just going to read from the dictionary to you. Look at this. Orbiculus, which is like Latin, when they put this culus at the end, means diminutive. So a little orb, orbiculus, even that one. They tell you a circular figure of form a ring, and then a small circular object or a disc. It's not a ball. It's never a ball. And then it continues like orbis, object having the form of a circular plate or a disc. A tray, olive press, a discus, a shield, circular, tabletop, a mirror. Like it just goes on. A wheel, a spinning wheel.
Wow. So an orb is certainly not a circle. Or I mean a sphere.
Still 5. A round plane figure, a circle. A closed figure approximating to a circle. Like, it's just like, and it's not just what happens in this dictionary is that for each of these meanings, they have a bunch of examples from different ancient, from manuscripts like Cicero or other people, Seneca and Ovid and Statius, Pliny. So many people who are using that meaning, not just, there's a meaning you can translate to. It's not how it works. They have to show the reference where it actually comes from the literature. So you can dig it up and you go into the Cicero and you see that he's actually saying this, right? And then you compare it to other people. So here, look at this, 6. The apparent disc-shaped form of the sun and moon. Disc-shaped form.
Mm-hmm.
And that's page 1263. If you dig out the PDF, you can find it. But yeah, and you have a bunch of examples. Horace, Ovid, is the ancient poets. Seneca, another poet who actually ruled Rome over Nero. And then Nero had him kill himself because Nero killed a bunch of people. And then finally it becomes a sphere, a globe, or a ball. But they're claiming the vault of heaven. So it's odd that it's not, it's a ball, they say globe, but then the vault, look, the globe or vault of heaven, okay, because it's a celestial sphere. That's the fixed stars, they're revolving. Okay, again, it's not a globe, Earth. So
And I
even
think they did have
when it is a
telescopes
sphere,
back then. Sorry.
yeah, they probably had something.
They did, but they weren't very strong. Like the first one was only like a 3 times magnification, and if I remember correctly, Galileo only had like a 20 times magnification.
I want to say it's
Yeah,
10.
I thought you were talking about other cultures other than Western, because they had those kind of 3 times magnification, right? Like you're saying. Like,
I mean, they weren't very good.
Yeah, and it's still now, like, that's what surprised me, because you have the idea of telescope, like if you compare, for instance, the power of a microscope to magnify and reveal things that you cannot see with the power of the telescope to magnify and see things you cannot see, the microscope is way beyond the telescope.
It's God in terms of lenses.
All right, it's Iru.
Hey, hello everyone.
Iru, welcome to the show. How are you? How's Linda? How's
So,
Christmas?
Iru, what are you going to say about the microscope?
No, I mean, in terms of magnifications, the microscope is God in comparison with the telescope. It's
way
God
beyond.
Super
Way
beyond.
Right.
How could-
right. And
how
that's,
could-
that's so interesting. Yeah.
How could Copernicus think that the sun was only 3 million miles away? If his system was that the sun is, I just don't understand how he even came up with that.
What I think is interesting is how, if from Europe to the States you have just a few thousand miles, how can anyone propose to know what 1,000,000 miles is?
No, I don't. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense at
So,
all.
I mean, that's the other problem.
And can you imagine trying to reckon distances, back in 1500, from one location on the Earth to another? It would have been so difficult for them to do, unless, of course, they had.
With the stars, polar star, maybe.
I don't know. I just but how are you going to figure out the distances? I mean, it's just like I've talked about before. I mean, if you're out in a boat and you're trying to traverse the ocean and take your distance, it's not going to be as easy as you think.
Well, also the sun is moving; it's not always in the same place, so you have to. I mean, there probably is a way to. In the north, at least, you have the polar star. So in one way, your distance to it, right? As you walk, you realize that you can come up with a system of degrees that it raises up in the sky or lowers as you move towards it, right? So there's some relationship there you can kind of come up with and
maybe
figure out. You walk because they would do things like
it's still guesswork. Yeah, I mean, it's just
They're all guessing.
of course.
But it's like
But it
once
would
they
be,
had the north map, then they just assumed ball and did the reverse for the south, which didn't work well for them. Columbus had a lot to say about that, and other people who sailed in the south. But just going back to what I was saying earlier about the difference between pseudoscience and, like I was saying about that video, I mean, it's very easy to say that theoretical physics is definitely pseudoscience. And then when you look at I'm trying to find this thing here. When you look at the characteristics of pseudoscience, it certainly sounds like everything that we get, right? Avoids falsifiability. So when you hear these things, string theory, multiverse, right? Anytime somebody says multiverse, they should be slapped in the face. It's just so dumb,
Jaron,
so
I put a link in there. Somebody that I'm subscribed to put out a video, and it's just a little clip of Michio Kaku, and it's basically him saying that nobody in his field uses the scientific method, and it's all a big guessing game.
Right. Yeah, that's exactly what I showed in my video. I'll play it here. Let's see if I can find
And in
it.
fact, I laugh a lot because they, when you go to science, real science, you're trying to find like an atom or molecular, a molecule. So nobody can show that. But this guy, they say that now are strings.
Right.
I mean, you can find it even in atom, and now you have strings, which is, like a crazy thing. I mean, show me the string. Where is the string?
Show me an atom before you tell me what's...
Show me an atom?
Before you tell me what's inside of it.
Yeah, it's apparently this string stuff is kind of what they have created, or something they have created for resonance. What we understand it has resonance and frequency, which is something that we can verify exists. So they keep on changing whatever. It's like, because you come up with a story. It's a novel. It's kind of like a novel. It's a fantasy world. You come up with different kinds of fantasy worlds. You tweak it here, you tweak it there. You add a whole new branch. How big is Star Wars and Star Trek worlds now? How many contributors? How many writers? How many side stories? The whole thing is huge. Like, you can spend your whole life
in nonsense. So
nonsense.
This is what Karen was talking about. In a recent interview, Michio Kaku said the following. Now listen carefully, as I believe he gives us the answer pretty much straight up.
You're not going to believe this. In science, we always say that you make observations, you have a theory, you go make more observations, and it's a very, very tedious process. Wrong. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
So, I mean,
exactly.
In that, it tells you that he's saying nobody in my field, which, I needed to point out here, nobody in my field uses the so-called scientific method. So it's very easy to answer the question, is theoretical physics pseudoscience? Because from then, all you need to do is look at the definition of pseudoscience, which is a collection of beliefs or practices mistakenly regarded as being based on the scientific method. And he says nobody in his field, nobody who is a theoretical physicist, uses the so-called scientific method, therefore what they're practicing is pseudoscience. And then when you move over at the characteristics of pseudoscience, it certainly seems like these ones here, it's exactly that. It avoids falsifiability. So when you're talking about things like the Big Bang, the universe expansion, all these things they completely are not falsifiable. And then vagueness and measurement. Well, of course. I mean, when you talk about Michio Kaku saying, oh, we're off by 10 to the 120th, it doesn't really matter what he's talking about. When you see that number, you realize that there's just a complete vagueness in what they think and what's actually being tested.
That one is all over geology as well. Everything in geology. I mean, how vague is, this rock is 300 million years old? How vague is that?
Oh,
I mean,
stupid.
they come up with, the whole evolution story, the human evolution stories that they tell, it's leaps of hundreds of thousands of years, a million years to, 5, 6, 3, 4, whatever, 5, 6 million years ago, there's this kind of leap, the apes come off the trees and they start walking and their brains start growing, all this stuff. You don't get any of the details of this. They have all these missing links and whatnot, but in their imaginations, it seems to make a lot of sense.
Sure.
Now, the one thing that, I understand here, I agree with what's going on here. Of course, you're communicating something, it makes sense. But I don't like I think pseudoscience is kind of like a stick it can be used. If you look it out there, you're going to find that a lot of things are put in that box that shouldn't be.
Oh, no, I totally agree. When you look at a list of what they consider pseudoscience, there's a lot of things that shouldn't. But the main point is that when you go off of the scientific method, and I do believe that you can use the scientific method on a lot of the things that they consider to be pseudoscience, but they certainly aren't using the scientific method when it comes to theoretical physics. And when you look at all the things that are responsible or that have come from theoretical physics, it's all the stuff that Lawrence Krauss says. It's all the stuff that Michio Kaku says. All these guys that have been saying this for so long, even some of the stuff Richard Feynman has said. They're just
I was going to
guesswork.
mention that because he says exactly that. Like you make a guess and then you make an experiment, and if it doesn't fit, it's wrong. He says that, right?
Right.
Richard Feynman says that. So, but the one thing I would point out is that we see, for instance, in the Structural Scientific Revolutions, for instance, this book, Thomas Kuhn's book on a paradigm shift, he also makes the point that normal science, it doesn't really follow the scientific method per se. It's trial and error and accumulation. So there's something else out there called trial and error.
But you have to have something to test against, right?
Yeah, no, experimentation is core, right?
Key.
That's the key. That doesn't change.
Right.
But the scientific method itself, the idea that because this gets twisted, right? Because
But there is
what
no
they say is that
experimentation
you
to
come
tell
up with
us
a
how old
but look,
the universe
they
is.
follow. But for instance, what you understand what I'm trying to say here, and I think you agree, because they use the similar argument in what you're saying. You're saying like, yes, we can find out things with scientific method, okay, but then someone's going to come and then they're going to say, look, I'm going to apply the scientific method. I hypothesize, because they make a hypothesis, that this and that is because of this kind of gene that has this effect on this and that. They come up with this bogus kind of hypothesis on a gene that generates a behavior. Okay. Then they go out and they make some sort of testing in whatever way they want. They come up with statistics, formula, like a questionnaire, and whatever. And then they count the numbers, and then they call that the evidence. They call that the experiment, and they claim that they are applying the scientific method. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly. They'll claim they're using the scientific method to date rocks. Mm-hmm. Right? I mean, that's what they'll claim. They're saying that they're able to test against something. They're able to show how much a certain rock would decay in 10 years, and therefore you can calculate this rock back all this time. But I think that's completely different than actual science.
Right. Then we get into calibration. This
right.
whole
And who made
calibration.
Exactly. Who made the program that determines it all? It's just the same thing as these. We can see what's inside of an atom. We can have these electron microscopes that can see it, and again, but it's a human-made device. And
have you looked at the numbers for like carbon decay and so on? The kind of numbers that they're using for carbon 14, for instance. These are huge numbers, huge numbers. The margin there is fantastic.
And in fact, the model of the atom in the last 60, 70 years changed like 5 times. Of course. Because it's like the distances to the sun, but in terms of the model of the atom. And then here in Argentina, for example, I paste, this. I paste in the comment section of the Sky, but it doesn't matter if you show it or not. But there is a guy here in Chile, in Latin America, who represent the kind of the Grace Tyson or Mikio Kachu, etc., etc. It's called Andres Gomberov, and this guy is like is a theoretical astrophysicist, and when he talks about in lectures that he gave to normal public, he talks about like the scientific method is something boring. Is the nice thing behind the science is the poetry that you can find in the imagination, to lay out a problem or solution to certain kinds of theories. But he talked all the time that the beauty behind the imagination, and then come the boring part, which is the process of the scientific method. And of course, when you go to the astrophysicist himself, they cannot use the scientific method because nobody can go there to the stars. So you don't need that part. Yeah, you need just a computer, a calibration system, a relationship between things that you plug into numbers, into computer, and done.
Right.
Yeah, the confirmation is the key, right? That's what we're looking for, maybe. So, sorry, Jaron, go ahead.
No, I was just saying all you need to be an astrophysicist is really a book. If you read a book, read the textbook, learn the so-called facts, and boom, you're an astrophysicist. You really don't have to do anything.
And you have to have a vivid imagination, too.
Whoa.
Wow,
Bob,
really
a little hot, but that's right.
Coming really hot in. With the foot on the door is always...
Hey, Bob.
Sorry about that, guys. I'm on my phone driving from Golden back to my house in Denver. So
How are you, Bob?
if it's a little, I apologize. I'm doing good, Darren. Hey, I had to make one comment though about your video last night that you just released.
Yes, me. Oh, I didn't know who you're talking about.
Yeah, the part where Feynman says, "Well, we find out that you can make something from nothing. All you need is a little bit of gravity, and you can make something." And I'm sitting there thinking to myself, and just exactly what is it that's going to make the gravity?
That's the whole funny part of it. That's the classic thing, is he says something can come from nothing as long as you have quantum mechanics and gravity. Yeah, but it's like, well, who made that?
Theory. Just theories.
Yeah,
I was absolutely dumbfounded when he said that.
Not Feynman, but Krauss.
Yeah, Krauss. I'm sorry. Yeah, Krauss. I was just dumbfounded when I heard that. I was like, that's got to be the dumbest thing I have ever heard in my life.
Well, it is a Jeffrey Epstein friend, right? Lawrence Krauss. So.
And he's ashamed now. I don't think you'll ever see him again. I don't think.
Yeah, he's
he got removed from the Origins Project. He's no longer a teacher at ASU.
Right.
Or I'm not sure if he was at Arizona State. I think he was at Arizona State.
Yeah,
but and that just happened within the last 6 months. That I don't think that we'll see him anymore. Now, I don't know why the same thing hasn't happened to DeGrasse.
Yeah, I don't understand. Now he has a master class, as if he has something to teach, as if you're gonna do something with that knowledge. It's kind of it's incredible. But this is the thing on this whole discussion of scientific method and whatnot. Is that one thing is to apply the so-called scientific process or method with this kind of hypothesis and coming up with some kind of experiment to something that's a highly theoretical question, and then finding out ways to talk about it through whatever it is that you test. And another is to what we make with applied sciences, right? Which is really not the same. Like is the typical I guess it would be the comparing Tesla with Einstein, right? That's what I'm getting at. That this seems to be a problem in the way people conceive of science. That they cannot really make the distinction between Tesla and Einstein, right? They missed that part of history. So and that just perpetuates. Sorry, Bob.
Yeah, I was just saying, there's such a huge difference too. I mean, Tesla didn't think much of Einstein, and they were, philosophically, they were so far apart. It was unbelievable. So, yeah, and of course, they don't really teach a lot about Tesla or anything like that. But
no, and we're not going to even be able to read a lot of what he wrote. All that stuff was confiscated and hidden for good reason. But I mean, he didn't even believe in the current belief of gravity.
Well, and the atomic, he proved that it was impossible to split the atom, and he talked about it. And I guess he didn't like that because that didn't fit the propaganda model with the atomic bomb and everything they need for the power of the gods. If you watch some of the propaganda videos from the atomic era from the United States government, the kinds of music they put in the background and how they make so that they have the power of the gods, it's incredible. And he just went, I think it's in Scientific American, that there's an article published with Tesla saying, I tried to split the atom, I don't know how many billions of volts, and he said nothing happens.
Yeah, so I'm just showing the article here from Krauss, or about Krauss. This is from 2018, right. But I think even in the last year, he's been removed from teaching. And I know Neil deGrasse Tyson has also been accused. There was a girl who went to a public lecture that he gave and got on the microphone and said, what are your answers to this and that you did this to me back in college when you were supposed to be my friend, and that all got swept under the rug. At least I haven't seen anything on it recently.
For Neil,
that had to be embarrassing.
Yeah.
For Neil, for Lawrence. Lawrence did the same?
For Neil,
yeah. And it kind of went away, but Lawrence, yeah, there was one girl who came out and said something about he touched her inappropriately. They did some interviews with people that were there, and that most of the people agreed. And then after that came out, then a bunch of people came forward, which seems to be the way things go. And I'm not saying those things are true. I don't know. I certainly wasn't there.
That's what they're saying. Decade of misconduct, sexual misconduct.
Yeah, because then people came forward from years prior all saying the same thing, either students that he had or people that he worked with, and then he was removed from the Origins Project.
He had been banned from universities before.
Yeah, and then I guess, now that's why I'm saying I don't think that he'll ever speak again. I don't think you'll see him, on YouTube anymore speaking at events. I don't think anybody will actually have him. But it says here, Krause denied the allegations and refused to withdraw from public life, but I think that has changed in the last year because this is from more than a year ago. So I think, more recently he's withdrawn. But I don't know. It never happened to Neil yet, but Neil had, because I don't know if any others came forward.
I'm amazed that because Neil was apparently called in a live show in public on this, and someone had a video. I think Bob was talking about. I'm not if I remember correctly, but I don't know if someone has that video from the event where someone confronted Neil deGrasse Tyson. I think it was the woman herself, but. Yeah, it's weird. He keeps a post and.
Well, it's within the last year, so maybe it's going to take a little bit more time. This is saying, and Tyson is staying. It says the American Museum of Natural History. Maybe I should put this on for other people. Just concluded that Neil deGrasse Tyson will stay on. This is from July 29th of this year. It says he'd been under investigation after. Oh, it says 4 women. I see now. I thought there was just 1.
Right.
According to this, it says 4 women accused him of sexual misconduct last year. I don't know. That's a scary thing, man. It's just scary when people can just accuse somebody. And I'm not saying he did it or didn't do it. I don't know. I just hope that the people who are responsible for researching this stuff actually get to the truth. Because, I'd hate for somebody to be wrongly accused. But on the other hand, I'd hate for somebody to be such a face in popular science if, they've been up to this kind of nonsense. But it's a tough one,
I read the story of the woman who was in graduate school with him, and it sounds legit, and she's been through a lot because of it, and of course he has all the propaganda behind him. He's not a legitimate academic. He put in positions. There's also been explained. Right, so he's just an actor actually, and he's been selected. Ito talked about it as well. Ito knows about this with Carl Sagan. There's this famous letter of Carl Sagan that gives him passes the baton, type of thing to Neil deGrasse. I like how Ito says it. He says Neil deGrasse, which is like disgrace.
Right.
Yeah. Well, my English is not. Getting better.
But that's better. So that's better.
You're doing it right.
I think that makes pretty
sense. deGrasse Tyson.
Disgrace.
I don't know which is the correct pronunciation.
So people say disgrace because people say disgrace Tyson. So when I hear you say, I think that it is what it is. But yeah, they say deGrasse. Where does that come from, right? What kind of name is that?
Well, that, and now he's got that, like you said, he's got that master class, and literally every flat Earth video or any video made by any content creator that I'm subscribed to, that ad for that masterclass plays before the video plays. And it's Neil deGrasse Tyson telling us all he's going to tell us how to think.
Right. Yeah, and then he tells us about...
Yeah, the comments in your... I was going to say, the comments in your video yesterday, everybody was saying that's all that played was that Disgrace Tyson video over and over and over.
Yep.
Which is crazy, too, because that, of course, was blocked due to one of the things I showed picked up. I think it was the, not the Michio Kaku, but it was the Lawrence Krauss thing that got picked up. So, of course, they're putting ads on it, and then they put their own ads for Neil deGrasse Tyson. Pretty funny. But, yeah, if people don't know the story about Neil deGrasse, too, he was handpicked by Carl Sagan. There's even a story that he went to Carl Sagan's house and spent the night, right here maybe. At the time, deGrasse Tyson was just a 17-year-old kid from the Bronx with dreams of being a scientist, but Sagan had invited him to spend a Saturday with him in Ithaca at Cornell University after seeing his application to attend university there. He toured their lab. Sagan gave him the book, The Cosmic Connection. He described it to a future astronomer.
Cosmic Connection, yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
That just sounds like a fake story.
Hey, Saturday night, Cosmic Connection came to my home.
Right here. Spend the night at my home with my family.
That sounds like such a fake story.
Oh, come on. Yeah. I already knew I wanted to become a scientist. That afternoon, I learned from Carl the kind of person I wanted to become. He reached out to me and countless others. And then, of course, he took over the show Cosmos, which was Carl Sagan's show originally.
Yeah, the propaganda conduit.
Yeah, pretty crazy. But I saw those same comments, Bob. It seems like everybody's seeing that. Yeah, and if you haven't, watched that entire masterclass ad, watch it because it's very interesting. And he says exactly that. He's going to teach you how to think. He tells us that, remember that, the thing about science is it's true whether or not you believe in it.
Yeah, I did watch the whole ad because of my morbid curiosity.
Of course, right. Yeah,
and to see what he was saying.
Yeah, I was the same way. I had to watch it just to see, okay, what's going on here. One of the things I kept showing on Monday when we did the show with, what is their excuse for this? Let me bring it up here so we can see. Iru, what is their excuse for being able to see the Earth through this fake car here? It's just ridiculous that people can't see that this is
That's amazing.
Fake. It's a fake car in a studio.
Yeah, I don't think that the excuse is there is an studio, because they can say, like, for example, we send a regular car, but we take out some of the heavy pieces, like the main direction train. I don't know which is the name in English. So they can they can say whatever they want to justify these kind of things. They can say we only left the tires, but we take off the suspension and all that heavy parts. We take out the motor, for example, things like that. But I believe that if you want to really show to the public like you are there, you're not going to. You're gonna put a few more experiments, or maybe you can do whatever you want.
Like you're saying, some people are saying the propaganda as well.
Well, yeah, but they show the car here. Here's the car that's supposedly in space, but they show you that you can't see through this wheel. If I could see through this wheel, I don't know if people are seeing what I'm doing. Yeah, then I would be able to see the white wall behind it. There's a white wall. So if I can see, if they took out the engine. If they took out, or I know the engine's, it's not an engine like that, but if they took out whatever goes in here.
Is that something they're saying that they, because I think Elon Musk was saying that is the car just the way it is.
That's what they said. Right.
That's what I thought too.
They absolutely said that. They absolutely said that the car was just as is. They didn't make any changes to the car, which is, we did a whole 2 or 3 episodes on Globebusters about it, talking about, everything would have, melted, the steering wheel, there's just things that couldn't have possibly made it. But when I see this image, and so I see this, and then there's no way that you can tell me that the car's at a certain angle or something, that when I, let me bring this back up.
You can see the Earth through the wheel.
Right. This is not the same. First of all, you would see the other tire in the way. This whole bottom part, if you look at here...
This is the Earth that went back to the model, the one that doesn't have the atmosphere, because NASA unveiled the new Earth, the one that has an atmosphere and the star and the lights from the cities and everything else that we know and love. But now what we have here is a rollback. Sorry, yep.
I was going to say, they also went through a lot of trouble to remove the rear view mirror. Right, that was one thing, stock everything, but they took the rear view mirror off. Why would they do that, right? That's unless, of course, they just didn't want people to see the fourth wall.
Yeah, you look so fake. You look more fake, I guess, if they kept it. It just looks so fake, though. It glitches.
Sorry? Yeah. No, I was thinking Bob was talking about the side view mirror. I see what he's talking about now, the rear view mirror. Mm-hmm. The straight up one. But I just don't know how people believe this. I don't know how people believe it's clearly not the same car that they show in this studio. To me, because there's no other way that you could see through the wheel well. In fact, when you just look up that Tesla car, what is it called? Well, it's a Tesla Roadster. Is that the name of it? Yeah. But when you look at that car,
you can compare that to their maps of how many satellites supposedly they have around the Earth, and the problems that they claim they have, that they're going to have to create these satellites or sweeper satellites to kind of they do the cleanup because there's so much of these satellites around, and this doesn't run into any of them, of course. And also, there's people pointed out the size of the Earth here is too small for the distance it's supposed to have traveled already in terms of the. So that there's all kinds of problems with geometry, but they have learned over the years that people have no sense when it comes to judging distances in geography and also geometry of the ball. That seems to be the kind of thing you ask people to imagine. That this try to explain even the spin of the Earth in the geocentric model, they can't. And if you try to explain, they can't even imagine it. It's really odd what happens, how people seem to believe so much and want to defend something, as I think I pointed out before. They defend something that they really know nothing about, which is amazing for me.
Look at this tire here. I mean, there's no possible way you would see through to anything on the other side.
No.
It's a complete wheel well back here, or whatever brake system.
It's got the high-end the disc brake system behind it, because when the cars go super fast, you have to have those high-end disc brake systems to stop it.
Right. So I mean, when you see that, and then you contrast that with, of course, the video here. Here we go. Where am I at? There we go. It's just simply not that car. There's no brakes here. There's no anything. So either he was lied to, or he lied to everybody when he said, "Oh, well, we didn't make any changes." This is complete changes. This is that there's nothing underneath here.
It's strange. It looks like some kind of problem in the CGI to me. That is that even? But that tire just looks so thin.
Yeah.
Where is this supposed to be now? Where is the car supposed to be now?
Out in
Mars?
Out in the space. I think they said it missed Mars, and so it's heading towards the sun. And remember there was an article that said it would be back and it would hit Earth.
Well, I'm wondering how it even got out that far. How did it even get out that far?
Of course, they don't have video of that.
Just
they don't have
fallen
video
down back to Earth right away.
Actually, at the time, they were saying that look how Elon Musk is so awesome that NASA cannot send things to Mars, but he can send a car to Mars. Because he's so hot.
It's so stupid. Like this thing would just rotate like this, and I mean anybody who believes that is the Earth, I can't. It's the most fake looking thing I've ever seen. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. No. This one here. I think this is a big shot in the foot, Jaron. I think he has been backfired big time. This one, it has to be. There's no way around it.
I told the story on Monday. I have a buddy who's asked me about flat Earth a couple times. Says I don't know if I believe that. You can keep doing what you're doing, whatever. And then when this thing came out, he texted me a picture and he said, "Tell me this is not supposed to be real." And I said, "No, it's absolutely supposed to be real." And he's like, "What a joke!" I mean, every time this passes underneath the car, it proves that it's not the same car that was in, the pictures that we saw. So I'm just not sure how anybody can argue with that it's not, and I'm trying to find other pictures because I've seen other pictures of it. Remember, this is the car supposedly getting ready to go. This is supposed to be the same car. Look at this. You can't even see the white ground from here.
There.
Right.
That's right.
So there is no see-through. There's nothing.
That's a similar angle too.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we're down a lot more, but I mean, any further down you get, the more or less you'd be able to see of the other side. So I think that the best picture we've seen so far is, did I lose it? Wherever that one was that was straight on, I'll have to find it again. But it doesn't look like they want to take that angle from the side either. At least I'm not finding any images of it. Oh, this one here is
there's
probably
one
the
there
best
that's similar.
This is probably the best. Yeah, I mean, just showing you if this cannot be the car that they're showing in space, because the actual view is actually tilted up from here. So I mean, you're not going to be able to see Earth on this other side, or else I'd be able to see a white wall. So it's just interesting that I thought there was a lot more images, and now that I'm looking, I'm not seeing many. But I don't think that there's any chance that this is the same vehicle. I don't know.
A friend of mine noticed right away within 2 minutes of the video from Tesla, from the car, that from a change from one shot to the other, because this guy's a photographer, he realized that the shadows and the lighting was not matching, so it couldn't be a real finish. For him, it was just that was enough. He looked, he spotted this light that was in one shot but not in the other. Therefore, it had to be concocted, and just on that level alone, despite everything else, all the other ridiculous things, like the difference between that and some of the ISS footage. And this, I think, is supposed to be closer to the Earth than the ISS at some point, and still you see the ball, like super small ball. That one, when it goes behind him, it's crazy. And also you get what it was really insane is the reaction right away when this came out by some people who didn't catch the memo, and they're out celebrating the ball Earth through this. They're like, take it, flat earthers.
Yeah, they thought. Yeah, exactly. Elon Musk with his car in space proves flat earthers wrong, which is just insane. I don't even think that that's necessarily the car that they use to perform the trick. I think that I don't know. I mean, that's the weird thing for me is I'd like to just say, oh, well, this is the car. They, put this with a, rotating light around it, and this is what we saw. But I just can't get on board with that because I'm like, why is the Earth showing through the wheel well? I mean, it just shouldn't be possible in my mind. But
that angle is very similar to the one there, and you cannot see anything. You should be able to see the ground here.
Now, what somebody said, I think, might be correct. Like what Ira said, maybe they took out all the, and they, like I said, they can say anything. So they could say, oh, no, we took out all this. The problem with that is of course, right after this happened, Elon Musk said that the car was stock, that they didn't make any changes to it. So,
well, not so many changes. We just made some changes.
Did he say that?
No, I say that for him.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, yeah, I'm a big friend from Elon. He's one of my best friends. So
you guys have a WhatsApp together?
Yeah, WhatsApp just now, and he told me that. We just changed the tires.
I appreciate that. Okay. And took out everything that's under the hood. Although I don't know what's under the hood of a Tesla. I've never looked. I'm sure you ever seen one over there at all? Is there any in Europe at all?
What's going on there?
Somebody's too loud here.
Might be me. I saw something pop up from Baller Dave. Did you guys catch that?
No.
I'm driving, so I didn't see the whole note.
What did he say? I have to go look. Let me bring up this.
Baller Dave asked to join.
He's already on the list. He can join. Isn't he? Isn't he on the list? Yes,
he said he knows why they removed the rear view, and it's not to hide the fourth wall, retard.
All right, Baller Dave, bring it.
Yep. It's Baller Dave. Bring it on.
Baller Dave wants
bring it
to
on, Baller Dave.
Come aboard. We'd love to hear from you. Love to hear why this. I love these images. This is hilarious. That's so stupid.
Take a look at this one later. That's how we are going to the moon. The new animation for NASA. It's worth taking a look. It says 2 million views.
Oh, it's a good image there. I don't think it's the same car, but this is what's behind tires. This is what's behind the wheel well. You're not going to see through it. It's just not possible. Here, this is more accurate. There, that's more accurate. It's more accurate than the one that they were trying to feed us. But I mean, it's just so not even 3D in my opinion. It's not even. I wasn't showing people.
That is a real car in the studio, and also we need to understand that they put it in a feed video like it was live, but that is not the case.
Of course
they
not.
have all these pre-produce this kind of thing. So that is more, for me, it's more that we assume a lot of time we're trying to, debunk this, debunk that, assuming that supposedly this event, all the video that we see from a computer, from a television is live video, live feed.
Not.
But that is the first thing that we assume wrong,
So what do you think, Ira, then, if this is a real car in a studio, then why can we see through the wheel well? Is it something to do with a green screen or a chroma key effect, or why would this be the case?
If what
would be your guess?
When I looked at that camera angle and I see the tire, first of all, the tire is like I don't know, why sometimes. I mean, I don't know if they took some part of the car, and if you are looking for camera right now, you can see that black, which is the support that they put to have that kind of angle in the car. So you are looking behind the wheels in real thing, you know. So for me, they take away what is the regular component of the front rear. I don't know which.
No, I would agree with that, and then that just means that Elon Musk had no clue what he was talking about. Right. I mean, and
Exactly.
I think a lot of this stuff
I
is
mean,
done. He
maybe
doesn't know a clue.
you know, they took some part off, but the rest, the outside of the car is just the regular car. You know, the car paint, the tires, the fabric, the glass. You know, the outside parts. I don't believe. I never read the full story, but it was really a bad idea. For example, supposedly, no, because you need to pay a lot of money for every kilo that you send to space. So
True.
if you are not going to start the engine of the car, why you gonna put the battery and all this stuff? You don't even turn on the lights, nothing. So they can.
That's just assuming they need to save some money, either like Elon
No,
Musk.
not for the money, but just for the sake of the mission, if you want. I mean, it's not going to be so clever. Put things that you are not going to use, maybe.
But the car itself is not.
The only thing I add to this comment is like, for example, when you see the setup before they launch the vehicle into the space, when it's inside the studio. You can see the support that is crossing over the front part of the car. And then you can see in the video, you can see behind the wheel that support. So for me, they took off a few things in the front of the car even for putting this support thing. But
so you're saying this car then its place it's a real car, and around it there's a kind of
no, that's completely
projection.
Yes, that's completely, because if you see, for example, the behind the scenes, for example, this movie which is Fast and Furious, I believe is the name in English. The behind scenes of the Fast and Furious 7, for example, they show how they use like the thing that we present the last show when they put these asteroids in these robotic arms. You have these robotics arms for all kind of big vehicles.
Right. So what you're saying here is that the support that this car is on is very similar to that support that you were showing last time, which is right.
Yes,
and that's used for making this.
No, and in fact, they don't right now. They don't show the full setup of the car in the space.
No.
So if I mean, they can reproduce this kind of video as the way that they want. Why we are going to assume that this is a real life event with all the clouds, all the things that supposedly is happening that day?
No, of course
it's
not.
Like,
I mean, yeah, I don't even
the
know
way
this
it
view
moves
here.
guys.
Oh yeah, the Earth doesn't look like it would move that at all like that.
Just
the way it swings through, and of course this is sped up, so people don't think this is what they showed. It was actually much slower. What I did was take each scene and then just speed it up a little bit.
That makes it worse, I think, Jaron, because you can totally tell that the clouds are not moving here. And as Zito has shown many times, when you see a time lapse from a high altitude balloon, that the clouds are literally forming out of nowhere, literally in the sky. They just kind of come into being from the vapors coming together. And here, what you see here is that it's such a long time lapse. All the clouds on the Earth there should be lots of changes here, and you don't see this. Right, so the time lapse should accelerate those changes, and they're nowhere to be found here. So you see what was static kind of Earth. So they didn't even put time on that.
And I saw things like this when this Earth comes around here. Watch the Terminator line. Remember, the Terminator line isn't something that would move based on where you are. The Terminator line would be exactly the same no matter where you're at. So watch when the Earth comes around here, and just pay attention to where the Terminator line is. So coming here, we've got, okay, so this is the Terminator line, but watch, as it rolls through, you'll actually see it reveals less. Now it'll reveal more. See that?
So weird.
Oh, it's going backwards.
Right. I mean, that wouldn't happen.
What the hell? No, that wouldn't happen. I mean, that looks like it's coming around.
See, so I
almost
mean,
like
if the
it's
Terminator
projected
line
around
is
it.
if the Terminator line is here and this is dark and this is light, then this, you know, it wouldn't be that as we go, now it gets darker over here, now it reveals more going this way. See, it's kind of revealing more. That just doesn't seem at all.
Yeah, it looks like it's inside a kind of planetarium sort of dome. You know, I've ever been in those. When I was a kid, we used to go to a kind of amusement park, and there was a thing that you came in. It was a half of a circle kind of dome, and it projected. They called it 360 cinema. You've probably seen that before, and it projected, you know, race cars all around you, 360 degrees in the middle of the racetrack, and it was really disconcerting because you'd be, you know, in the front seat of this car going super fast, but the whole thing was projected all around you, and that was back in the 80s. I'm talking about early 90s maybe, and I remember I really liked that because it was such a impact you had just with the projection around you, and that's kind of what it looks to me here. See how when it's turning, it shouldn't be getting so much closer like that. When you show it in the Terminator line, it's even more obvious that it's growing too much. It seems to me like it's going around some sort of round wall, or if it's not that, that's also very odd there. It looked like something tweened in a computer program.
Oh yeah, totally, and it always glitches, and it
glitches. Yeah, it glitches independently.
I'm certainly
right,
not saying that, you know, just because there's much more that tells me that this is not real besides the glitches, because, you know, obviously if something was that far away it would glitch, but
no, and the thing is, it's not just you know, I like to see another way also, which is show me a proof that car is really in space. You know, show me, for example, why we don't see some kind of you know, toy or something that is floating around like in zero-G gravity, you know, something that without a doubt I see that and say, no, that car is in space, man. Look at that toy which is flying all the time, 6 hours without, you know, even if this video was produced in a studio and then put in the live feed as, you know, like as in the real time, but we don't see nothing that confirm that car is in outer space.
Right, they should be having someone with a telescope or something actually spotting this thing, and who knows, maybe they will come up with such a story.
I was going to say, I've actually seen a video of that before.
Somebody claiming that they looking at Tesla's car in space.
Oh, I think I did it as part of my presentation, but I'm not sure
Yes.
if it. Oh, is that what it was?
But it was like just a white dot in the sky.
Yeah,
You are not going to, you know, put a telescope, aim to the car and see the car shape flying like you know, E.T. movie on the moon. But the thing is like, okay, you want to say that that's in space, and I say that that car is not in space. So nobody, it's more the side of the flat earther than the ball earther, you know, because you cannot show me nothing there that confirm that is in outer space. It's nothing. Yeah. You know, I mean, there is nothing in particular that some kind of how the you know, the mannequin behaves, something floating there, you know. No, there is nothing that you can say, okay, this is in space.
You mean you don't count this right here?
Yeah,
there it goes.
That one.
See, there it is. There it is. Yeah,
I count that.
Well, that is a black and white image, but they must be put a red dot.
He's David. David's on. He was trying to say something.
David, there goes the car. See it?
That would be Baller Dave to you.
Baller Dave. Is this the car? Is this the Tesla in space right here? Baller Dave?
It could be.
Okay, good. Just making sure. Just double checking. I didn't know if this is.
And you know how much it costs to carry every pound into space? Of course, they remove the disc brakes and everything. That's why you're seeing through the wheels. And the mirror was a useless piece. You know, that weighs a couple pounds. That's thousands of dollars.
So why did Elon Musk lie to us? Just because? Why did he say that the car had no changes at all? It was exactly as is.
There's no changes to it. They removed some things, but they didn't modify anything.
Oh, it's a different definition of changes.
Yeah.
Got you. I was mistaken. Everybody, it's Baller Dave. Welcome, Baller Dave, to the show.
I'm going to sit quietly. If you have any questions at any points,
I have
feel
a question
free to
for
ask.
you. Do you know there's actually a guy on YouTube that is claiming that rockets are just balloons,
What an idiot.
Yeah, and that the shuttle is just balloons. I have some deep reservations about that.
Unbelievable. I mean, that is the most moronic thing I've ever heard. I mean, of course the rocket doesn't take off like the Go Fast rocket because it's way bigger. You have to accelerate slowly. That's why that's why it's built like that.
So how does it get from 0 to 17,500 miles an hour in 8 minutes, accelerating slowly?
The first minute or so, it's gaining speed, and then it just exponentially increases from there as it gets up to the thinner atmosphere. Clearly see that from the views from the ground.
Okay. And how did Tesla's car not run into satellites? Why?
Because it's above the satellites.
Oh.
Okay.
So how
the
far?
Satellites aren't just all over the place.
I mean, that's like saying, I have 3 Christmas tree ornaments hanging up over the United States. How did you fly over the United States and not hit a Christmas tree ornament? Come on.
Okay.
Think about the size. You're forgetting how big space is, and big.
Why can't I see any stars here, Baller Dave? It's just the camera
The
settings.
aperture of the camera.
Oh.
Look how bright the car is. The sun is reflecting off the planet. The oceans are very reflective.
Yeah, I just
and
think
it's the aperture on the camera.
No atmosphere. Think of all the brilliant stars that should be littered all over here.
Well, that's why the aperture shut down, and at least you can see the car. If you could see the stars, you wouldn't even be able to see the car. And what would the point of that be?
Well, what about when the car gets dark? Should I find it?
Like when?
Let's see here. How about
right there with the sun?
Put in one camera, one more camera just for the stars.
There you go. Right about here. There's no stars we'd be able to see there.
It's still in the camera can still see the sun. It may not be in the frame, but it's still affecting the aperture.
So in the ISS footage that shows the stars clearly, that's not a problem then? Why is that okay? Don't pet it.
Time lapse.
I'd have to see it.
But to me, it looks like the camera is adjusting its aperture because when the Earth first comes into view, it's super bright and then it clears up. So the camera's adjusting.
It's adjusting, but you don't see in space because the atmosphere isn't there to refract a little bit. The stars are smaller. You would think they would be bigger and brighter, but they're smaller because they're not coming through an atmosphere. You're seeing them in the vacuum of space, obviously.
So
traveling through the vacuum of space.
Can we or can't we see stars in space?
Hey, by the way, the chat thinks I sound like that nasally Jew from New York. I don't sound anything like him, so get that out of your head. Just because we have the same first name doesn't mean anything, okay?
Dave, I think you could do a whole channel like this. And you could just sit there in your chair like Simon Dan.
You know why it's easy, Jaron. You always say that it's easy to be a baller. It's easy to be a baller because we're right.
Oh, is that why?
Do you have any evidence that we're not?
Tons.
All of this time, I haven't seen any evidence at all of a flat Earth.
You haven't even seen Flat Earth hot sauce?
That is interesting.
That's one possible evidential point that you need to pay attention to.
In a curved bottle, why isn't it in a flat bottle?
It's just when I hear you do Baller Dave, I just want to become Baller Jaron and just do that all day. It sounds so easy. It's like, of course, this is in space. What do you think they
find Baller Dave on Monday night?
What do you think they fake this just for you?
Baller Dave. How does the engineering integrity of the lunar lander works? I mean, how does it work against the vacuum space?
Rodrigo, have you ever been in 1/6 gravity? You don't need the heavy supports. Those you guys call those curtain rods. Those aren't curtain rods. Those are, high tensile strength rods that they use. And they're not going to tell us exactly what they use because they don't want the Russians to find out.
Yeah, I saw it. Kennedy said it was going to be made with alloys that were never invented before, going to a place that was unknown in a voyage that was untested, which it's such an achievement, right? It's amazing. That's why it's so great at the end. Right? You feel happy to be American because of the story of the moon, Dave?
He does.
I sure, absolutely, very proud.
Dave, what did we need all this stuff for? With these tracks, and I mean, this is all for
Jaron, you have to when you're going to a place that you've never been, you need to prepare it and see what it's going to look like and figure out how to film it. So you do a scale model. Like when they build a city, they build a scale model.
And you need all these little testing devices with the Earth picture in the background. You need all that. That's just so you can get there?
Yeah.
So it's just a coincidence that Hollywood uses the same techniques for making films.
Coincidence, yeah. It's just a coincidence.
Do you need different techniques? I mean, to do the same thing? Why not?
Right.
Is this the best you guys have? I mean, really?
Well, you didn't answer my question. You said you ignored the question I asked. Why in the Tesla Roadster images we see the Earth not with city lights, not with stars all over the place? You try to say that the aperture of the camera was going to work, but I told you the ISS footage for Don Pettit shows stars and shows the atmosphere that don't appear in this Elon Musk more recent. So
I don't know what cameras they're using, what settings they have. Do you know the exact camera, the exact setting, the angle of the sun, no atmosphere? How can you recreate these things here to prove that wrong? Show me proof.
What about the other one that shows the ISS time lapse showing the star trails perfectly round? How does that work? If the ISS is going 17,500 miles an hour and going around the Earth, how can it show a time lapse of star trails that perfectly round?
Do you ever hear of a ball tracking device? So they focus on it, and the computer pans the camera so it seems like it's not moving.
At 17,500 miles an hour?
Yeah, at that distance, you only have to
show me that equipment, man. Show me that equipment.
It's so far away that the movement of the camera is so nil that you'd barely have to move it. It's like when you're shooting a laser across, the lake that you guys did. When you move it a fraction of a millimeter, it moves like a mile on the other side. Well, this is magnitudes farther. So it's a very slight movement, and they happen to nail it just right.
Where is the proof? Show me the proof.
It's like Christian Huygens just got lucky. He looked up at Venus and said, "Oh man, that must be real." What is this? Oh, some crap.
Is this real, Baller Dave? Is this a real image here?
I don't know about that one.
How is this? Is this a simulation or is this real?
I don't know. Where's the picture from?
Is this really? This is from a NASA video. Is this Mars, 1979?
Is that from a NASA photo? Do you have from a NASA photo?
Yes, it's a NASA video from 1979. Right.
Then it's Mars.
What is this? What is this supposed to be, Jaron? For real? I mean, is this is just an animation, right?
Well,
you're not seeing
this is a video from 1979. Right. It's hard to know what they are trying to pass as real and what not.
Sometimes NASA does show us simulations because they don't have a camera where they need to film, so they show us simulations. And you guys think that they're claiming that that's a real video when it's not, when it's a simulation.
Why wouldn't they put? Oh, this is a simulation, or is that real? That picture there.
What do they say?
Is that really Mars? Or...
It could be.
It's funny how you look at this and you know it's the Earth. You're like, yeah, they're going to Mars, and suddenly, oh, okay, it's just down the street here on the Earth, right?
And they show you exactly where it was. It was right there. That's where that image was taken.
Right.
So when you see pictures like this is real. But Dave knows that already. But then Baller Dave, when they show you this, it's fake. But they can show you what's going on.
And what about the real footage, the real video supposedly landing on Mercury or Venus?
Oh, those are great.
Those are amazing. Yeah, that's amazing.
400 Celsius degrees. You think that the camera could still send images and film without any problem?
Well, I'm sure it was in some sort of insulated enclosure, and it was able to function for some time because the proof of that is that we have the images. So obviously,
how do you know my name, man? I never told you my name.
I listen to this show all the time, Iru.
Oh, okay.
You and your students.
Thank you very much, Baller Dave.
And
Baller Dave, is this a real asteroid coming at us? Watch out.
Looks real.
Did you watch last week's episode where Iru showed you how easy it is to replicate that with a model?
know what? You can have a beautiful car on the road, and then you could replicate that car in a model. That doesn't mean that a car is fake.
No, but
it means that you can replicate something. So if you can make a photorealistic painting of the Earth, that doesn't mean the Earth isn't real. It means that you can make a photorealistic painting.
I think I'd be able to go and check that car and make sure that the car's real. I can't do the same with Mars, in case you didn't know that.
Can I answer a question in the chat? Someone else asked how a pilot can land on a north-south runway on the equator.
Uh-oh, here we go. I got to hear this answer. Go ahead.
Yeah.
It's all relative. The plane is spinning with the Earth. The gravity is holding onto the plane, so it's moving sideways at the exact same speed that the Earth is.
So frame of reference, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Excellent stuff, Baller Dave. Makes me sick. By the way, I got to go to the bathroom because most likely I got to puke, but no, I got to pee. I'll be right back.
And then when you come back, I will let you have your show back.
So, Baller Dave,
ask any
does that
questions
frame
you
of
want.
reference it stays with the Earth as the Earth also goes around the Sun, as the Sun goes around the galaxy, and all those frames of references are maintained, no matter which direction you're out.
It's all relative, correct.
Right. Okay.
I mean, look, the Earth is spinning and orbiting and chasing the sun. You're aware of that, right? But somehow the satellites stay with it. That's because they're in the reference frame of the Earth. So it doesn't matter. All of those other motions don't matter.
Right.
So what about when they send up a weather balloon to 120,000 feet and then it falls back down just right near where it took off from?
Yeah, that's the gravity rays come out of the Earth and they go straight up. Okay, so it's within this gravity reference frame. You guys don't understand that.
So it works kind of like Velcro then? Is that how it is? But
Not like
cosmic
Velcro, like
glue.
Like hay, like a tall hay field that you're in between the strands of hay, and as they move, you move with them. Like spikes on a spinning ball.
Okay. Mm-hmm. That makes a lot of sense. Where did you learn all this, David? Are you a astrophysicist?
No, I just study a lot of NASA, read a lot of textbooks, went to school, and
Did you go to space camp?
I did not go to space camp, but I really wanted to.
Did you speak to astronauts from school?
No, you know what? I spoke to a few astronauts, but it's just you got to read the manuals and understand the physics and the math, my friend.
So can you explain how the bathroom works in the ISS? Because I always had a problem trying to understand.
What don't you understand about it?
Well, what they do with the waste? Do they when they throw it out to space?
They you know what? I'm not familiar with, but I'm sure that they compact it and then they have it, and they probably throw it out into space and it burns up into the atmosphere. You know, the tank from the space shuttle that's made of steel and that burns up. So a little human waste that'll just go to nothing.
Right, carbonizes upon re-entry.
Right, it's actually good for the Earth.
And those things that we see when we see the spacewalks, and you've seen those things that move behind the astronauts, right, in different directions. What are they? Are they?
Those
UFOs?
Are paint flecks mostly.
They're what? Ice particles?
Flecks of paint. No, not ice particles.
Hey, I have a question, Baller Dave. If when things fly, they're stuck to the Earth with the gravity rays, how come whenever they launch rockets, they curve over and go horizontal, and then they say it's because the Earth is turning?
Have you not been listening? Really? they turn over because they can fly sideways, climbing at a 45-degree angle or whatever angle, and they can get faster speed that way, and then they gain up enough speed to break free of the Earth's gravity.
Mm-hmm.
Going
then
straight
still
up takes
stay
a
in
lot
orbit,
more
though.
fuel than going sideways.
Mm-hmm.
And if they go sideways, the curvature of the Earth drops away, and they're not really even using fuel to get higher because the Earth is just making them higher by the drop off in the curve.
So, David, if they're going faster to accelerate to get to escape velocity, correct?
Yes, of course.
But then they don't actually escape. I mean, they get to 17,500. They stay in orbit and they continually fall. Then they have the Earth accelerate and fall.
And the maths, they get to the whatever height. The higher they are, the faster they have to be going. I think the higher the faster, and then their drop rate just matches the curve of the Earth. So at 17,500 miles per hour, they have to be about 256 miles above the Earth's surface, and they just stay there, and there's no friction, so they just stay there.
But they continue
How
to
long
fall.
has it been up there, Rodrigo?
Have I been there?
You know how long it's been up there? It's been up there, and it seems to be working,
20
right?
years.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
I,
ever
mean, I saw when
that?
they.
I've seen it.
Can you explain to me how they did that? When there was a hole, there was a micrometers, because there's micrometers all the time, and I know that they can swerve them sometimes because they can swerve against these things. They have very advanced systems to watch for different micrometeorites and other things, that dust particles that might affect them. And so they had a micrometeorite hit them, and there was a hole, and then they managed to plug it with their finger. But how does that work there?
It's only a small little hole. So you believe movies and TV shows that you get sucked out, like through a plane window. That's not true at all. It's only one atmosphere inside there, so it's a very slow leak. They have days to fix it, but they found it and they patched it, and that's it.
So by the same token, if I'm flying on an airplane and I open the window, it should be okay.
No, because you're in
That'll
the
be
atmosphere
more.
there, and that wind is going to disrupt the entire plane. There's no wind up there.
So there's no negative pressure in the vacuum. How does the pressure in the vacuum work?
But that was only a pinhole. You know how much air is in the ISS?
Right.
It's painful. I was hoping when I got back he'd be gone, but
I didn't even prepare for this, right?
That's what I'm saying.
It's so easy with you guys.
It's too easy. It's too easy. It's not even worth talking to you, really.
David, you should definitely write a comedy series speaking to a glober. Kind of, just put it out there, or a channel, because
a comedy speaking to a glober. Don't you mean a tragedy speaking to a flat earther? I mean, where is the world going? 2019, 2020. Think the Earth is flat like they did 5,000 years ago.
Yeah.
And these guys just
That's right.
jump up and down and land on their backs. But Baller Dave would say that's what happens. Have you ever been in 1/6 gravity? Of course not.
Let me ask you a question, Jaron.
About 4 feet high. Should be
gravity,
15.
zero gravity.
No, but it's 1/6 of the Earth's gravity. Therefore, you should be able to jump
1/6
about 10
of the Earth's
feet.
gravity.
What?
How did they measure that gravity on the moon, Dave? Because everybody just talks about it, as if they've been there. How is it that they know that it's 1/6 of gravity on the moon?
They figured out how far the moon was, and that it's the gravity of the Earth. They did some calculations. I don't know the exact math.
I thought
they did it.
I thought the retro reflectors is what determined the distance.
Jaron, they did shine a laser off the moon before they went there to figure out how it was. And then when they went there, they said, you know what, it'll be a lot easier if we put a reflector up there. It won't take as long. So they used to try for like days and days and days to get a return, and now they get it every time. That's because there's a reflector on there. There's proof.
Thank goodness. Thank God for NASA. That's the way I look at it. I don't know what we do.
Yeah, I guess they also showed the footprints from the astronauts, so it's confirmed.
Baller Dave.
Yep.
Baller Dave, what practical uses has NASA given us? They've had 50 years, a lot of money.
You ever hear of Velcro, memory foam?
That's worth that much money?
What happens when you know that they can grow lettuce in space now?
I didn't hear that.
They're finding water on the moon. There's water on Mars. There's helium-3 up there. I mean, there's troves of mineral. There's an asteroid that's made of diamonds.
Wow.
I didn't know that. No, I think it rains diamonds.
There's a place that rains diamond in.
Yeah, I don't think.
Yeah. And we're going to be going to Mars in just a couple of years.
This is Mars right here. We're already there.
No, the rover's there.
Oh.
Is it in the moon that we're going in a couple of years, David? That's 4 years.
And you know how you guys say, how does the rover, they showed the solar panels, they're covered in dust, and then the next time we see them, they're clean?
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, it rains on Mars.
It rains.
Well, there's water there, so I could see it raining.
Yeah. Now you're getting it, Jaron. You're waking up.
Look at that.
A little bit.
Look at that mist.
The other reason
And
I
it
know
is-
the other reason I know we've been there is because they've actually named certain spots along the path here. You'll see this one here is called Darwin. So this spot here pretty much proves it. And this is called Cooperstown and Kimberly, and then it made like this path and came up here and to the Nabib Dune. Yeah, I don't know if this is proof to me. There you go. See, there's the Mars landscape.
Again, just because you can simulate something or fake something that's real doesn't make the real thing not. Like somebody can go to California and for real, and then you could say, I went to California and draw a line. Okay, that doesn't mean you went to California, and it doesn't negate the real thing.
Right. So Australia is only there if you've been there.
That's right. Look at all that curvature.
Tons of curvature.
Look at all that curvature on Mars. Yeah, Mars is small in the Earth, but the curvature is so clear here.
But Dave, did you
Baller
was
Dave.
in space?
Baller Dave.
Baller Dave.
Okay, Baller Dave, you was in space?
I have not been in space, but I'm planning on going.
It's a belief. So the curvature of the Earth is a belief for you. The
Oh,
spherical
this
Earth is a
picture
belief.
is measurable. Have you ever seen the Pontchartrain Bridge?
But you never go outside, so you never see it.
Yeah, I've been. Have you been to Lake Pontchartrain? That bridge is a clear.
That is an indirect proof.
Clearly curved.
And it's an indirect proof, and the horizon is always level. It's
You got
straight.
to put money. Look at what you're showing right now. That
You was in space. You was
just
in
want to
space
sell calendars
to
and
test
books.
your belief. You was in space to test your belief, or you are just talking like a religious people.
You haven't seen this calendar yet, Baller Dave? It's pretty great.
I see it now. It's look at you guys. You're in it for the money.
Baller Dave, how do you explain the different
So Baller
continents?
Dave is not an astronaut. So
No, he's never
Baller
been
Dave
there.
never see the spherical Earth. That is for sure.
I've measured it.
But you never see the spherical Earth from outside.
Navigated it.
Have you measured the
How,
distance
how
to the
high?
sun?
How high you get in your entire life? How high you get to prove the spherical Earth?
I got really high last Monday night on
much?
Raw.
You did. I can verify that.
Okay, Dave. We're gonna play this game just for your belief. You know.
Christ.
Guys,
David,
I have to go.
Baller Dave, just a last one. How do you explain the different sizes of continents on the photos of the Earth from NASA?
Just the different lenses. Like a fisheye lens sometimes will magnify part of a continent. It all depends on what lens you're using, what focal length. Where you're taking what angle you're taking the picture from. It's obvious.
Lord.
So they have cameras that make the continents look different sizes, but they don't have cameras that can show us the stars.
But
They
you go
probably-
to
Why would they do
space
that
to
for you?
test that.
I mean, I've seen pictures of stars from space.
But you go to space and test that kind of camera and lenses
So
and
you haven't been to
things like
space
that.
either to see the flat Earth, have you?
No, but we don't claim that. We don't claim a spherical Earth. We just
You're
see
claiming
that
the
Earth
flat
from a
Earth.
plane.
It's your job to prove the Earth is flat when we all know it's a sphere.
Well, no and believe is not the same kind of thing. For you, it's a belief.
Very much so.
You didn't know that.
No, for you it's a belief.
No,
we
for you,
know
man.
it's a sphere.
I see all the time the flat Earth. With some mountains and things like that, but you never. It's really sad, believe something that you're never gonna get it.
Stay with you. Is she that dumb?
Oh, boy,
wow!
them
These
some fighting
games
words.
start to.
Oh man.
Baller Dave, what do you think of Elon Musk? Is he like your kind of? Is
hero.
he a genius for you?
Hero, sure. Joseph Paul sent a super chat that says Baller Dave is Elon's cousin. So obviously
Right.
they have some sort of relationship.
Because you're
Hey
talking about.
boys, I have to say this was fun, but it really wasn't. I got to roll. Enjoy your show and your fake flat Earth.
What do you got to do? Watch some.
FFE.
You got to go watch some football or something.
Yeah, of course.
Go Jets or whatever the hell team you liked.
All right, boys.
Thanks, Baller Dave.
I would love to say it was fun, but can't really say that.
Yeah, me
so-
too.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
See you, flat tards.
Absolutely painful.
Nice.
Is he gone?
I think Baller Dave taught Reg Rhetoric everything
He's
he
gone.
knows.
Yeah.
it's just so easy.
I know. He's just got Wikipedia open and he's got it down. He's really got it down well.
Well, he knows his business, right? Because that's exactly what you do. You know, when you have a discussion like that between belief and knowledge, right? Which are things they're actually quite close, and he can always make the claim that they know it's a ball. That's it. What are you gonna do? You're gonna keep saying, "Well, it's a belief that you think you know."
That's the thing when it comes to
but
exactly
they're gonna
what-
keep saying they know. Doesn't matter.
It's exactly
Sorry.
what you were saying. No, it's just exactly what you were saying. You haven't been there. You haven't tested it. You're just simply going to believe what you're told, and it makes it so easy. To just believe what you're told is ridiculously easy. That's what makes, Mick West's site or Michael Shermer, and maybe we can bring that up. I'll show everybody that. We'll go through some of these, see what you guys think of them. Let me bring it up here. All right. So when I was looking, and Karen, you never got. Is Karen still here? Or did she leave?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Did you ever get that document from Mark or no?
No, he said it was protected and he wasn't able to send it because the encryption on it.
You can just simply
It's called
take
copy
screenshots
paste.
and send it. That's super easy. Just take screenshots and send it by email. Doesn't need to encrypt.
This is from the the executive editor or whatever of Skeptic magazine. So these are the top 10 weirdest things countdown. Are you guys ready? It says, ever since I wrote Why People Believe Weird Things, I've asked to list the strangest beliefs I've ever come across in my quarter century as a professional skeptic. It must be a fun job. Like you said, how easy is that? You go to Wikipedia and you say, no, that's crazy. That doesn't exist. Morphic resonance, that doesn't exist. Naturally, the criteria of what constitutes weird is subjective, so I consider not just the air of the belief, but the wider impact that the belief has on society. So I think we might agree with number 10. I don't know, Ancient Aliens? I don't think that's true.
That's
so. I think
it's quite a
skepticism.
Yeah, sorry.
I was just going to say skepticism helps. So I think when it comes to ancient aliens, number 9 is UFOs visit Earth. I also think that's some nonsense. Although it seems that science tries to push that, at least science fiction tries to push that, and ancient alien shows and the History Channel tries to push that. But I think it's good to be a skeptic of that.
Yeah, but you must be reminded to the people that the aliens came naked from billion of
like with the big heads kind of
They don't need clothes.
naked.
They don't need clothes. Clothes is so.
Why do they need clothes?
Oh man, that's just once you get past evolution, once you get moved, to a further point in evolution, we will all be naked. It won't matter
was
anymore.
E.T. naked? He had a glowing heart and the healing finger and the Jesus kind of resurrection, everything. But E.T. With the neck, that kind of giraffe neck and kind of dwarfed. But was he kind of naked? I think he was kind of naked as well. The Predator, then you have this version of a super advanced somehow, but incredibly stupid, which is Darwinian evolution for you. It's the ultimate consequences of Darwinian evolution. You have, supposedly in their minds, right, that you get this being that just wants to destroy and kill everything, which you see in Prometheus. So it's something. I'm just adding this because we all know this. Of course, ET is the good alien and you have the bad aliens. There's so many permutations. But I'm writing that piece for about the crop circles. That's going to be in the Brazilian magazine, and I thought that it would be good to kind of parse out at least the kinds of aliens that we have in the popular imagination. And Asian aliens, some of the more recent sort of thing, right? But yeah, and that's been explored as a kind of the fantasy world. But yeah, it's good to be skeptical, I guess. And in the sense we agree with them so far. Yeah, it's right.
Yeah, well, it says about 90 to 95% of UFO sightings can be explained as weather balloons, flares, sky lanterns, planes flying in formation, secret military aircraft, birds reflecting the sun, planes reflecting the sun, blimps, helicopters, planes in formation, the planets Venus or Mars, meteors or meteorites, space junk satellites, swamp gas, which I never know.
Swamp gas, it's
spinning eddies, sundogs, ball lightning, ice crystals, reflected light off clouds, lights off the ground or lights reflected on a cockpit window, and much more. The entire extraterrestrial hypothesis is based on the residue of data left over after the above list has been exhausted. It's just so easy to say, though, because, of course, if you take all those in, then obviously you can say anything that anybody sees can be explained by one of those things. What's
What
left?
what
Not
is what is swamp gas anyway?
I don't
What is
know.
that
I have
supposed
no
to be?
idea. No clue.
That's from the early, what was the name of that project that they had? Supposedly the American project that was looking into this phenomena, and that's one of the explanations they came up with back in the 50s or 60s. There was like swamp gas, so it became kind of a famous thing that I guess some UFO researchers would make fun of as well, because they, we there's something that they put up there, right? Now we don't know exactly if it's just drones or if it's some sort of advanced, what they call anti-gravity technology, but obviously that's not what it is. It's some sort of resonance, magnetic, electromagnetic, electrogravitics.
They didn't have a flock of seagulls in there either. Because remember that one
I remember
article I put on Globebusters, and they said, "Oh, it was a flock of seagulls." It's like, alrighty then.
Joseph Paul says banned for life. Yeah, probably Baller Dave should be banned for life. The next, we got 10 and 9 done. Number 8 is creationism. So, heaven forbid that you believe that things are created, because the alternative belief is just to believe that it, came from an accident. But I showed you, Michio Kaku earlier said that things came from an intelligence, which is the definition of creationism, is it not? Or at least intelligent design.
What was that from that he said that? Has he been saying that recently, or is it something he said a long time ago?
I just verified the quote, but I forgot where. I'd have to look it up again to see where it was that he said it. But
do you remember if it was a book or a video?
No, I think I just saw a site that showed that he said it. But it was one of the official sites. It wasn't like somebody's blog or something. But yeah,
I get that from Richard Dawkins as well, but in his case, it's some sort of super intelligence that seeded us or whatever. It's the other kind of.
Of course, it has to be, some sort of alien.
Arwinian.
Holocaust denial is number 7. So yeah, we gotta don't dare say that the Holocaust didn't happen. Don't say you have a question about the numbers, which I think Trump said it recently. He said it right. I mean, that there is 6 billion died in the Holocaust. Did you hear him say that?
6 billion?
Yeah, that's what Trump said.
Oh my God!
So the number is incorrect. It's just 6 something. As long as you say 6 something, you're fine. So I'm going to go with trillion. I'm pretty sure.
Might as well.
I think it's 6 trillion.
Quadrillion's even better.
Says Holocaust deniers find errors in the scholarship of historians and then imply that therefore their conclusions are wrong, as if historians never make mistakes. Evolution deniers, creationists, find errors in science and imply that all of science is wrong, as if scientists never make mistakes. Well, they must not if you've got Neil deGrasse telling us that science is true whether or not we believe in it. So this is where your skepticism comes back to haunt you. Holocaust deniers are fond of quoting, usually out of context, leading Jews and Holocaust scholars to make it sound like they support Holocaust deniers' claims. Holocaust deniers contend that genuine and honest debate between Holocaust scholars means that they themselves doubt the Holocaust or cannot get their story straight. No, I mean, the whole idea of it being I don't know, maybe we shouldn't get into that. But the whole idea of it being a death camp is just, if it's a death camp, you don't clothe the people, you don't give them numbers, you don't give them tattoos, you don't put them in barracks, you don't feed them, you don't wash them. But people forget that the United States put all of Japanese people in camps, and the reverse of history could have easily happened. That somehow Germany bombed our railway lines, and we had no way to feed those people, and they would have gotten really skinny and would have perished. But it's up to people; they can believe whatever they want. You do some research on the gas chambers and how many they can actually cremate at a time, and then do the numbers, from there, take all the camps that are possible. How about morphic resonance? That's number 6. Everybody's heard Rupert Sheldrake talk about it, and he's done studies. I mean, what are your guys' opinion on that? You believe that dogs can tell when their owners are coming home?
Yeah, I mean, it's slightly different. I mean, he has this morphic resonance theory. Somehow these materialist guys, they see it as their duty to kind of try to go after him in particular, but it seems to be just one theory out there that tries to explain how beings take their shape and how things get passed around. But I don't think there's any confirmation of Rupert Sheldrake's morphic resonance theory. and I think that's slightly different from like the example you gave. Like that's something he did, I think, before, that animals can feel when their owners are returning, and that there's something going on, but that can be explained not necessarily in terms of his morphic resonance, but as just resonance and electromagnetic kind of connections between through the connection that the beings make to one another, which is one of love. Love is kind of it's quite a powerful force, and it is why we're here. I think
science
that's
will
why
tell you love doesn't exist.
Right. Tell that to he needs to tell that to his mother or his daughter or his son. And we know that mothers are the biggest badasses out there. And I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, you can. We can have another Baller Dave, but I think the morphic part of it is how he tries to explain some sort of evolution. It's the part that's a little bit iffy of what he does. But Rupert Sheldrake, I think the reason they don't like him is that he has focused a lot on pointing out the problems with scientific taking for granted kind of assumptions beyond his morphic resonance stuff, right? And so I'm saying with morphic resonance, he's pushing in one direction. He's exploring, right, the kind of theory, what could be. He's not making a forceful claim about it, that he's proven anything. But in his work, he questions mainstream science, and I think that makes them very uncomfortable, because he's from Cambridge, and he's just as far into the thing as you can possibly go. He's all the way in Cambridge with his PhD and everything, right, professor and whatnot. So a person like that turning against the establishment becomes kind of a sort of, kind of a problem. So that's why I guess they have to single him out. I don't think there's anything particularly
well, because anybody coming out with any idea that completely shits in the face of science, because science would say all that is nonsense. So anything that comes out, anything close to that, they're going to shut down. It's just
but it's interesting too. But this guy is, like I say, he's full on science, right? What he's doing is no different than.
But he's not going in line. He's not going in line with what you're required to.
Right.
The required standpoint of science.
Right. That's what you're saying, position. Right? There's a dominant kind of mainstream science that's pushed, which I think has a lot to do with transhuman money. Is not because it is sound science. It is because there's money behind it. If you know what I'm saying, that's my suspicion right now.
And there is no money in doing the kind of research that Rupert Sheldrake does.
That would be very hard. Yeah, it'll be more difficult. Yeah,
way more difficult.
They would try to get rid of him. Yeah,
you're not going to find anything.
They should do the contrary, which is this is someone who's pushing the boundaries. We need to support that, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. The money should go to places that could be life-changing, that could be earth-shattering, that could bring new technology like free energy, those kind of things. Not just the continued pushing of the space propaganda or the continued evolution. I've talked about that a lot before. But imagine if you're a scientist and you want to do any kind of research to show that evolution is not true, or that there's going to be no funding there. And Neil deGrasse Tyson always loves to say that, the great thing about science is if somebody does some evolutionary study and comes to a certain conclusion, that all the other scientists out there want to debunk him, because
that's mythological. He makes that claim that it doesn't work like that in reality. No,
of course not.
Everyone knows this. It's just
but he's able to say that, and they're able to feed this whole idea of peer review, that this is how peer review works, but people fail to realize that
as if you couldn't buy the peer reviewer, as if you don't know the editor from the journal, and so on and so forth.
Right,
like those things are beyond politics.
These guys survive with that. They survive with peer review journals. You have to get your stuff printed in order to get more funding, to get notoriety. And so if you want your stuff published, then it needs to be in line with the current scientific thought. It's never going to be some thought that's out of left field that's going to get published and peer-reviewed, because you're going in the face of what they all believe, understand, what they already have a heavy bias.
Especially in those, I think in those kinds of sciences, right? Because I can show you here that and I keep getting these journals from the anthropologists that have a parapsychology study group. They study parapsychology phenomena, contacts with spirits, and they go on and on about it. Like they have been doing for over 10 years. They have their journal, and they talk about real phenomena. From their perspective, it's full on science. It is using academic journal, but it is probably so small that it doesn't cause a problem. Like I guess Rupert Sheldrake might be more famous, but if you look at these works, is para anthropology or paranormal anthropology or extraordinary anthropology or whatnot, what you find is that it's way more damning to materialism and to people like Michael Shermer than morphic resonance could ever be. It goes way beyond, because it really confirms that there are people who are communicating with other beings who are the dead and other beings in general. And it's been going on for a long time. It's been going on now, and they're doing field work on it, and they keep talking about it. They're not going to go away. But nobody in the mainstream, they just ignore it because they're in a bubble somewhere. Right, so for me, it's quite telling, because morphic resonance, it's pushing towards this kind of spirituality side. We know that he is a spiritualist, that he believes in a kind of creator or something. Right. Rupert Sheldrake as well. So he may fit their label of creationism, or whatever it is that they do to it's like a stick, right? Creationism is kind of a stick for these guys that they use against people.
Some of them end up in that field. I mean, there's I talk a lot about different physicists that also have those same beliefs. Many of them were in the movie The Principle, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And, they're kind of shunned but listened to. But for the most part, they're just, you have to stay in line. So it's tough for them to, say things like, oh, well, the Earth could be the center and I could create a spherically symmetrical universe with the Earth at its center. You wouldn't be able, when you say things like that you're then looked down upon by the whole community. They don't want that. They want it to be in line. One thing I saw here that I don't know if I've ever heard before, it says, this is also why it's so much easier, this is according to Sheldrake, I guess, this is why it's so much easier to do the New York Times crossword puzzle later in the day, because people earlier in the day have already solved it, and that knowledge resonated into the cosmos. You've noticed that, right? No, me neither. I've never seen any study on that or anything like that, but I have questions about all this
I
stuff,
think Rupert makes hypotheses kind of like that. Once something is invented, the idea is out there, and it may get picked up. So it's kind of like one of the points that he makes, but it's really difficult to corroborate this with
I don't know how you test it. I don't know. It's just that, why I tell people all the time to do the rice experiment themselves.
Mm-hmm. That's a different thing, yeah.
But I've had a lot of people tell me, why don't you do a video about it? Why don't you make a video showing it? And it's because people need to do it for themselves. It doesn't matter how perfectly I do the video or how controlled I make the experiment. There's certain things that science can't measure, one of those being love. So when you make a jar of rice and you label it love, and you make a jar of rice and you label it hate, there is no measurement that can actually tell that you're really doing that. Only you can know if you're really getting angry and saying curse words at the hate jar, and that you're being very loving towards the love jar. When you do that and you yourself know that you're actually doing that, and then you see the results, then that's proof to me. I've seen it, and if I did it again, I'm sure it would happen again. Maybe I should do it again. But the problem with that is no scientist will ever back that idea, because there is no way to actually physically measure the amount of love or hate that you're putting behind that jar. And if somebody's a skeptic, if there's a skeptic out there that goes and does that and is skeptical about the experiment from the very beginning, and so when they're not taking it seriously, they're taking the jar down every day, maybe they're not even saying anything to it, and then at the end they can just come back and say, oh, well, I did it and it didn't happen for me. So that's why I tell people, if you want to see that those things are real, just like the water tests that people have done, the water having memory, and that you can.
Well, it's another level is just kind of, you see the people that live with a lot of resentment and things that they are blocked in their bodies, they will get sick. Hito has been talking about this, like from the perspective of the Germanic medicine, but there's other systems that talk about this. And there's many other like cancers known to be something related to deep kind of depression. So if you're it's fairly clear. If you're resonating in that kind of frequency, you're going to be depressed all the time. See how long you're going to last that way. Right. Your body's going to shut down. So obviously there's something going on because it's very similar to the rice experiment, correct? If you continue to marinate yourself in anger and hatred and jealousy and all these things that are bad, your body is going to you're going to get chemical reactions that are going to probably destroy your body, because our consciousness seems to be in control of those things. And then there's a lot of programming that goes on, and we have reactions that we don't necessarily understand how we have those reactions and why. And this is what I think we need to become more conscious of, and understand how and why we react about certain things, so we can keep ourselves away from these.
But if science isn't going to do those kind of tests, if science isn't going to come out with that kind of information because they can't measure that kind of stuff, then it really falls on us to do it.
Yes.
Right.
Well, an alternative science can do it.
Yeah, the problem for science, it's that, first of all, in terms of the medicine, you have help me with the word, Rodrigo, placebo.
The placebo effect.
Placebo, yeah.
Yeah, placebo. So that you have a direct, not direct measurement, a direct proof that it's your belief
Absolutely.
what is, damage you or help you. That's the first thing.
Nailed it. As Zito is pointing out, for every drug you need to put in the market, you must make the placebo test, because the placebo often works better than the drug. And so it is incorporated even in the system, the mainstream system, the placebo effect, which is exactly what we're talking about as well. So it proves.
Yeah, but the other thing, in terms of the measurement, if you type in Google, hammer focus, just hammer with H and one letter M, not two letter M's. Let me see if you are typing it.
You want me to type it now?
What?
You want me to do it, or are you going to share your screen?
Yeah, no, please, because I'm here in Switzerland,
right.
in the Linda's
Sorry.
house, and I don't have my computer set up right now.
So it's
the thing, the history behind the shamanic medicine is that, let me see, go to images, and open, for example, the first image.
This one here?
Yeah, exactly. So I'm gonna try to give like a brief introduction, because my English maybe is not going to allow me to explain very well. But the thing is that this kind of spot that you can see, with a wave or something
Mm-hmm.
well, that is a direct measurement of emotion in the brain that produce not just a cancer, but also another all type of disease. In fact, the only thing that is not integrated in this new shamanic medicine, it's the traumatisms. When you broke your leg or something like that,
right,
is related in some indirect way, because you can just have your bones in low quality based of your emotion, so you're gonna broke more easy your bones. But maybe sometimes you have a car accident, something like that, and doesn't matter if you are like devil weak bones or not. You just crash a car and you broke. So that is not a direct thing to apply the shamanic medicine. But the fact is, for example, this guy works hand to hand with Siemens company, which is one of the best. Siemens is one of the best. It's like General Electric, things like that, in terms of the equipment that they produce for medical health. So they create like brain scanner. So this doctor made a test, an easy test, which was like, supposedly, and even in our days, the regular medicine, they teach in the university that kind of point in the brain is just like an aircraft that the machine produced, like a random dot in the brain. But the guy said, okay, if that is a random dot, it's a simple way to test it. We take the same person and we turn it 180 degrees and put again into the brain scanner. And if the dot appear in the same spot, it's because it's not a bad function of the machine. It's because this guy has this spot in the brain.
Correct. So you're saying if this person spun around and this spot moved to this side, that would prove that it's not a artifact of the machine, but an actual activity in the brain.
Exactly. And that was what happened. And the connection is that this guy, for example, if you have, let's go to the cancer so everyone understands. If you have a brain cancer, not brain cancer, but because my dictionary in terms of the organs is a little poor, but pancreas,
breast cancer, pancreas, okay.
Yeah, breast cancer.
Breast cancer, okay.
If you have a breast cancer and you are a right-hand woman, you're gonna have that spot in the same part of the brain. It doesn't matter which woman it came to this brain machine and make a scanner. Mm-hmm. All the women that has breast cancer in the left breast, and the woman is a right-hand person, is gonna have all the same kind of spot in the brain. And that happened with all the cancers and a lot of other disease. And that is called, in terms of this medicine, that called DHS, which means Hammer. It's not the letter S is not from a spot. Well, you have there in English, and that is it's like a way that nature has to repair ourselves. Mm-hmm. But now, when for example you have like a tiny ball inside the breath, you're gonna go directly to the chemotherapy. So the chemotherapy is gonna stop the natural process to repair yourself.
Right.
And they're gonna be poison you, and suddenly you're gonna die because a chemotherapy is going to weak
cells,
all your body.
Right.
Exactly. It's a little more complex. When I say we have all the equipment inside our body to repair ourselves, we have it. It's a little more difficult to explain. It's a little more deep to explain the process and understand how it works. It's not just so easy. But a lot of time, the regular medicine, they had to lead with placebos and also to spontaneous heal. For example, when a person go with a breast cancer and 3 months later, this person has, they never took chemotherapy or nothing like that, and they go to make a new check, and suddenly it's
called
not
spontaneous.
Exactly. So the regular medicine said, "Oh, you have like a spontaneous recovery." So what is that, man? I mean, in terms of scientific way, how
is that
happened?
Explained? Right.
Yeah, and they don't know how to explain this. And there's one neuroscientist, this guy called Eben Alexander, Eben, E-B-E-N, and he tells a story how he had a disease that destroyed his brain in a few days. It was some form of meningitis. I forget exactly what it was, but he was an expert on this. He felt the prayer of his son. It's a crazy story. You have to hear him telling the story, what happened, and he got completely recovered, regenerated. And he thinks it has to do with prayers that he heard, and he traveled through different places. He saw different things, and he ended up seeing his sister who had died, and some other things. It's a complicated story, but it's one of those spontaneous regression things, recoveries, that is explainable.
So Hammer is the name of the doctor, then, H-A-M-E-R.
Exactly. But this is a change, a life changer information. I became across with this topic 3 years before the flat Earth. And it was because my uncle has he have a cancer in the lung, and I'm starting looking for new information, because everybody knows that the chemotherapy is just a business, a really psychopath business.
Right.
And I came across with this this guy has a lot of television interview. He's a regular doctor. He was, because he died last year, but he was a regular doctor and a really good one. In fact, he invented a few patents in terms of the medicine. You know, I mean, it's not just like a shaman or something that like, no, he was a really good position doctor in German. And he started, you know, after he create this new way of seeing the disease, he started accusing all the Zionists, the Zionists, because if you start making a little deep research in terms of the cancer statistics, for example, the one of the community that has really low number in terms of cancer are the Jews, and the Jews use the Germanic medicine in their special, you know, high quality hospitals and things like that. So this guy started writing letters, and one of the last letters that he wrote was delivery to the President Trump.
Mm-hmm.
So this guy is a really important person for humanity. In fact, you know,
and it says that he's been alienated from the whole medical community, of course. Because they don't want, I mean, anything new like that comes out, and a lot of people are going to ask questions about, well, why have we been doing chemotherapy? And think of how many people have, and rather than just admit that, hey, we didn't know, or hey, we're learning as we go, they just shut it down. They don't want anything new coming out. They think they have the answers to everything already.
Exactly, and
isn't it funny as well that what you see here is all coming from magnetic imaging.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, crazy, huh?
Right.
The electromagnetic spectrum.
Isn't that ironic that?
And you can test it. The nice about this medicine, immediately when I start to research, I'm start testing in with myself, of course, and then with my closest family, and always match. I mean, always match, because you have dictionaries. Unfortunately, the bio dictionary that I have is in Spanish, but I know I have web pages in English, so then I can send you for sharing in the comment section. But I mean, if you start looking like just like a simple cold, you know, or a pain in the throat or whatever, you just go in there and start looking why your body produced that, and you know, 100% matches. And that is the crazy thing behind this, because this is the only therapy or the only medicine that has 5 laws. I don't know how to pronounce it well.
Laws, you got it.
Yeah, because the normal medicine, they don't have any law at all. It's all speculation.
This here,
I think
is the back of a book that's talking about the 5 biological laws here.
Exactly. That's exactly.
And he's still alive, yes? Dr.
No,
Henry.
he died,
he died.
2017.
Oh, man.
Yes. And there is a really nice video, which is in English, and it was made by a friend of mine. A really short one, because it's only, I believe, it's 4 minutes. Let me just, because it will be really nice to play it now. Let me just search it in YouTube, so I don't need to make you type in Spanish.
One thing that I could add here is that we know that from at least medicines of the past, like different kinds of treatment traditions, that sound and enchanting and singing and other kinds of connections can bring cure. For instance, among the Kung people, there's a hunter-gatherer people in Africa, in Tanzania. They are considered, not technologically advanced and so on and so forth. But in this story of their story that they tell, there's one story that, in particular, this woman, that she receives her brother, there's people sick in the village, and her brother appears in spirit and says, ask the elders to sing this one song that they will remember, and he will be cured. And they sing the song and they get cured. And, of course, all of this connects to resonance and mantras in the Vedic tradition as well, that how you keep your body also attuned to certain frequencies, right? And that being something that's lost as well. In some people, people nowadays are reviving in different forms, and I think this has a lot to do with it as well. These kind of resonances, ways of how your mood sort of, it was what we see with Bruce Lipton's work as well, right? That you probably know, in epigenetics.
Yes, Lipton, yeah. Well, the video that I sent to Jeran, at the beginning, there are just a few texts in Spanish, but I sent to you from the right spot. It's about 34 seconds, and it's in English, so you can play it maybe until that start just with Spanish text.
With sound or without sound?
No, with sound, because the sound is in English and the subtitles is in Spanish.
Okay, gotcha. I'll play it here. Let me bring it up on a small player. There's a mini tube, this one. Oops. Let's do that. Okay, here we go.
One of the most obvious instances that we all know is the phenomenon of worry. The doctor tells you that you have to have an operation. And that has been set up so that automatically everybody worries about it. But since worrying takes away your appetite and your sleep, it's not good for you. But you can't stop worrying, and therefore you get additionally worried that you are worrying. And then, furthermore, because that is quite absurd and you're mad at yourself because you do it, you are...
I'll just stop real quick right here. But, I mean, isn't this the problem, that science will never recognize any of that?
Yeah, some have, like I'm saying, like this is the thing, like we have all these people that maybe they're considered rogues or whatnot, like Rupert Sheldrake or Bruce Lipton. Bruce Lipton is a mainstream geneticist, like a guy with all the credentials you need. There's so many of these guys, like the other one I mentioned, Aben Alexander. This guy as well, all the credentials can possibly. I think he was a Harvard neuroscientist that went through a completely impossible kind of recovery. So. Yes and no, right? Because the science, what happens, what you're saying, Jaren, if I understand, there's so much pressure to conform to the paradigm, the mainstream kind of this materialism, which it doesn't fit the evidence.
No, there's no money in any of this. There's no money in researching any of this. There's no money in telling people that they can heal themselves. There's no money in researching this stuff. Of course, the money comes in places where big pharma can make money, where these companies can make money, where hospitals can make money. I think this world needs jobs. And because of that, I'm not saying we need it. I'm just saying that the thought process is that we need jobs. And as we
keep the economy rolling,
absolutely.
Right? That buying, everything, like the president comes out for Christmas and says, go buy. That's what we need.
Everybody believes that. Everybody believes that, I used to work as a drugstore manager, and all we cared about was making more money this year than we did last year. It's all that matters in any business. You have to increase your productivity. You have to, decrease your costs. You have to increase your sales. So if every business is like that, then this is all that will happen. When you have somebody like this come out and say, oh, wait, we can do other things, there's no money for anybody to be made. The money is actually being drained away from all these companies. So every interest in the world, every single company has an interest in making sure that this stuff doesn't come out. So all the scientific studies go towards the things that can make more money, which is new drugs, new medication.
Yeah,
new
because
pills.
they are funding their own studies too.
Absolutely.
So they put the money where they want the money to go in terms of research, right?
Right, and you've got all these lobbies and the big pharma and stuff like that they need these things passed.
They shouldn't exist at all.
No, absolutely not. JQ sent a super chat, says, has anyone mentioned Dave's app recently? No, Baller Dave. I don't know if Baller Dave needs to get that app. Which is the Flat Earth, Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app. Get it today. And then he says, just checking. My wife says, hi, Linda. So, Iru, that's to you. Also, Shejuit. Have I mentioned I have an uncle? who is a Jesuit. True story.
Jesuit situation, if you want to see in that way.
That's my favorite one. If you want to. And that's great, man. You used to have a lot more than that. They used to play drinking games with you, but no, your English has got much better.
You need to pay for that.
Oh, yes, it's not free. Let's continue. Sorry I interrupted this.
Worried because you worry, because you worry. That is a vicious circle.
And let me just say, and no, I don't know. I don't like to bring this up, but at the same time, it's true. My mom, as healthy as she was, 66 years old, the only thing that I could say was a problem with her is that she constantly worried about everything, worried about global warming, worried about her neighbor's tree falling on her house. It was just constant worry. And so, when somebody like that has, sudden heart failure and passes away, sometimes you look back and you're like, man, I just wish she didn't always worry so much. Because like this guy said, when you worry, you don't sleep well. You don't eat well. I don't think that that's the best way for you to live your life, is in constant worry. Even though you might be healthy otherwise, maybe it's hiding some symptoms that you're, I don't know. I see people worrying so much.
And in fact, make just in private, but if you tell me the exact technical name that the disease of your mother, I can send you the biological response for that, and maybe you can at least maybe think another way.
Well, we didn't. I mean, I'll probably regret this forever, but we didn't do an autopsy. But it's just sudden heart failure.
Okay, well, yeah. I am going to send the few topics about heart failure, and maybe you can find something there.
Sure. Okay, we'll continue this. You want to watch this whole thing here? You think it's good? Keep going?
Yeah.
Okay.
I until, let me just, because I cannot remember that video, and maybe if it's not in English, it's keep all the text in Spanish, right? Maybe go a little more forward.
Sure.
Go a little more forward until the text it's ended.
Okay, gotcha.
More like. Let me just.
We go a little more.
No, okay, stop it there. I stop it there, and I going just let me just, because it's all in Spanish. But
okay,
the thing is that the people believe like worry is just like a word. Like it's not have any consequences in your body. Every single thought that you have, every single emotion that you have has consequence.
Mm-hmm.
It's not free.
Yeah.
For example, and I always.
That's why this is the thing that I find that because I mean we've been on the same page on this for a while, either. Like I've had kind of the same kind of thoughts for a while, and I've been thinking about it for a long time. And the way I did it for myself is that I learned to pay attention to when I felt something that I could flag as something that I needed to reflect on and how to change it. I would catch these things, and I would then get rid of them. And I put a lot of work on getting rid completely of some kinds of, because like you just said, every thought and feeling and action has an effect on how you are. And sometimes we grow up not in the best kind of environment with the examples of the people around us, and we end up incorporating certain things that later come to haunt us. And so one way to we're talking about medicine, we're talking about therapy, but of course we're talking about how we feel and are in the daily life. And that's why I always emphasize the notion of gratitude and the resonance of gratitude and generosity, because these things are very important for maintaining going on that path of health, I believe. Right, and avoiding all these things like worries and so on. And this is something that we see in antiquity, even in Epicureanist philosophers, because they're even in Stoics, is the idea of tranquility. That is the most important thing. Keeping tranquility no matter what. It's a kind of wisdom. So, and that I think is connected to health. And what we're seeing here is of course the scientific
well, I mean, we're in this fight, what is scientific? But obviously, right, this is something that you here would be presenting as scientific. It's just cutting through with these paradigm shifts that we're seeing coming from all over the place, including with cosmology. But yeah, sorry, I got a little carried away.
I'm just reading about Dr. Hammer here. I'm going to do some more reading on this because I'm sure there's some great books. But
Jeran, let me just stop a little bit. Can you play? I send you a web page.
Sure. Oops, and I had the wrong page.
That
Sorry, guys.
you can open just the web page and just right click and say translate to English.
Not the YouTube video, but the second thing you sent.
The second thing, because the second thing contains both the video and the text.
Got you.
You scroll a little down, and a little down. There you go. That's the video. But do a right click on the page.
Oh, you want to translate it?
No. Okay, perfect. Yeah.
I have this Google Translate.
Yeah, translate it. Because the video that you're gonna see there, it's no, go down.
Sorry.
Okay. Maybe you can go a little bit up, just a little bit, and you're gonna have more. There you have the interview, Dr. Hammer that said that 1992. Mm-hmm. But no, scroll down. Let me just scroll down. There you have it. That was said Transbasca. No.
Oh, sorry, I was just copying
that. Ido, the interviews with Dr. Hammer, are they in German or in Spanish? What are they, the original ones? When you watch the videos, is it? Can you see in English or is it?
No, it's in German. It's in German because he's from Germany. But let me just clarify this. If you just open the 1998 Transka, that is the interview. The guy, the Dr. Hammer, is he go to the medical faculty university of Slovakia, and made in 7 patients with 20 specific medical conditions at the Santa Elizabeth Institute of Oncology in blah blah blah. So he go to he go directly to all kind of medical universities and made test with this. That is why he never going to the he trying to put in jail like 3 times and trying to kill him like 2 times.
His son said his son was shot. His son was shot and killed. Dr. Hammer's son was shot and killed, I saw.
Yeah, that is how everything started. But after he get out this information and presented as a doctor with all the conditions that the regular stuff you need, some guys trying to put in jail, but he get the authorization from the health industry because he proved that. So when you play that video, it's Dr. Hammer, which is the guy who is in that position, trying to say to the people, saying, hey, "Wake up, man! This therapy really works. I came here as a scientist."
Right.
It's in German, but you have the transcription.
Right.
That is what he said in that interview, directly to the authorities.
Right. And so what he's basically what he's saying is that he found the cure to pretty much anything.
Not the cure, because the cure it's already in your body, in your brain. Right. What he brings is the understanding of why you have that particular disease. That is not a disease; it's just an emotional conflict.
So the emotions get transformed, become part of your body, psychosomatic sort of idea.
Yes, he discovered that the brain, the psyche, and the organ is connected. So if you have, for example, if you show me like brain scanner and I saw that spot in some particular place in the brain, I can tell you via just that single image, I can tell you what disease you have and what organ affects, what was the time when it started, and what was the cause in your life. Like, okay, your someone trick you with money, and you blah 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 blah, and the people start to, you know, like freezing. Yeah, cry, freezing. Of course, the problem is that any for having this really work, you need to talk with the patient like 3-4 hours, and that is not commercial.
No.
Because in our days, you go to a hospital, the doctor maybe don't even say hello to you, and immediately you just say, I have pain in the arm, and the guy took a pen and make like a recipe, and okay, there you go, buy this pill. Next one.
Right.
I wonder what's if he says anything about spiritual therapies, because we know in Brazil, for instance, there is this
He talks
over
about
and again that people who might have a spirit that's causing them harm, that could be diagnosed as schizophrenic. There's been a process of curing this that's like very successful, and it is by talking the spirit out of it.
He talked about that, and the schizophrenic in particular is which it's called constellation, when you have like multiple conflict actives in your brain. And in fact, the history behind this guy is really amazing. I mean, how he started, why he started, what happened with his sons, his
so how was
wife.
it? So his son, what happened exactly before he went on this path?
He was a really good position doctor in German. He invented the scalpelo. How is the name in English? The knife to operate people.
A scalpel.
Yeah, but a really amazing one. So he patented that, and he patented a few other things. So he had, money, incoming money from that kind of things. He was a regular doctor. He was very good. He has a very good contact in terms of people in high ranks in German. So he was outside in a river, like in a lake, with his wife and his son in a boat, and a guy who the royalty from Spain, something like that. It has like it was the Duke of Segovia. I don't know exactly which is the place in Segovia. But this guy starts shooting on the air, and one bullet hit the head of the son. In another boat, like I don't know, 50 meters away, something like that. A really random event, if you want to. So they took his son to the hospital, start to trying to make survive, and after 6 months, the sons die. So he was 6 months with a lot of stress, and when the stress end, because his son died, he contracts testicle cancer, and his wife breast cancer. So he, as a doctor, start thinking, okay, man, this is impossible, because I was a really healthy person, and I don't understand why I have this cancer now, and why my wife has this cancer. So he started looking and thinking in terms as a doctor, as a scientist. So he started thinking about, what happened to me and my wife in the last year that, caused some kind of really, really big trauma, really high stress that can produce this. And because he was a chief doctor in his hospital, he has access to the oncology part of the hospital and the history from other patients. So he start talking with every single one patient in the oncology room,
the
department.
ward, right?
Exactly.
The room.
Yeah, and he start to have a connection, a direct connection, because all the patients that has, territory problems, all has problem in the riñones.
What do you mean territory problems?
But give me the name of riñones.
We mean kidneys?
Kidneys, where you make pee, because because for mark your territory, you use the pee. That is the way that we have been designed, that is why the animals mark their territory. So for the humans, it indistinguishable, the thing that what you think or what actually is in real life. It doesn't matter. If you start thinking in a naked woman, maybe you're going to have an erection. And of course, no science can show you the image that you imagine yourself. But for you was real. So real that you have an erection. Sorry for my example.
The examples, there's different examples that have been given. For instance, like you can think of a different fruit and you will start salivating.
Exactly.
There's ways of that.
But this is my example. I know that is a really rude example, but
but it's perfect. It's a direct
observation.
How is it that the imagination has such an effect on our bodies? Like if you read a book, even a book in particular, I guess, if you get really into it and there's some action going on and something you need to know, you won't be able to stop reading, and you're gonna feel emotions. That's what you want, right? And it's obviously just coming from words and your imagination as you relive that, and it's very similar to something like masturbation, as you mentioned.
Exactly.
Right?
But I am not talking about masturbation. I'm just talking about like a direct, observation, if you want to see in that way.
Yeah, no, but on the
imagination can produce things in your body directly.
Yeah, but it's the same thing. Like I was saying with food, you start imagine if you just sit around the table and you start talking about food with people, do they not just turn to you and say they're hungry? How long does it take? Yeah, right. So it's very similar things on how what we imagine can have a total effect on our bodies immediately, and these effects are physical, like what we were just describing. Yeah,
exactly. So because he died, his sons died. The organ that was affected was the direct organs to produce and feed your sons. So the testicle produce, the sperm. And in this case, because you have different way to live with that kind of trauma. For example, for example, the woman, she can in the breath, because with the breath you feed your son. But maybe if the wife start thinking another way about the loss that she had. Maybe she contracted cancer in the ovarios. I don't know which is the name.
Right, the ovaries.
Yeah, exactly. But that is the difference between the emotions. I don't know if you follow me what I'm saying, but the guy, start thinking in this way.
One thing that just to clarify for people, so they have this big trauma with their son dying in this horrible accident. Immediately they get cancers in their reproductive organs. They have a lot to do
No, immediately. Or
very soon.
No. And this is important part.
After
when you are active in the conflict, when you are still, having that emotion of stress, your body is going to produce all the things to keep you alive. So when you resolve the conflict, because maybe your son get better or maybe your son die, so you don't have any more choice. So
it took 6 months, right, for that to happen.
In this case took about 6 months. But when the problems end, whatever the reason was, now your body start to say, okay, I need to repair ourselves, because during the period of the stress of the trauma, we eat ourselves. Literally
kind of consuming
yourself, exactly. And it's directly linked to the emotion, the organ, and the event itself. This kind of triangle thing that is always matched. So after the sons die, the doctor start to repair himself, and then is when you produce your cancer.
You got the cancer.
But you have the first law of the medicine, shamanic medicine, is that for produce a cancer, you need to have a specific situation, which is you need to live like a really shock situation that take you take you like you never expect that, and you need to live alone.
Caught you unawares. You mean something caught you by surprise?
Yes. Let me 1 minute.
Ido, how does he explain then children with cancer? What is it? What's the deal there? Because in some cases, the children are young, quite young.
Well, he's saying that they would have to have
but the cancer in childhood, they live through the mother. And it's also tested. The autism, for example, the real autism, not the autism produced maybe for external components like vaccines or things like that. For example, and my cousin she has an autism, and the case in the autism is really violent environment in terms of the like a childhood living situation in his house, even during the when the woman is pregnant. It doesn't matter if the child get out or not.
There was a lot of tension while the baby was growing in the house.
Yes, exactly. And not just that, because the autism is like the child closes himself to survive, because he feel this really violent environment that surround him. So to protect and save his life, he closes it.
Right.
And they also say, mothers that are alone, that the baby can sense that and has certain issues when they grow up. That's why it's better with a mother-father relationship, because when the baby's in the stomach and the and the mom is laying with her husband, that there's a connection, feeling secure. But when it's a single mom and she doesn't have her husband, maybe he's out working, or maybe he doesn't exist, or maybe he's gone by now. Then the baby grows up with the connection issues. So I could
another thing I would point out is that sometimes, there's some exceptions that may occur, like we see, for instance, in the life of Beethoven, right? His mom had syphilis, and she had a bunch of miscarriages, and when she got pregnant, they thought of taking him out, and he turned out to grow up and be deaf, right? Because of the disease. But it's odd that particular person came in. Like it may happen. It's just something slightly because we're looking at something that seems very if this environment makes a lot of sense. So if the environment is not so good, the baby will develop certain things. But sometimes someone comes in to this world and that is there to do something else, that those things don't catch them somehow. If you know what I'm saying, like they have some sort of a mission into bringing something into a family, and I don't know. I don't know what you think about these things, but and
let me just clarify that I am just talking about the 10% of what really is the shamanic medicine, because my language is not allowing me to go very technical, but it's really a life changing. I really highest recommend this topic, because this is the kind of thing that you can apply directly right now to you, to your family, to your friends, because in our days we have all this disease that is going to treat like with pills and chemotherapy in the holistic way. I mean, it's going to try to put a chemical, poison, and the problem is, for example, here, if you have a cancer and go to the doctor and ask to the doctor a simple question like, if you are in my case, you're gonna treat with chemotherapy yourself. He's not going to answer. So he's gonna say like, well, I'm a doctor and I am not allowed to reply that question. Because he knows.
If he answers in any other way besides chemotherapy, then you'll be quickly outed. And then here's the other thing, Iru, which I think people fail to realize, is that if you give chemo as the the answer, you need to take chemotherapy or whatever, and the person passes away, there is nothing that goes against the doctor, because the doctor prescribed the correct remedy for cancer.
Right.
Whereas
if
you dare do anything different, then you will be held responsible. So reading his Wikipedia,
even if they survive longer.
Yeah, reading his Wikipedia here, they're saying, that he was jailed because there was let's see here, he had for malpractice, his license was taken away, and it was said because right here, when parents of a child suffering from cancer refuse medical treatment in favor of Hammer's methods, so basically that child died, and what they're saying is, it's your fault because you should have given him what science or what medicine says, which is chemotherapy. But if you die when you're in chemo, then it's never on the doctor, because the doctor did what was correct according to.
And the other thing is, if you ask to an oncologist, for example, why I have breast cancer, they don't know. They start, just talking about, well, maybe you have so much stress, so you're gonna give me a therapy without knowing the cause of my disease.
Right.
That is insane.
Yeah, one thing that I find is also connected to this that you may want to take a look. There's a documentary that I recommend sometimes called Forks Over Knives. And in that one, what you see is that some people who are taking 10, 15 more different kinds of pills a day. There's this one guy in particular, is a number of people, but there's one guy in particular who he's really all red and he's bloated. He has to take all these Diet Cokes to just in the morning to get up and everything. And he's following his doctor's treatment, dozens of pills, and his family saying that he's really angry. There's lots of problems. He goes straight to these, kid you not, nutritionists, who turned to him and said, you're going to go cold turkey on all your drugs. You're going to follow exactly this prescription. He actually has an arterial problem. His artery is cracking. They put him on a strictly vegetarian diet, but super well designed. Cut all his medicine. The guy, within months, he's running. He's happy. His family is he's completely transformed, and his artery regenerated. And that's just basically going straight away from the allopathic medicine and following straight nutrition. Because these people are also on a diet of processed foods, destroying them for a long time. So it's quite interesting, because that's another avenue as well, that just with nutrition you may cure yourself too, for some conditions.
Yeah, but the thing here is that when you can get cure with a lot of many things, but the key here is understanding why you produce yourself that condition. Then you can go and start changing your diet using the MMS that I talking about that a few shows ago. You can go to pray. It doesn't matter what you do for get the cure, but
as long as you change that pattern, is that what you're saying? But you need to understand.
Exactly, you need to understand. We need to understand where we live to understand ourselves, and that is the basement of the flat Earth, if you want to see it that way, right? So the key thing is always for humans is understand what's going on to change that pattern and get better. So I can, maybe I contract a cancer. Of course, if I contract cancer, it's going to be an acid. My blood is going to be acid in terms of the pH. But I can change my diet, of course, and I get cured. But I always have in my mind what this happened to me, what about luck, or what I did, or what was that stress that I have, supposedly. And this give you the understanding what happened to you, what was your feelings, your thought, your emotion during 3, 4, 6 months about some particular condition that produced you that. And that is so powerful in your, daily basis, because you understand what you are doing wrong.
So,
and this is not just with the cancer. This is like with a simple cold, with a simple, maybe bones that are weak, your bones, or maybe, sorry for my lack of English disease, but it's a really powerful information.
Right.
And I really love to make some English presentation,
Just a question on this. Like, if, understanding what he's saying here, and just some comments. I mean, I guess both of you guys will have comments to make on this, on how, the whole system that we have coming from the mainstream media and the indoctrination system is fear-based, right? It generates that worry. It makes you marinate in worry. That just watch the news. Everything. It probably generates worldwide disease. It might be behind the epidemic of cancer, even if you follow what it was just said here. I think maybe. What do you think?
Yeah, but it's not just, of course, the fear-based news that we have, of course, because that give the system the power of the advertising, for example.
But is it like those things are really happening to you if you're watching the news and it's constantly pain, suffering, this happened, this negative thing happened, these people hate each other, this racism's going on? I have a feeling that the body might take that as, because you feel, when you see somebody who's crying on TV because their child died, you feel those emotions. And I'm just wondering if that stuff just tears you apart from the very beginning. And like I said, that's one thing that my mom did every day. She watched the news for an hour every morning and was worried about that, worried about Trump, what's going to happen, he should be impeached. It's just constant worry about everything. And she was worried about, Sharon, what do you think about, global warming? What do you think is going to, aren't you, fearful for your son? And what if the ocean levels rise? And I would just sit there and tell her, like, Mom, why do you worry about any of that? Like, it doesn't affect you at all. Zero does that affect you in your life. Please don't worry about those things. But I just think that the more that you're talking about, Rodrigo, there's constant, you can call it fear-based or fear porn or whatever, but I just wonder how much of that stuff is really necessary for your body to take in.
A lot of people report living better lives after they stop watching the news. I'm one of them. I cut television years and years ago. I don't have a television ever. I go and watch things on online, of course, like everyone else. But I'm in charge of what I watch. I have ad blocks. I don't get ads on anything. So I feel that I'm exercising a level of choice that makes me relax, as opposed to how before I would watch the news. I remember in the States at the time of 9/11. Right, how what kind of impact that had as well in the whole psyche, and that it was so bad that it caused, it led to wars and to a lot of destruction and death. So what fear can do, it can generate even that level of conflict, which is absolutely horrendous, and we don't know how bad it is because we haven't been there. And in the States, you get the veterans coming back. And they have such a level of PTSD that, they're killing themselves, essentially.
Happens all the time here, too.
And Jeran, go up in the web page, go a little up, and go to where it says index A to C.
Okay.
That button. Then you have all the disease and with the Germanic medicine approach.
Wow.
So you can find, based on the alphabet, you can find whatever you want and just click on it and start. But for example, let's click into breast cancer, something like that. Maybe it's going to be a little down.
And just so everybody knows who's watching this, if you're interested
there you
in
have
this
it.
stuff,
There you have
breast cancer,
tumor, or
glandular,
breast cancer.
Intraductal.
Let me just
breast cyst.
Breast cancer in the woman, it's not there.
Well, these two must be women, either glandular or intraductal.
Okay. They're glandular, yeah. So then you have this is of course is based on the shamanic medicine, so you need to at least understand. It's very simple to understand. Just read the basic, you're gonna understand the keywords that it's using. But then you have in this is a really nice page. Is an English page, but you're gonna have here all the information about why your body produced that, how it's produced, what kind of tumor that you're gonna have if you are in an active phase or you are in a health self-recovery phase, what you need to do, how was produced, why you have that. And it's really, like I tell you, it's really a life-changing. I mean, you're gonna feel, and you can test it. Unfortunately, you can test it every single day, because everyone out there has a friend or a family with this kind of condition, and you can help it.
How long did he work on cataloging all this? Did he have a lot of help from people?
Wow,
how did he
it says 40,000 case studies, but it says a lot of it came. Of course, he didn't have money, so what he had to do is rely on the paperwork from other, patients with other doctors who allowed them to see. I'm sure the name wasn't involved, but allowed them to see the scans, the CT scans.
No, yeah. He worked like 30 years.
Right.
So his son died all the way back, and so this has been going on for all this time.
Yeah, it said his son died in
until 2017 that he died.
Yeah.
And how did he deal with all these critics? Because obviously his Wikipedia is attacking.
He's a German.
So he managed to hold on, I guess. No matter what.
They said he had 10 attempts on his life.
Yeah,
wow,
and
try to.
If you go here into Wikipedia, of course it's going to be a little mess.
Right,
but when you go to then go down. Look the title. Jewish conspiracy theories.
Right.
And no, because there are the pictures where the Minister of Health of Israel is with hammer signing the paper to use that techniques in their private super highest
in their hospitals. Right.
Mm-hmm. So there is no any conspiracy. In fact, I have that document in my computer because it's free. He put all the pictures from the guys signing the paper to use the shamanic medicine.
And now who's carrying it forward, his work?
It looks like this one website is
a lot of people.
Simply what
lot of people.
This doctor here was saying. Let me go back to where was it? Helm. So this doctor here is talking about Carolyn Markland, PhD. Is just basically saying that there's a lot of misinformation out there, and that they're trying to keep this site as something to push all the truth forward. And because of course, if something like this in the medical community is going to always be talked bad about. Because what you're talking about completely makes all of medicine obsolete. And imagine, but that's the kind of thing that I say could never happen.
That's the problem.
It's not really medicine. Right. It's like an industry, like you said, Jared.
Right,
before.
And it's the same thing as like
making money.
And it's the same thing as the space industry. They can never come out and admit that they were wrong.
And in fact, the problem here is that every shamanic doctor, if you want to call in that way, is gonna tell you that for yourself get cured. You have your own responsibility. So I cannot give you nothing to cure yourself. I am not. I cannot give you a pill of a treatment. I can just be with you and make you understand why you produce your own disease, and I can follow you and trying to be with you and tell you, well, we need to change the diet, we need to make this, that, blah, 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 blah. But the ultimate solution, it's inside you. And a lot of people, they don't want that kind of responsibility. They want to go for someone else to resolve all the problems.
Right. Give me a pill and just tell me what pill I need to take.
Exactly.
It's kind of like what we talk about how easy it is to believe lies versus going and searching the actual truth. If it takes any work, nobody wants to do that. It's much easier to schedule an appointment with a doctor, go in there, he tells you go to CVS and get this medication and you'll be healed. That's so easy. You can be done in a day. and you can get back to your real life. But to actually research it, and then you have some part in your own healing, and you have to go through these 3 stages that he's talking about. And they say that many people get stuck in that second phase because you can get medicine that will mask the problem. We all know that. I mean, that's how they, if you've got a headache, oh, here's the medicine that will mask the problem. Well, the real problem is the fact that you have a headache. So what you're saying is that there's a cause of that headache that you need to address. It's not just let me take a pill that makes me not feel the headache. That's just going to, eventually catch up to you. Whether it's in a year or 2 or 5, we don't know.
Yeah, exactly. And in fact, here Linda told me that what was how it was the ending of Hammer. What happened to Hammer the last
when he died? You mean how he died?
No, he just became a very bitter man at the end. He was very sad and bitter and just indignated, I guess. How is it called?
Right, indignant. Or revolted, I guess, from so much injustice, I guess, against his work.
That's what's so sad, man. That's what's so terrible.
He was sad at the end.
Stuff like this that could be life-changing, that could be, curing millions, if not billions, and this kind of stuff gets pushed away because they've already got a system set up, and they've already got a system set up where there's a bunch of people who have jobs who need those jobs. You can't just do away with the medical industry tomorrow.
No, and it's funny because when you grow up imagining how things can be reformulated, at least I remember having thoughts of how a whole industry could go obsolete because you've found something that makes it obsolete. As you've seen that sometimes, now we have these smartphones. They're made the other kinds of phones obsolete. That kind of thing. Right, but it's controlled by the same kind of people. When it comes to something like this, how can you change from capitalism or get rid of the financial market system or Wall Street? Right? How's that going to happen? Even though everyone knows it's a game, it's a kind of gambling. It shouldn't be there, right? And it makes no sense.
Yeah, I remember the first time that I was in the North Carolina conference. I made a stop in Atlanta, and I have like 10 hours waiting in the airport. So I get outside and just trying to walk out and visit the city. And there in Atlanta is one of the biggest center in terms of the cancer treatment. And I enter there to see the pamphlet and the information, and it's all based on fear and bullshit. And the amount of money you just can't even imagine, the hundreds of trillions of dollars in fake treatment. And in fact, and let me go a little back in time of this conversation, because you talk about the news, but something that was really to have in consideration is like, for example, in our days, the cigarette box, it has this word that said smoking produces cancer. Mm-hmm. So the statistics show that when they start putting that in the boxes, a lot of people start to having more cancer.
More cancer.
Interesting.
Because you believe it. You are smoking with guilt. Like, guilt, yeah. Exactly, and a cigarette never, ever can produce cancer, because the cigarette can have you really put you in a toxic way, and you can die about being intoxicated by the nicotine and all these components, but never
if you smoke 500 cigarettes in a day or something.
Yeah, in fact,
overdose nicotine.
The lung cancer is based on fear to the death. So a lot of people that never smoke get lung cancer. Mm-hmm. So there you have the proof.
Right.
It's not a direct condition that if you smoke, you're gonna have lung cancer.
No, there's people that smoke and have been over 100 and smoke packs a day.
Exactly.
They never got it.
Of course, I am not recommend everyone out there
also,
smoke a pack of cigarettes.
Right, but you know also that people who smoke. I had an uncle who died of a fulminating heart attack when he was 33, and in the middle of work, in the middle of people, in front of people, and he was very worried. He was in the worst part of his life, and he was a chain smoker. And you see that people who are very worried turn out to be chain smokers. There was another director of one school that I went to as a child, and he died, and he smoked 3 packs, one after the other. But that was a symptom of his worry about something else, right? People smoke to relax, actually. But that some people are very, very nervous. They smoke a lot, and they basically marinate in that, and they're worried. I guess that probably is not a good combo. But yeah, as you're saying, like I totally agree with you, Ito, and that these images, it seems like it's helping deter people from smoking, which is the worst thing there is. But in what you see in many cultures is that tobacco not only is a very special plant. If you can look at the biology of tobacco, it's a very smart plant. It has protects itself with super clever techniques. It's incredible what it can do. But it's a sacred plant that's used for cleansing in many kinds of shamanic sort of ceremonies.
Yes, and here in the chat, Gregory May said it's all in the mind, and I gonna add to that it's all in the heart. Because what really drives you, it's the emotions. The brain is like a tool that in our modern medicine, it's like the god of goddess is the brain because it's the most easily thing to control. But your heart, your feelings, that is another way, is another thing. Because a lot of time we say, why I did this, that I was feeling that it's gonna give me trouble, but at the end I made it because I think someone convinced me in terms of the logic, but my emotion told me no, don't go there. You know what I'm trying to say? So here is the important thing is not the mind. The important thing is your feelings. It's what you feel.
I guess you're talking about also touching upon what people call intuition, which is something you feel, and then you feel you have to do something. That we talked about this before, and that
that
is
maybe
a kind of
it's
connection.
not a logical thing to do.
But it's the right thing to do, and you
Exactly.
can tell. You can tell, but it's only if you're attuned to this, you're able to pick it up. If you're too worried, you're not going to be able to pick up on those frequencies. It really brings you see this with the best look. You can look the stream of Magnus Carlsen, who's the best chess player in the world today, playing blitz chess, 3 minutes chess against super strong grandmasters. He's super calm. He's super calm all the time. He's like, okay, I'm going to do this. But the game is super tense. Because super grandmasters, they learn to control their emotions. They know that if they get nervous, they're going to lose because things are hanging on a thread. It's very complicated. Chess gets super complicated. It's beautiful as well. But that is one of the things you learn, that if you don't learn to control your emotions when you're playing, you will lose. And worrying, of course, is out of the question there.
All great athletes would say that. I mean, there's no way you can play with fear. You can't play with doubt. That's the difference.
To be concentrated.
Right. You just have to learn to turn that off. And I mean, I know a lot of people don't agree with sports or whatever.
Musicians too. It's the same. Imagine when you're playing that super hard piece of music and that you've been studying, right? It's very hard to control your emotions when you get on stage in front of people. To perform something that you care a lot about. So musicians also talk a lot about this, especially improvisation. It's something that you really need to let go in order to sound good. And it takes a lot of practice to get those fears out and to relax, especially when it gets increasingly complex. So it's very similar. All we're saying, that high performance in any kind of technique or skill, it requires that kind of tranquility. Which some people have called the flow as well.
The problem with that is too, you can never test that stuff. It's just not testable. I mean, I've heard people try and talk about, why sports teams are better at home, and it doesn't happen all the time because sometimes, a sports team comes out and they're not doing so well at their home arena, and then the fans feel defeated, and then the fans don't get behind you, so you end up losing that game at home. But it is true that, sports teams win more games at home. It's because you've got the crowd cheering for you, and you can build that up in your mind, and then you've got the opposing team.
Oh yeah.
That
home court advantage.
Right. I'm sure it happens.
Does
Does it happen at all in soccer? I'm not really sure if it's as prevalent as it is in America.
Yes, it's more in soccer.
Oh, really?
Of course.
Yeah,
It's a
because
big
the
deal.
crowd
It's a big deal.
is like thousands of
That's-
people.
That's why
Guys,
they
I
have
need
have
to go
back-to-back
away.
games.
Sorry for the interruption, but here is a little late, and
no problem. Yeah.
thank you for having me on, and
Thanks,
see
it was
you
fun.
the next.
Yeah, see
Friday.
you next Friday. What would that be? The 3rd. Yeah, awesome. So Happy New Year. Tell Linda Merry Christmas, Happy New Year.
Thank you, and Happy New Year for everyone.
Yes.
Merry Christmas, Ido, and Happy New Year with Linda. And I think Louisa is supposed to answer something. Linda has some photos that we need to share. So Louisa, I've been asking her to do that. She's been super busy.
Perfect.
We should do that because I wanna have those pictures of Amsterdam with you guys.
Okay. And Happy New Year for everyone in the chat.
Yes. And of course, follow Iru. Always links are in the description. Join his Patreon group. Support him, support the show, support his channel, all that fun stuff.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
See you next week. Yeah, and if people don't know, I do not think we are having a Globebusters episode. I think this is the second week we're taking off. I think we'll be back January 5th. I'm not sure. I have to check with Bob on that. I know he had to step away. But I think so far we should be back the 5th, if I'm not mistaken. But there is not, at least that I know of, a Globebusters show this week. There was a good Globebuster episode, though, or at least a release of the Globebusters Pro. So people should check that out. Go to the Globebusters channel, which is in the description as well. And they had the second episode of the Globebusters Pro. Bob basically interviewing a guy who had some interesting stuff to talk about.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, it was a good episode. So Bob did an excellent job. I think those things will be coming up more and more. I got contacted from a guy that's in the military that wants to talk to me as well. I get so many requests for interviews like that, and it's tough, but there's a lot of these people, I guess you call them subject matter experts, that are coming forward to give their side of the story and talk about some of the ways that they have doubts or at least skepticism about the globe. So
there have been so many of them, man.
Yeah,
So
no,
many.
and I think they'll keep coming, and so I think that Globebusters Pro is a great idea. So thanks to Ben from Taboo Conspiracy for heading that up and getting that going. So obviously,
And Karen's being so quiet. I mean, I wonder if she's still here.
I don't know. I went away from the thing here. Let me see. I think she's muted. Nope, she's gone.
She's muted.
Wait, Karen, are you there? No.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I muted because my children got home and I didn't want to interrupt. So I just put myself on mute and I just been listening.
All right. Hello, children. Hello, Karen B. No, and I think I put Karen's link in the description, and so people can follow that. Everything going okay with your channel, Karen?
Yeah, everything's going great. Doing shows every Thursday with Brian Stavely, but we go back and forth between his channel and my channel. But next Thursday, we're going to be on my channel, and it's going to be the ultimate Bigfoot red pill.
Uh-oh. Who's coming to tell us that Bigfoot's real?
Well, me.
Oh, you. Okay, thank you. I thought you were having some guest on or something.
No. Well, Bigfoot is something that I've been into for years and years and years. And people have been, that's something I always talk about. And people have been asking me to do a show on that for a long, long time. So I'm finally getting all my stuff together and I'm going to.
Beautiful. So it'll be like a little presentation almost?
Yeah, it will be a full-on presentation and I'll show even all the stuff that I found on my property, footprints that I found on my property and everything. So.
All right. I look forward to that. Just don't go watch that one dog trainer. Have you seen that guy who says he caught a Bigfoot? And
oh, Peter Kane. Yeah,
Peter
he's
Kane.
hoaxing.
Of course. but he is funny. If you're looking for comedy,
it is funny. I'll give him credit, though.
Yeah.
He is funny.
Yeah,
and he has a cool raven.
Yeah, you can't say he's not funny. He's a little bit crazy. But aren't we all?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't see a problem with that. But for people who are very interested in obviously Dr. Hammer and the 5 biological laws and all that, I do have links to both those sites that you had me go to, so those will be in the description following the show. I'm all for checking that stuff out. Obviously each person's health is up to themselves, so I'm certainly not giving any medical advice, and I don't think anybody here on the show was giving any medical advice today. Simply opening your minds to other alternatives, because, of course, we've all been taught that there's only one way to heal yourself with these medications that just get these, big pharma more money. And, I don't see it as the best way. I've seen too many people go the wrong way with those techniques, but I don't know anything about this stuff, so I want to look into it, because I think that's one of the most important things we can do is stay healthy. And I read some of the stuff in the Wikipedia about what he was talking about, how all diseases, I'll have to find exactly the words because I liked what he was saying. Oh, right here. According to Hammer, no real diseases exist. Rather, what established medicine calls a disease is actually a special, meaningful program of nature to which bacteria, viruses, and fungi all belong. Hammer's Germanic New Medicine claims to explain every disease and treatment according to those premises and to thereby obviate traditional medicine. The cure is always resolving the conflict. Some treatments like chemotherapy or pain-relieving drugs like morphine are deadly according to Hammer. So, I think that, and I'll actually put his Wikipedia link in the description as well. So I think people should check that stuff out. It seems very interesting. And, of course, you find out that he had, 10 attempts on his life. I don't think that, that would happen if he was just speaking nonsense. But, I mean, what do I know? But I think that tells you a lot, that these are the kind of things that can't come out. And it's kind of the thing that saddens me the most, is that any kind of new research or discovery or opinion like this, which should be okay for people to talk about. We should be able to hear these things. Somebody should be able to give a presentation. But this stuff is just shut down and hidden. And it's the same thing with free energy. It's the same thing with, carburetors that run on water, or, all the, I mean, there's so many things.
No, it is out there, right? But I mean,
it's hard to find,
as you mentioned, how is it that they, it's like a war, right? They come at whatever it is that is good, and they either destroy it or they take over. Which you see with anything, like even the whole thing with environmentalism, right? Who's not against pollution, right? You want everything to be dirty. And have you seen some places in Africa, like Nigeria, some places people live, you wouldn't believe that they're actually living in such filth. And they have no choice. They've been totally, dealt the horrible hand by the powers that be, and...
Listen to this story here. It's the Olivia Pilar case, which is also in the Wikipedia for Dr. Hammer. And it says, in 1995, Hammer was associated with the Olivia Pilar cancer in Austria. Pilar, then age 6, suffered from Wilms tumor. Fearing the painful conventional therapy, Pilar's parents consulted Hammer, who diagnosed the girl as having several conflicts rather than cancer. When the parents refused conventional medical therapy for Pilar, the Austrian government removed their rights of care and control. The parents fled with their daughter to Spain, which was Hammer's place of residence at the time. After negotiations, including the intervention of the Austrian president, the parents were persuaded to return to Austria. By then, Pilar's health had deteriorated. The tumor had grown very large, weighing 4 kilograms, filling most of her abdominal cavity, and was pressing against her lungs. The lack of treatment had reduced the estimate of survival probability from 90% to 10%. After a court-ordered conventional cancer treatment with surgery, chemotherapy, and radiation, Pilar recovered completely and was still alive in 2010. Her parents received an 8-month suspended jail sentence in Austria. But I guarantee that story is not as Wikipedia tells us. Anyway, I just thought it was an interesting read.
Odd. I thought, as you were reading, I thought, okay, she's going to die, but she survived.
Yeah, that's what they say. But, I mean, again, I don't know the time frames of all this, and it's just interesting that, when a parent wants to do something for their child, it's not even allowed, that the Austrian government removed their rights of care and control, basically taking custody of the child and basically mandating chemotherapy. But, again, just because you have one case where it turned out correct does not mean that that's the way to go.
Yeah, they have to mention the one case, right? That's already kind of odd. Because what about all the other cases? How did it work?
Well, in that one site, people should check out that site that I'm going to put in there, the Material DNGMG, because that one showed all the 40,000 cases.
Also, we don't know from that article, at least, what are the reasons from the parents? What exactly is the evidence? What is it that was presented? What are the details? So that's one of the problems with these things. That's why you cannot take seriously Wikipedia for anything, for doing research, because it's edited obviously by mockingbird agents. Like we know this at the very least. Just look at the pseudoscience entry. Right, the kinds of things that they single out there, you're gonna see many things that might not be put in that box. So yeah, and the thing is, how do you what's the way not to get triggered and worried and moving forward? Because how are you gonna? We dealt with the trolls. We know what they're doing. We know that the astrophysicists have lost already. It's and then all you get is people calling names, and you get the same kinds of repetition.
Yeah, sometimes I think this is why to some people it's time to move on, and I think because we've already said what we can say, it is kind of preaching to the choir. How many times can you call space fake? I think it I don't know, changed my life, makes me feel a lot differently and better about the world. It's made me a better person. Seeing the creator, caring more about family time, time with my wife, having a baby soon, at least that's our plan. So hopefully that comes to fruition. But I think so many of those things are going to make me much happier. And that's what I'm happy about. So the sad thing is, I think sometimes we get caught up on others. And I really think it's important to focus on ourselves and then, pass any information we can onto others. I mean, that's kind of how I use YouTube, right? I mean, it's changed my life, and I don't want to tell people what to believe, because then I feel like I'm no better than Neil deGrasse Tyson, or if I say to people, flat Earth is true whether you believe it or not, those kind of things. I mean, it's just, I don't want to be like them, and that's the biggest problem I have, is that you're trying to get this information out at the same time. I just want people to be open to different options, to different ideas, to different theories, to be able to take it for what it's worth. I mean, that's why the video I just did yesterday, showing people that when you hear things like multiverse, or when you hear things like string theory, or when you hear things about the Big Bang, or those kind of things, you just have to recognize them for what they are. And it's okay. I'm not saying those people can't have those jobs. I'm not saying there should be no such thing as theoretical physicists. I'm certainly not saying that. If people want to theorize about whatever they want, go ahead. I don't care. I just want people to recognize it for what it is. The problem with today is that a lot of people are being told those things and they take them as fact. Expanding universe, 14.54 billion year old universe, 4.54 billion year old Earth. They take these things and they adopt them as their beliefs, and I just hope people recognize that you don't have to do that. I just did an interview with Noel Hadley the other day, and it's not something that's going to be published because it's not going to be on YouTube or anything. It's just getting ready for his book. But, just really talking it out made me realize that going back and realizing why I got involved in YouTube at the beginning was really because there wasn't a middle road from what I could tell. And I've told the story 1,000 times, anybody who's watched any of my interviews with different shows, or when I kind of told my how did I become a flat earther story, or whatever. The hardest thing is that I was raised religious and thought that was the one road, and then was introduced to the whole idea of science. And when I became an atheist and hated the ideas of religion and thought that I was lied to there, it was very easy to adopt science as the truth because I didn't have to do a lot of work. But then when I started wanting to debate Christians, and I wanted to tell people that they were wrong, and I wanted to kind of push my opinion, I realized that science was worse than religion, because it was a system of beliefs and that people just fall in line with it and they don't research it. And I've told the story about the Facebook group where, some guy said, oh, we know the age of the earth because of carbon dating. And when I tried to step in and say, no, that's not the reason, then I got attacked. And I was actually on their side at the time. So really the reason I got into YouTube, and it was before I ever made a video, was because there wasn't a middle road. And I still think it's the same today. And I want people to understand that they don't have to adopt these dogmas. You don't have to dive in and believe it. It is the whole false dualism or duality, that it's one or the other, that, it's science or religion. There's so many of these kind of options where people have to jump on one side or the other. Or, am I an atheist or a theist, or am I a? And I think people need to recognize you don't need to jump into those belief systems. When you do, then it becomes impossible, or at least very difficult, to get out. You become entrenched in that belief system, and people might say the same thing that's true about flat Earth. They can say that, and that's fine. They can say that all they want. They don't know what we've gone through. They don't know the research that I've done. Obviously, I'm sure nobody.
What I find surprising is like the level of vitriol. Like how people still are triggered.
Oh, absolutely. Because you're going against...
And how they love to just kind of call flat earthers idiots or something like that without ever even looking for themselves, which is, I think it is, I don't know how it makes me feel.
But they were taught that.
That's what I'm thinking. And no, I know. Yeah. But, the thing is, what surprises me is that after so much time, still, but it shouldn't surprise me. I'm just thinking... I don't know how I feel about it.
I think there's a few different people. There's people now that are, making money off the idea of, a Simon Dan or somebody like that. I mean, he's found his niche. His niche, and he's got a ton of subscribers. I'm sure he's making a lot of money on YouTube. I'm sure his videos don't get blocked for not advertiser friendly, like flat earthers do. And that happens to, most of our videos. And plus, he's showing clips of our videos. And when you show clips of our videos, you're not going to get copyright claimed, right? If I show clips of Neil deGrasse Tyson, of course, the second I do that, the video gets claimed. Well, when you're showing clips of me, or you're showing clips of Globebusters, or you're showing clips of DITRH videos, you're never going to get hit with copyright because none of us do that. It's that simple. We don't claim copyright on other people's videos. So he found his niche, and I think there's a lot of channels that are out there that are like that are just, they enjoy making fun, and they certainly don't want to learn anything about flat Earth. They already believe the Earth's a globe. They're happy with that. They're happy with their beliefs, and I'm not trying to stop them from that belief. If anybody has looked into it and they want to believe it's a globe, I mean, that's fine. I've done my part in introducing the topic and allowing them to consider it. If they don't want to consider it, that's on them. It's not going to affect. It's not going to affect my life. If I'm the only person who believes that the Earth is flat, then that's fine with me. I don't care. It's like I don't. The only thing I want is for people to have the opportunity to consider it, because it's something I never had. Growing up, I never had. So I totally understand where people are coming from when they're upset or it upsets them. It's the same thing when I, told my wife she was stupid for thinking it. It's, it's the same thing, because we were shown pictures of, boats going off the edge.
Yeah, but there's a difference, right? There's a difference that, okay, maybe you reacted that, but then you always go back to that and think, how stupid I was to say this, but it's not your fault either. And also you very quickly you're like, okay, yeah, you reacted stupid, okay, but then you went and checked, and very quickly you're like, you went into the rabbit hole, right?
Well, luckily I was at that place in my life when she mentioned that I had thrown everything out and realized that we had been lied to and was ready to start anew. And that's why she said, do you think the Earth could be flat? And that's when I said, no, absolutely not. There's some things that are fundamentally true. Like, I had already decided to scrap everything and start from the very beginning. But when she said that, I was like, oh, I'm not going that far back. I don't ever want to, abandon things that are fundamentally true. But then in doing the research that I did at the beginning and kept looking into it more and more and more, the more I looked into it, the more I saw that we were lied to on a massive scale when it came to the whole idea of space. And when you started...
How did you decide to go on that particular one? Why? Because I understand... even her saying that, it's quite a thing, because...
Well, like I said, we had realized that religion had taught a lot of falsehoods. And I tried to go back and see original writings and things like that. And the more I realized that things had been massively changed. And then I realized that the Catholic Church had basically, changed the Bible, changed the order, decided which books would be allowed to go in and go out. And then there were just some things in the Bible that I couldn't wrap my head around. There's, and again, once you realize that people can change, it's just words on paper. It's just words on paper. So words on paper can be taken anyway. And that, there's verses of the Bible that were used both by slave owners and by slaves to bolster their position. And that's what words can be, right? It's just like when the Bible says in Romans, whatever it is, Romans 7 or something, that, all people must be subjected to their government. that their government is put there by God, and that if you go against your government, then you're going against God. So it's very
it's the
easy.
same with the princes before and the kings of Spain. They had that same discourse.
Exactly.
They were the representatives of God on earth.
Absolutely, and that's why it says in there, honor the king, which is just ridiculous, because there's no way that the book knows what every king would be like. So it would never.
And what is really weird about this, and it's really funny as well, is that like in the story of Theseus, right? He goes in and kills the Minotaur, right? Comes back. It's a whole story in Athens.
Right.
He comes back and they give him the kingship, and what he does is that he gives it up. He doesn't step onto it. Right? This is the kind of foundation story of democracy, right? Is that it's against, even the Roman Republic was completely against the idea. What they hated was kings and dictators, and then it turned around again.
Well, the Bible's kind of that story too. Every time you put somebody in charge, something goes bad. Seems like that's really the case. That what do they say? Absolute power corrupts absolutely, or something like that. No, but anyway, I mean, once we realized that it was just words, and I mean, I've talked about it before. Her brother-in-law is a big preacher, a big pastor at a church. And
I'm just curious. What I was thinking is that how, what I find very interesting about the story, like at least, is that how at that particular time she manages to come up with this particular one. Because if you're saying, okay, let's start over from zero, I understand is like, let's come, let's go, blank slate. All right, cool. Let's start over. I can think I can imagine a lot of situations where people are thinking that, but then they don't think, could it be flat? Because that's so badass.
The whole idea,
I think,
it's the whole. It might even be the idea of morphic resonance, and a lot of people seem to come to that conclusion around the same time. Because, like I've said before, my wife and I were flat earthers in around Thanksgiving of 2014. And we remember going to my mom's house for Thanksgiving and like chuckling, like, oh my goodness, we actually think the earth is flat. Now, this is before Mark Sargent ever released a video. I believe I looked on YouTube and all that I found was Matthew Powerland, but he seemed a little bit, off the rails. There was nothing, I think God Rules was somebody who was on YouTube talking about flat earth, but it was very few people. I'm talking, a handful. And there just wasn't anything really substantive there. But when she said, and it's funny that you said that, so we start all over, we say, okay, we're just going to build up our own beliefs from the ground up. It just so happened that, and I can still picture, we had a 2-story house, and when you look out that bedroom window, the way that we were at like the, I don't know how you explain it, we were at like a T in the street, right? So there's a big long street, and if you drove that street and you just kept going straight, you would hit our house. So if you looked out the window at the front yard, you're looking down a extremely long street that kind of goes away from you, off into the distance. And from our second-story window, when you looked out the window...
It's kind of like where you see, I don't know if it's a good comparison, but where you see in LA, kind of in those areas where it's so flat and you see so far and the streets are so straight.
Yeah, it's just, I guess where we lived in Salinas, it's just, the view off into the distance, off to the horizon, just presented itself very flat Earth-esque. And so she just looked out the window and said something simple like, do you think that the Earth could be flat? And, of course, I immediately got upset because the thing that in my mind, and I had thought about it before. I would be lying if I said I'd never thought before, could the Earth be flat? I've talked about it before. And I think everybody has thought this, that you are at some point in your life, you've walked outside, you've looked at and something has told you like, wait, could the Earth be flat? But you quickly change that opinion based on everything that you've ever heard, everything that you've ever been told. And
well, when I was a kid, I would lay on the ground, and we sometimes with one of my best friends, we would lay on the roof of the house and look at the sky to see the clouds going by, and I would try to imagine, is it spinning? Like, can I really feel? Because they were saying it's spinning, and I would try to feel that spin, and that's one of the things that confounded me. Right. And probably eventually I gave up because it's like, okay, we can't feel it, so what's going on here? And but then I gave up because it's the whole thing of being upside down, right? A lot of people now, they say, if you saw Karen B share that video with the physics teacher saying, so you think people in China are upside down and stuff in high school? Have you seen that one? that flat smacks physics teacher flat smacks classroom in a high school.
Yeah.
And it's kind of it's a first situation you get when you look at a ball, right? It's like, so people are clinging to it upside down, and then they give you the magic of gravity to compensate for this. But intuitively, in what you feel and experience, it's just really wrong.
That reminds me, I was just driving on Christmas Day, and I was thinking to myself, I realize how now, I just realized how Santa got to every house in one night, and it is because of gravity. It took me a while to realize that, but it answers everything else, so it might as well answer that question too. So, and that's how he was able to live at the North Pole, and that's how his reindeers fly. It's
probably the Easter Bunny also, how he hides on the ground, probably has something to do with gravity.
I'm sure, yeah.
Comes up at Easter time as well.
Yeah, so no, it was just that, and very lucky that she said that, because I don't think if she did, I would have ever.
And so that actually stuck with you for some reason. You decided to start looking. It's just so.
I was already looking right when we decided that we were going to start from the beginning, and I still don't know why this is. And if you can actually follow my progression by looking at my Tumblr account, because that's the very first thing I ever made was jeranism.tumblr.com. And I still might even auto post my videos there. I'm not even sure. I haven't checked it in so long. But if you're able to go back to the very first posts I was making, which would have been in late 2014, all had to do with NASA and the moon. And the reason for that is because that's kind of where I started when I said, okay, let's start from the very beginning. I had realized by that time already that 9/11, because my buddy had mentioned it, in 2005 or something, and I had come to that conclusion years before. And so once I realized that we could be lied to, kind of the first thing I thought about was, wait a second, I remember a lot of people have said that the moon landings were faked. And I thought that was very important to at least grasp for me whether or not that was fake. Because, once I saw, 9/11, we can be lied to on a massive scale. They can put out this propaganda. People can believe it all over, and people will never see that something more sinister took place. And, of course, Kennedy. We were, I know we didn't get through that whole list today. But, of course, Kennedy, which was on that list. And so it came down to the moon landings, like, okay, let me look into that. And it just so happened that while I was researching the moon landings, somehow I got taken to Eric Dubé's site. And, yeah, just talk about timing. It just so happened that I was reading through that. And, of course, his was a flat earth site. And I didn't realize that at first. I think I followed a link to something about the moon landings, and then kind of liked what he had to say. And that's when I always, like I said about videos, whenever I see a video I like, I click on the channel to see what else has this person talked about. And same thing with that site. When I liked the article, I kind of clicked up to the main screen, and what came up, the very first article on there, just showed in as big as could be the azimuthal equidistant map. And, just staring at that for a second, it kind of hit me. And the only reason it hit me real strong is because my explanation to my wife of why the Earth couldn't be flat was because planes can't go around it. Or, if it's flat, how would planes go around it? And it never even entered my mind like a dinner plate was something flying on top. And that was just kind of a big realization to me. It made me realize that your own bias or your own conditioning, indoctrination, whatever you want to call it, can actually block you from even seeing or considering other options. And
I remember something similar that happened to me. I think it was 2011, 2012, when I moved to Scotland, which is already kind of quite north from. I was in Vancouver. I went to a little bit further north, and in the university, the professors in anthropology in the department, they were experts in the north, so they were going to the Arctic. They're going to Lapland and even Greenland. There's people going to Greenland, in Russia. A lot of people going to Russia and so on. And that's their work. And also Northern Canada, Alaska, right? So in the department, there was a map of this area. And of course, as you imagine, how do you take what map of this area you're going to get? It's kind of like the azimuthal equidistant map. It is just this circuit, the North Pole, the circular, the Arctic Circle. and whatever is in there, because anthropologists recognize the relationships between all these people. So people in the Lapland, in Russia, all the way to Alaska, and in the Hudson Bay in Canada, and then Greenland, and then then Iceland and northern Scotland, and then back to Norway and Finland. You do this circle, right? You have Finland, Russia, Canada, or States, and so on. That is a circle, and those people have been connected for thousands of years. But when I look at that map, I kind of pause for a while, and I remember that and this is like 2011, 2012. And I didn't know what was drawing me to it. And I remember making a comment with someone. I was like, I haven't looked at this so well, and it really struck me. And then at that same time, when I was starting to look at Shetland, which was the place I was going to live, I saw that it appears in the Mercator map, the one that has the Black Mountain in the North Pole, the Mount Meru, so-called Mount Meru in the Vedic scriptures, but there it's described as a black and very high magnetic kind of mountain and so on. And there you have it, and that's kind of pretty much flat Earth right there. But it really did not even struck me when I was there what was going on. That was, something was pulling me to show me this. And when I came back this year to look at the islands there and how far you can see, it's just so clear, and it's clear for everybody there. It's very hard to deny, because people there deny it anyway. Of course, some people deny it, some people see it, but you can see there's a certain island called Fula that you can see from the mainland, the whole thing. Right. And it's, 40 kilometers, whatever. You can see it from the beach. It's they grew up with it. They see it every day, and they can see very far. And they've been going on ships around the world. So it's not people that easily fool that people. I think at least is what I learned, that people are quite smart in those places, even though it's a small community, because they've been all over the world, and that kind of thing is so clear. But yeah, I think it's odd that how there is a resonance behind, what seems to be the case, like you're saying, she may be catching something, but how all got kind of drawn together as if it was meant to kind of happen. Certain things are meant to happen. Yeah.
Well, I see the internet could possibly be the reason for that too. I mean, the internet is a way that people can all come together with the same ideas and beliefs. But I think that all the evidence that started to come forward, and all the evidence of NASA fakery, mixed together with the lies that they've told to push the globe. Now, could the globe be real and they used lies to push it? Sure, I guess so. That's a possibility. But certainly, when we measure it, and when we look back, at least when I look back at the history of it, certainly seems to be fabricated. When you get all these reports of what's going on in the sky and the distances and everything, it just seems like a so-so story, right? It's just a story. And
I was going to say, Jaron, the globe can't be real, dude.
No,
it can't be.
Well, what I'm saying, no, and I certainly don't believe it, and have no inkling that every evidence and every research that I've done has just pushed me further and further away from it. And
there's always Jay Tolan, right? It's kind of a big problem. The Globers go nuts with Jay Tolan.
Well, because that proves that we see too far, and they have to explain that. And that's what I mean.
So far.
I mean, when we say could the Earth be a globe, I'm talking. It's a lot of people have said before. Well, could it be 100 times bigger, and that's why we don't see curvature. Well, you can argue that all you want. I don't see that as being the case. I don't think that the stars would work like they do and all this thing. But it certainly seems like it's just, you can have an existence, you can have a place where people live, and you can map it on anything you want. I mean, that's basically how it works, meaning what shape. As long as it's not a shape that, like I said, you can't do it on a sphere, on a cube, because there would be edges, unless you have some mathematical formula that proves why we wouldn't feel those edges. So It's the same thing.
For
with the sphere.
me, it's one of the big ones is the lack of centrifugal force in this whole rotating, spinning, and that it's just
Clearly,
really
it
goes
makes
against
you would
basic
fly
physics.
off of it. No, this is what I'm saying is that with any shape, and they came up with a sphere because the sphere allows them to make something up that explains it. Would we be flying off? Well, yes, but if there's a force that's pulling you back, then you can have it. And then they say, oh, that same force is what makes everything right. It's the weakest force, right?
Well, I mean, I was just thinking it's like when you get I was just doing that the other day. You get I was using a comb. My hair is a little bit long, and I was just going with a comb, but then you can pull off against gravity like pieces of paper, with just static electricity from your hair.
Yeah.
No, you know what I'm saying? It's like even that stronger than the gravity, and the big, huge Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles in the equator, and nothing. You can feel nothing. Come on, and no difference between moving from north. I've done it so many times crossing the equator on an airplane. You feel nothing, and you can see from the center of the Atlantic. I see the coast of Africa. Like, I don't know how 1,000 miles away, or I don't know how far it is. It's pretty far. In the middle of the Atlantic, should you see Africa? I mean, I saw it.
Well, see, that's what I mean. They're just able to come up with an explanation for that. They just tell you that, that what you're seeing is through the lens or the duct, and it bends with the Earth. So, I mean, basically, and that's what I realized when we went out to the Salton Sea, when I talked to that guy Spencer from the Independent Investigations Group, is that it didn't matter, and it still doesn't to this day, and these are things you learn along the way. It doesn't matter what evidence we show them. So I've had some people ask me recently, somebody wants to do a test over at Lake Tahoe. Somebody else wants to do a test at the Salt Flats. And I just realized now that it doesn't matter which test we do, they will have an explanation for it. Doesn't matter.
The one thing I do, what I do here, and what I think is also in your test, I made this comment about your laser test as well, that you have the proof there, and it's not in the test. It's in the lights in the distance. It's very simple. I go out here and I see places in Belgium. So far, it's like 30, 40 kilometers away. I see the lights. I see so far where I am. It's very flat. Right. And all you have to be able to tell is identify what's the altitude of the town that has the light that's hitting you.
Right.
It's quite simple. Where you are in the thing they show in the behind the curve, where you are, and everybody's looking at the laser. You guys are standing in a place that you can see so far with the lights. I mean, and all that has to be done is find out what are those towns. You identify those distances. That's it. Boom, where you are, where those lights are. Yeah, and you don't need the laser.
Imagine if we would have had, the result was that we came up with a flat Earth result. What would have happened in that movie? We came up with no result, and they took it and made it seem like there was a globe result. So my question is, what would have happened if it was a flat result? I mean,
they would have left it out.
Right. So that's what I'm saying is that
they would have just cut it out.
Correct. So that's what I'm saying is that there is nothing that will get it across. It doesn't matter if we see. I even asked the independent investigations guy, if we see 30 miles a mirror flash, what is your explanation for that going to be? And without even seeing that evidence, he just said, it means you can see that far because the light travels along the surface of the Earth. So it doesn't matter if it's behind. And I said, yeah, but you have to have line of sight. And he says, no, you don't. Not if the light that you're seeing travels in the atmosphere and it bends with the curvature of the Earth. So
yeah, but that's the kind of thing. They would say that, but that's not even part of refraction, the science of refraction in the air that we have 100 years of.
No, but if we did show that, who's not going to? If you're a globe believer and that's what you want to believe, if you're, that's what you're going to go
cling
with.
On that,
right? And that's what they've done with. I've already seen Canigou from 175 miles away. The reason that these guys are so lucky is because we have an atmosphere which blocks us from seeing very far at all. Right now, with infrared, can we see almost 500 miles? Possibly. But then again, there's nothing that's big enough that you can see at those kind of distances, right?
Did you see the Canigou photos with the infrared? I think we were looking at it last time, right? Mm-hmm. That look kind of like Jay Tolan. That's what we were showing. Remember that you saw all the different peaks are named and.
Oh right.
And just remember that we were looking at that. It was like quite far away also. Yeah, those observations.
I figured that's only 175 miles, right? or 250 miles. So figure as you get further away from that, those mountains become so small that you can no longer see them. So there just isn't anything that we'll ever be able to see from, say, 1,000 miles away. It's just maybe a large lake. I think Jay Tolan's claimed
Yeah,
to
you see the Jay Tolan, what you can see is that, like, when you zoom into the horizon, some of the
like the Great Lakes
shots,
or something.
yeah, that you can see, like, you see a mountain, but then when you look, there's a horizon beyond it,
right?
And there's another mountain beyond it. It's like it's just so far beyond what you
we've
expect.
already proven that you
point.
can see way beyond how far you're supposed to see. That's already proven without a shadow of a doubt. So they just have an explanation for that, right? Call it mirage. You can call it looming. You can say that things are popping up from behind curves. The edge. That's the edge of the globe Earth, and those things are being lifted up perfectly to your eyesight. And then of course there's obviously looking across water, you get that effect where sometimes the bottom of the buildings are blocked, and then they're able to just claim that that's curvature, and they go home. So
yeah,
it's
the big
really
problem
easy
is
for
that the buildings are not tilting. That's one of the problems that you can actually observe if you get a curved surface. So if you put sticks on a ball, right, all around the ball, you observe those sticks tilting away as they go behind a curve, right, and you make that ball big. That tilting should be happening with buildings and with the sky, especially with clouds. That for me, that's one of the biggest kind of giveaways, because you can see the horizon. Yeah, things will resolve. There's a vanishing point in the horizon, but when you look up, and this is one of the things that we have to realize. It's interesting to think about that when you see the sun. Sometimes you look at the app, for instance, where is the sun over? It's so far away. You can still see it. It's like it's over Brazil or something, but I can still see it. So, and when you think about the clouds that you can see, the clouds are at the horizon, near the horizon. They might be over, they might be over, I don't know, 500 kilometers away, because that guy in the United States was able to take that shot of the sprites from 500 kilometers distance in the sky. So he needs to have a line of sight to the sprites. The sprites are 100 kilometers up, and he's 500 kilometers away. He can still see it. So what you're seeing, the clouds you're seeing near the horizon, they might be 500 kilometers away, and they should be tilting with the curve, right? And they're not. So you see them perfectly sideways always. And that for me it's a big problem, because they say that gravity attracts to the center of mass. So that tilt should be happening. There's no way around it.
I just think that the biggest problem for them is, at least for me, is it's just an unbelievable premise that I was taught at such a young age that I had no choice. And now that I'm able to think about it and reflect on it,
it drives them crazy, say.
Yeah, I just think that it's a much easier position to take, and I believe in being a good person. I believe that the flat Earth idea, the theory, the idea of there being a creator, we're here for a reason, is a much better position to take. And like I've always said, take the good and leave the bad, right? Well, when I look at
that's proven. It's proven by so many events in people's lives. I know somebody who. He just happened to be in the right place in the right time to glimpse somebody who falls on the ground, passes out, right as when a car is about to come in, and is able to kind of save this person. Like, there's so many things that are so odd that happen that don't fit chance. It's kind of like you're talking about Michio Kaku, right? If suddenly chance is not part of it, there's gains of luck. There's kind of chance when you throw a dice. Even that's not chance, because there's a way you throw the dice. It's kind of, we discussed as we talked about the synchronicity game and I Ching. I Ching is another one that you it's when you play it, whatever question is that you ask is going to give you to a text that's going to really evoke something. And sometimes when you do it, you understand it can possibly be random, because you try and look, you say, wow, this is so meaningful to what I'm saying, but it doesn't give you a straight answer. It's very odd how it works. But if chance is out of the picture, what's going on? And what's going on, it's much more interesting. So, sorry.
No, absolutely. I just totally agree. I think that I just care more about practicality and things that affect people's lives here. And everything with space is out there. There's no anything practical coming to humanity. All the money that's been spent has been wasted. It just goes back into the, and that's the thing. I mean, I say wasted, but people would just say, oh, no, it's gone back into the communities.
Well, I mean,
yeah,
they have their balloons. They have their balloon. They have some things, right? They have their flying. They have a bunch of airplanes that they fly. They have the balloon programs. They have, I don't know. And then most of it, it's this
that's
inspirational.
That's maybe Earth research.
STEM.
More than anything in that. I'm not
some
against
of that.
I'm
Yeah,
not
that's
against
right.
having high altitude planes. I'm not against having balloons to monitor weather patterns or.
Or they go into caves and stuff. They even do that because they do geology,
Sure.
right? And they call it NASA. They say that it's exoplanet. That's the part that's kind of ridiculous. Where they go down. They do that. They go down
stupid.
caves and then they say, "Oh, we're studying just the way it's going to be in some planet."
Right. No, and then anything exoplanet or talking about things that even physiologically are just literally impossible and should never be explored. Those things should come down the road thousands of years from now. We're not even close to that. But people all of a sudden think that because they're told that those places exist and that there's people who are studying them and we've got these signals coming from these telescopes, and people all of a sudden believe it. And when you have people believing it, then you can have people who make money off of it, and you can have people that have jobs around it. And that's just what's going on. That's been going on for the last 60 years. So
and they expanded into adding this kind of fake research in the ISS, like we saw with Nestle, right? Or the foam, the bubbles. You saw this, right?
Right.
The ESA foams in space. I mean, it's like one thing is interesting is that it looks so ridiculous. They're so ridiculous that it cannot. I think we're turning it around big time. Like for instance, with my mom. He brought her a whole bunch of. He really helped her in many ways to see what was going on, and she just became. She enjoys laughing at how ridiculous these stories that they put in these documentaries with NASA in the middle are. Now that she's been to the conference in Brazil as well, and she saw some of the information there. Of course, she's critical of the whole, preachy kind of side of things. But she appreciates the information, but she ended up getting a lot of joy out of understanding how.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, I've gotten email after email after email, and I mean, probably thousands at this point. I'd like to say hundreds, but thousands of emails from people telling me that their lives are better, that they've made changes in their lives, that they were former atheists, that they've become believers again, that they went away from a creator and now they're back. And there's just so many good stories, and I don't see any emails on the other side from people saying, hey, because you told me the earth was flat, I went and did this and this, and now I don't see that. And so when I see the kind of quality person that these globe believers become or are, there's people who tell massive lies.
Neil deGrasse, right? With this rape record.
Well, that's the thing. I'm looking at what leads you to be a better person. And when I'm talking flat earth and I'm talking about a creator, I think that those things, when people listen to them and they consider them and they look at the lies that they're being told, will lead them to be a better person. And hey, I've made mistakes.
This is one of the things with the flat earth that is the message, right?
Right. That's what's important, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
I've made mistakes. I've misspoken over things, but I've never lied. And when I see other Globe channels who go out there and lie about me, lie about Globebusters, lie about, they funded this and that's just flat out lies. They're just telling their people lies. And while Globe believers might look at my channel, and I encountered one in Dallas, the guy that was there with George Nutt and Chuck, whatever his name is, George Nutsack. There was a guy sitting next to him, and I went and I was actually nice to George. I just went up to him and said, "Hey, I want to talk to you about what happened with Brian Mullen." And we were talking, and then some guy to my right that was just sitting in the chair said something like, Brian Mullen got whatever was coming to him for telling lies on his YouTube channel. And I turned to him and I said, "What do you mean he was telling lies? He was telling people what he really believes. He's not lying." He's like, "Well, you lie to all your listeners, Jism." And I was like, "Oh, I didn't know that this was a Globe believer sitting next to me. I thought that he was
Was that M. Stone, Jaron?
I don't remember what his name is. I think that he ended up getting in a confrontation with Flat Earth Fokker.
It's funny.
Oh, yeah, that's the same guy. It's the same guy that I confronted as soon as he got to the conference because somebody messaged me and they said, "Oh, he's there and this is where he is," because he was posting pictures. And I said, "Oh, I know exactly where that's at.
Right. And he was just a dirtbag. These are the kind of people I don't want to talk to because I turned to him and he's like, you tell people lie. I'm like, what lie did I tell people on my channel? Explain to me where I lied. And he said, you tell people the Earth's flat. I'm like, no, that's you can't say that that's a lie.
That guy's been trolling us for years.
What a loser.
Years.
It's funny that these guys, they get so butthurt that they have to kind of go in the conference to actually get kicked out. As Bob was talking about, that guy that got kicked.
And to think that I would be going to these conferences and speaking and that I would just be telling lies, it makes me sick. I mean, that's not what anybody in Flat Earth is doing. Nobody.
I just sent a picture in the chat, Jaron. Was it that guy?
Let me see. He has like long hair or something looking. Oh, no, I don't think so. Hold on.
Was there a bunch of them carrying like...
I don't think that's him. He was sitting across the table from Nut and Chuck?
I don't know, but that guy was there, and he's been trolling Flat Earth for years.
Oh,
literally years.
No, I almost think I'm trying to think. I think somebody told me he has a channel, but I can't remember what the channel name was.
Well, at least there's a good side to this. Some people get
Team
something...
Skeptic, maybe.
Yeah, something like that.
I don't know. There was a few of them that showed up. A lot of them showed up. It's like now they're starting to get bold, and they show up to these things like they're going. I don't know what. I think they do it just because this is what their Globe Channel MO is. They try to lure us to doing debates on their channel or, challenge us so that they can exploit us to get views on their channel and get money.
Of course.
Right.
Yeah. And so, I'm just starting to learn. I'm just starting to understand that they see it the same way. They're going to say things, oh, you're doing Flat Earth to make money. And they just don't understand how things work. First of all, you don't make money in Flat Earth. You don't make money on YouTube for years. It's not like you can start a channel and tomorrow you make money. It's just not how it works.
But it's projection because they make way more money than we do.
Right, obviously.
Off of this. I mean, they get so many more views. I've had people make videos about me. They get thousands and thousands and thousands of views.
Oh, right. I mean, look at the video by Professor
tens
Dave.
of thousands of views. And I'm sure they've done it to you too, obviously, because you're a much bigger channel than me. But that's what they do. And then they turn around and they go, oh, well, you're just in it for the money. And I'm like,
right.
What money?
That's what they're doing. Yeah, it's one of their
Where's
tactics.
the
Like
money?
they accuse you of exactly what they're doing, right? That's one of the things that they...
Well, that's why I think Dave searches his name sometimes in YouTube. And I'm always telling him, like, I don't do that anymore. I may have done that the first 3 years or 4 years. But then I realized, wait a second, all these channels just realized that if you put my name in your title, that you'll get a bunch of views. And I tell my listeners, you feel free to watch any of that stuff that you want. The thing is, if somebody knows me and somebody's watched me, then they'll recognize the lies that are being told or the just the nonsense that those channels put out. The only people that won't recognize it is the people who simply watch those channels. They love to watch those channels. They love to watch Simon Dan, or they love to watch Professor Dave. And, there's nothing that I say that's going to change them. I certainly don't make videos to change their minds. In fact, my videos are more for the people who already realize it, and then I try and open it up to people who have never heard of the subject to kind of get them in. But the people who already hate us are going to hate us, period. And eventually they'll maybe see it. I mean, they don't hate us forever. I've got a lot of emails, too, from people saying, I hated you for months. I hated you for weeks. And then I wanted to hear more, and then I started looking into some of the stuff you say. And people will realize, people won't recognize, or people that have watched me will realize, well, Jaron's never lied. They can tell you that. The people who can't tell you that are the people who watch Red's Rhetoric, because all those guys do is say, Jaron lies, Jaron lies, Jaron lies, Jaron lies.
Right.
So if you hear that every day, then
You
of
just
course you
repeat
believe
it.
Right. Yeah, that's what they think. So,
But they never
I think
present
it
any
was-
globe proof.
No,
All
no,
they
no.
have is attacks, and then they have no
Right.
proof. And that's just typical.
Because think of how
And
easy that is. You have all these guys that are pseudo-intellectuals or people who think that they're so smart. And then on the other hand, you have Flat Earth, which is the moniker, the epitome, the name that you give to people who aren't smart, right, is what you call them. You call them a Flat Earther. This has been done forever. For what reason? Well, for exactly this reason. That if anybody ever stood up and said, hey, I think the Earth is flat, that they have to be ready to take the onslaught that comes with it. And it's huge. Look at the comments that come to my channel. Look at the things that have been said to me. You should never reproduce, and I hope you're gassed, and things like that. It's just that's what kind of person it makes.
You
it's
probably have
crazy
more than me, but I've got 3,500 comments waiting approval on my channel, and most of them are like just nasty, horrid.
Oh, it's terrible.
Insults.
In fact, I've told people before that I might think of killing myself if I read my comments.
Yeah,
it's fun.
I went through a few of them, deleting them, and I just had to stop. I was like, you know what, screw this. The waiting for approval section, and it sucks because there's some people in there that are flat earthers or making good comments, and it gets held because they post a link or whatever, and I try to approve those, but it's like, man, trying to get to those and weeding through all the horrible comments, it's like, ugh.
Well, think about that
so
with
bad.
connection to what you
the abuse. I mean, the abuse is just so all over the place, and it's tolerated. Like, I think his Red Pill Philosophy, he was pointing out that Simon and Dan is a hatred channel.
Yeah, you're allowed
like
to,
really,
that's hate speech, right?
He lives off of going after flat earthers, and it's totally allowed. They're unleashed.
Okay with that.
And what is I think is fascinating is how Simon Den is unwatchable. He's a moron.
Oh my God! I tried to watch.
I cannot watch it.
I tried to watch one the other day. I tried to watch one the other day, and I was like, "Holy smokes! Who watches this?" I mean, it's terrible. But maybe they're thinking the same thing. But I mean, think about when we're talking about reading comments in connection with what Iru was talking about earlier. That if all you're reading is those negative comments, and Karen, I was in your boat, and I think maybe I'm just a little bit ahead of everyone because my channel started in 2015, and maybe your guys' came along a little bit after that. But it seems like I went through that same progression where for a while I was like, okay, I'll just go through these comments and I'll clear them out. And it got to the point where I just said, I can't look at them anymore. And that's a sad position to get to. But at the same time, I don't want to affect my own health, my own sanity by reading that nonsense. Nobody is in there with proofs or evidence or, hey, Jaron, have you considered this that might be proof of the globe? It's just vitriol and hate. And
vitriol and hate. Yeah.
I liar and you're a scam artist.
I do it, Jaron, because I don't have so much of this, of course, but I get it from time to time. My practice is essentially to just, I see a person has a negative comment. I click to see who it is straight away, because usually it's kind of someone that doesn't have any videos or subscribers or anything. It's like a troll account or an empty account, and then I go and block him, and I go on and I delete the comment and I go on. But I have the because I don't get so many comments, I've been doing this from the beginning as well, so I guess they learned that their comments don't stick. I don't let them, because it's small enough that I can manage. But also, if there is a comment that is aggressive, and as has been, there's somebody who got offended that I made a video about Monty Python, analyzing the globe Earth propaganda in Monty Python and also flat Earth information. And this guy came out. He has a Monty Python YouTube channel, and he made some sort of comment that I was some negative comment, and I gave him a response that made him kind of shut up response type of thing. But then I also blocked him. So he doesn't get a chance to come out and have a rebuttal or anything. Not that I don't want him to speak. I just want to shut him off, and he's gone. He can't come back, and he cannot even delete.
And that's
his
the way we
comments.
police each other. That's why I always say we're okay. We can police each other, meaning that if I see a channel that's talking nonsense, I would never take away their free speech. They have every right to say whatever they want, make their own channel. Now, granted, you should live within the rules of YouTube. If YouTube says you can't do hate speech, you shouldn't be on there doing hate speech. It's just that's a touchy line, right? Well, who considers
flat
what
Earth is allowed?
Right, but who considers what is hate speech? I mean, that's the whole problem when you get into technical terms like that. Is like somebody still has to be the bearer of truth to say, oh, this is hate speech, this isn't. I police myself. If you watch any of my videos, you're not going to find anything in there that I don't think people would consider hate speech, because I don't do that. I think that there's other ways around that. Other channels don't. They use a lot of hate speech towards flat earthers, obviously. It's not my place to take them off the platform. Hey, they want to say it. They're going to take a chance of having their channel taken down. They're going to take a chance of getting strikes, whatever. I hope I don't take that chance. But they're free to say whatever they want. Now, what they do try and say is that I'm censoring them by blocking their comments, which is certainly not the case. It's simply... And that's another thing I don't do. I don't go to their channels and sit in their comments and just... feed all this negativity and nonsense.
That is a lame argument.
How so?
So lame. Because they can have their own channel and they can go say whatever they want.
Oh, I thought you said my argument was lame.
No, not you.
Oh, I totally agree with you.
Them. When they're like, "Oh, you're censoring me. You're censoring my free speech." Honey, I ain't the government.
Right.
That's not what this applies to.
No.
This is my channel. This is my house.
Yeah. Right. And
you're not going to poop on my carpet.
That's the other thing is I've taken 5 years to build up my channel. Right. I've taken 5 years, and I think there's over 500 videos now. It's down to 400 because a bunch have been removed and stuff. But that's 500 videos. That's a lot of my time and effort, and people enjoy, at least some of them, coming and listening to what I've got to say. So why would I allow you, who have no channel, who have no stake in the game, who have just showed up yesterday, who have a fake account and some sock account, to come in and make other people feel bad and to make other people, all the negative things you say about them or flat earthers? I just don't have it. If I see that, and there's a lot of people, and thank you to everybody out there that does moderate my comments, because there is other people that have controls of that, and I just tell them, if it's even questionable in your mind, just remove it. I don't care. And it took me a while to get to that point. I wasn't like that, 3 years ago. I wasn't like that 2 years after I started my channel. It's just with time I've kind of learned I don't want to bring negativity to the world. I don't want to bring negative, and that's what it is. Think about that. If I do a video and then there's a bunch of negative comments, well, didn't I kind of bring that negativity? So if I delete those comments, guess what? The negativity goes away. And there's a ton more people seeing my comments than there are watching these know-nothing channels. David sends me links sometimes to people who are making fun of David or saying he's wrong about this or that, and there's literally, it says 22 views. I'm like, David, what the heck? Why are you watching that? How did you even find that video? I tell him, if I searched my name and looked at every video that had my name in it that had 22 views, holy smokes.
You have nothing else to do in your life, right? How are you going to keep going?
And he says he doesn't do it all the time, but he's looking for, Dave's a little bit better at it than me. He answers comments, he gets in there and actually gets in the trenches. That's why he's so good at these radio shows. Me, if I ever got on that Anthony Cumia show and there was 3 against 1, I'd probably lose my mind. And he just handles it. So, each of us is better at certain things.
He does have great patience when it comes to that stuff. He's very good.
He's very good. Yeah. And
it's like he's on autopilot. Be assertive. He can be assertive no matter what. That's the thing. Even as Baller,
right.
As Baller
Dave, talks over
right?
him and just, yeah, exactly. That's why he can be Baller Dave. And if any of us tried it, we probably wouldn't be as good. But he's just got that kind of attitude where he can just trample on it. So, I don't know. I think it's an interesting dynamic once you've been in it and you've seen it and you see where these people are coming from. But I just think it should be fine for people to police themselves, and people should watch what they want to watch, take the good, leave the bad. And I tell people all the time, if you believe everything I've ever said and agree with me, well, I think there might be something wrong with you. That you shouldn't agree with everything I've ever said. That I'm sure there's things I've said before that are wrong, or I've been misspoken, and things that you should research yourself. But
but imagine that a world in which people don't change, and that wait, I think I have 2 microphones on this way.
Yeah, that's right. But that's what I was talking about earlier. Is that I was saying that if you get too married to a one belief system, then you aren't open to anything, and that's what this Skeptic Magazine, article had to do with, or that's what some of these other channels that. If you just believe in the globe and anybody who's talking flat Earth is wrong about everything they're talking about, you've just completely shut down a lot.
It's funny, huh?
Isn't that things you could learn.
Incredible? Imagine that you live in a world where everything's already set up and all your beliefs just come from one place.
Oh, I think it's ridiculous.
And you cannot change. You just kind of you just eat it up.
No, and it's such an easy existence. Those people who believe science is so right because even if it's wrong, it'll be right tomorrow. Because they'll change it. That's what science is.
No. They have another one. They say another one. They say is that, which is incredible. But the scientists say that tomorrow everything can just change. It can be just everything can just change upside down tomorrow. They say that in geology actually. They told that to Ido in a.
Oh man.
And I think in the Kelly thing. I think it also. Comes around because they have to make the claim.
Well, that's the stretches that they've gone to. Right. It's I love the multiverse is the one that just makes me laugh because these guys get up there, Lawrence Krauss and those guys, and they say, "Oh no, we live in a world where everything that could possibly exist exists. Every possible law, every possible happening, every possible universe, every possible conversation, all that stuff exists, and we just happen to live in this universe." Where these are the laws of physics and these are the things that happen, and then
you can be a butterfly, eagle, horse, tree,
right?
That speaks and does flips.
No, and if you believe what they say, that does exist.
Butterfly, eagle, horse, tree. That's amazing.
pretty cool. But here's the thing: if you believe in what these guys say in multiverse, then that does exist. That's what they're saying. It's just we don't live in that universe, but it does exist. And the reason for that is because we live in this universe where these are the laws of physics and these are the animals and the plants and the things that live here. But their beliefs are so convoluted that they've had to say now that because we exist, then every other possibility exists. It's just we don't live in that
Anything
universe.
you can imagine has to exist. That's what they say.
Right.
And they have they talk about the multiverses like at the beer.
Was it
You
Lawrence
seen that
Krauss
one?
or was it Lawrence
It's like
Krauss
they
or
use-
Brian Cox?
It's
One
the
of them.
bubble.
Yeah, the bubbles.
the bubbles
the
in the
bubble
beer.
theory, like the beer. Yeah, I think it was Brian Cox. I forgot who it was. They were talking to Joe Rogan, but they said, did you know that, there's another universe where you and I have had this exact conversation up till this point, and then we veered off to another. So what they're basically saying is this show and our entire lives that we've all lived, there's another universe where up until this point it's been identical, but right now we said something different and we go off on a different. But
well, right
they
now
say that
we
exists.
can all become globers, and they become flat earthers.
Stupid. Yeah, it's just so stupid. And these are things. It's the whole, if you have an infinite amount of monkeys typing in it, well, there is no infinite amount of monkeys, and I don't care how many times you tell me that if an infinite amount of monkeys typed up, random letters, that one of them would eventually write the Bible. That is so stupid.
Yeah,
it's so stupid, and it's just these are what. When you get into theoretical physics, and that's what I'm talking about, is that they're now convincing people that those ideas are real. It's like, what did what's his name say in my video the other day that I just did, or yesterday? Listen to what Michio Kaku says here. This is ridiculous. Watch this. I mean, this is so stupid. Let me get this up here. Okay, here we go. Oops, I need sound.
Incredible. It is.
He's talking about string theory.
We
here,
have
okay?
a theory called string theory. It is fantastic. It is incredible.
Okay.
It has astounded the world of mathematics and physics. And now you can't move in the physics world without bumping into somebody who wants to talk about the 10th dimension, the 11th dimension, the multiverse, hyperspace, time travel. All the things that were once considered science fiction are now centerpiece in our understanding of the nature of everything.
So things like time travel are now centerpiece in our understanding of everything. I mean, he says shit like that.
Right.
I mean, you got to be kidding me. I mean, how are people not awake to the fact of, wait a second, and that's all that video is meant to show, is that these are theoretical physicists and they're talking nonsense. It is nonsense. And as long as people recognize that, I feel so much better. My life, I used to hear that stuff and be like, oh, is that true? Oh, is time travel real? Or, oh, if string theory says time travel is possible, then it must be possible. Now I just feel so much better because I realize it's just nonsense.
It's the wizardry of mathematics, right?
Oh, because
right
you
in
can
your
do
face.
anything with it. You can do anything with it. You can do anything with pen and paper.
No, you add, in his case, is an acting job, right? In a way, his performance, he says, is astounding, is amazing. Everybody's talking about it. Therefore, it changed reality, changed their reality.
Centerpiece of thought now, and oh boy. Multiverse and hyperspace and these things are nothing more than people's ideas. And am I saying no? I would never stop his free speech. He has every right to say all that stuff. I just hope people recognize that what he's saying is complete and total garbage. That's up to them if they want to believe it. I mean, if they want to, it's just the way they bring it across. They bring it across as if it's peer reviewed. It's considered science.
Or demonstrable. It is peer-reviewed, right? They peer-review themselves, right?
True. But they make it almost seem like it's gone through the scientific method and that this is the only... It's not true. That they've built everything upon faulty foundations, and from there you can go anywhere you want. You could really...
It's interesting because if you look into astronomy papers, just go into mainstream astronomy papers and start reading them, it's all supposition upon supposition upon supposition. Oh, there's a theory that claims that this is a math, and then there's this math from this supposition, and we suppose that further that this supposition could be wrong, and this supposition could be a supposition. And it's kind of, for them, this is a scientific method in a way. They put a bunch of math there, you throw it around, and they claim they have a new one, and they add something, and then they have some kind of observation from a calibrated instrument, and that they make that fit, and they recalibrate, or they make adjustments, and they go on. It's good. Their life is that they have the game. It's all the different equations, the names. It all gets pretty complex. You get the names, some of the equations that are named after different mathematicians and so on. It's a whole structure, so it really entertains them for a long time. And there's also the money coming in that's pouring in from sources that they don't care who is it coming from. Like you see here, there's a Leverhulme Foundation. Graduate students apply for this money. It's the Belgian king, that guy who went to Congo and would rip off people's limbs and stuff in the rubber extraction kind of industry and so on. That's the money that's coming in, right? That's the money. It's coming from these people who are behind just the corruption, destruction of the world, in a way. So, and that doesn't matter. That kind of, there's so many of these blind spots that you can find out just by looking at and doing a little bit of digging. But when people are just searching in the rat race, there's no time to reflect. Just gotta, if you have a family.
Yeah, no, it's doing. I did see a couple super chats I missed. Bad Puppet, thank you very much. Nathan Oakley, 1980, subscribe for Flat Earth Debates over there. Golden Hawk 583, and I am Lone Frog. Thank you very much, guys. So we've gone 4 hours and 40 minutes. That is far too long. I don't know who is listening to this show for that long, but if you do like the podcast version, you can go to anchor.fm/jeranism podcast. Uh-oh, I probably got that wrong. Maybe I should look it up so I get it right. And let's see here. But Hidden in Plain Sight has done a fantastic job in loading the shows, and I really appreciate that. And it's getting a lot of views. So thank you very much. And am I going to find it here? Yeah, it's anchor.fm/jeranism podcast, or any podcast player. I think if you just search Friday Lounge, Jeranism Friday Lounge, something like that. But it's starting to get a few views. So that's cool. We do look at a couple videos and stuff, but it's really just kind of kicking back. It's a good way to enjoy a Friday if you're interested, and if not, then you shouldn't be listening to this. But thank you everybody on D Live. It's been fun over there. Let's just go around, say any final words, and head out of here. Again, we've got New Year coming, so Happy New Year to everyone. Happy birthday to Missa. And I guess the next thing coming up will be, for me, Monday we've got Raw. Should be a fun show, as David and I will do our New Year predictions. So check that out. That's Monday at 6 p.m. Pacific and 9 p.m. Eastern. But let's start with Karen. Just if you have anything coming up this week that people need to know about, let them know.
Okay, yeah, I'd really like to plug the mini Globeli US tour that is being put on by Tommy channel That Flat Fellow, and if everybody would be so kind to give him a sub so that he can live stream from mobile, because you need 1,000 subs to live stream from mobile, and he doesn't have that yet, so we're trying to get him there. He's a little ways away.
That's That Flat Fellow, you said, right?
Yeah, That Flat Fellow.
Okay, so
yeah.
if everybody... Oh, you're putting it in the chat. Also, if you scroll down, he's the second link in my description. I also have Critical Inception's channel as the first link. So also wanted to shout those guys out and get them some subs.
I know,
so
there was a little bit of confusion. Critical Inception is not going to be on the tour.
Okay.
But Tommy is heading it up. Not that you shouldn't sub Critical Inception. He's a good dude too. He does a lot of activism, but he won't be on the tour.
Gotcha.
But we're really trying to work to get Tommy up to that 1,000 sub mark. And also, the tour starts tomorrow, December 28th, in Fletcher, North Carolina, at Smiley's Flea Market. And then the following day, December 29th, we'll be in Raleigh, North Carolina at Fairgrounds Flea Market. And December 30th, Spartanburg, South Carolina at the Downtown Shops. And hopefully I will be joining them starting on the 30th in Spartanburg and a few more days after that. So that's that's the most important thing that I want to talk about. And also, Thursdays, me and Brian Stavely do a show called Unveiling the Realm. It's an open topic show. We talk about everything and we take calls. Next Thursday, I think it's the 2nd or the 3rd, will be on my channel, and I'm going to be discussing all things Bigfoot. I'm going to lay it all out there. I'll give you all the information I have.
I'm ready.
I have lots of pictures and video and footprints that I found in my yard. It's the real deal.
Are you going to be doing this live?
Yeah, live. We're going
Cool.
to do it live so we can also take calls. So I know a lot of people have messaged me and they've said, I've got Bigfoot experiences. I've got Bigfoot experiences.
call
And
in.
that is, you know, the best thing is that so many people have had interactions with these creatures. That's what really makes it real, you know? Because
Yeah, I think we talked about it as well, and I know somebody in Canada who told me a very odd story as well, and also in Aboriginal communities.
oh yeah,
it's-
they're on every continent, well, except for Antarctica, obviously. But every continent has their own version of Bigfoot. Here it's Sasquatch, Bigfoot. Australia's the Yowie, Asia's the Yeti, so on and so forth. So I mean, it's a very relevant topic because
It's been removed from
these-
ancient books. I've seen it in certain editions of books of travels, you know, like Captain Cook and these guys that saw giants, and then in later editions that was removed. Of course, that's what happens when you take your books to the Queen, and it takes 5 years for those travels to come out. The Patagonia giants, those kind of things. Yeah, it's all been scrubbed. I wonder why.
Exactly. There's a lot of parallels between Bigfoot and Flat Earth, and I'm going to point that out as well.
Sounds like a good show. And one more thing, I know we were going through this list. I'll just give you the finished off list. Anybody who's listening who says, hey, you never got to the end. It was ancient aliens, UFOs, visit Earth, creationism, Holocaust denial. We covered those. Morphic resonance. 5 was JFK. 4 was 9/11. 3 was the end of the world. 2 was afterlife and soul. And number 1 was the belief in God. Is, according to Skeptic Magazine, the top 10 weirdest things countdown. So
Belief in God is weird.
belief in God is the number 1.
Wow.
So tells you, and this is what have I talked about what is the purpose of science? You know, science is to eliminate this belief. So of course to them it's the number 1 thing. I mean, of course, you know, and they've told us so many lies about the Creator that it gets very hard for people to find the truth. But like I said earlier, you got to find that middle road. You've got to reach some of these conclusions yourself. Pretend that you were put here with no other knowledge. You know, what things would you recognize as proof of creation, proof of a creator, proof of intelligence? I think those things are everywhere, and they've simply been removed. They kind of make it so that you don't see what's right in front of you. So that's what I was talking about.
It's interesting
when I said
that
you really
they
have
put
to start
that.
from the beginning.
It's so clearly propaganda because
Clearly.
you know, how can belief in God be weird? It's so popular, right?
Yeah, I
it's
don't know.
it's only in their heads that it's such a thing that's so odd. But it's yeah, I get it. I get some of the other things, but you know, what
Well,
are
he
these
says, like,
guys
the
up to?
wider-
I'm just curious. Sorry.
No, it's just that's their goal. I mean, I looked at that from the very beginning. Is you have 2 different worldviews, and that's the strangest thing about this world is you've got 2 worldviews. One that's very materialistic, and one that's very spiritual, and they constantly butt heads, and they constantly change percentages, and it goes back and forth. But this whole idea of science and the materialistic world is taken over in the last 300-400 years, whatever you want to say. And
But
really,
what I think it's funny as well, Jaron, just to mention, in their website is skeptic.com, where you find the top 10 weirdest things countdown. You know, there's like, I'm just seeing like junior skeptic number 73, and they have a junior skeptic magazine, and then this one is about dinosaurs. We go to a time when people didn't know about dinosaurs.
Oh boy.
And today, everyone knows about dinosaurs. Kids learn about dinosaurs almost before they can talk. If I say Tyrannosaurus Rex, you can clearly picture one.
Right.
You know things about T-Rex. It lived a long time ago, walked on 2 legs, ate meat, and eventually went extinct.
and had feathers or didn't have feathers?
They don't say it, but you can read more about it.
I don't want to read more about it.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. And
All right.
yeah, who knows? Shermer's all over this.
Oh yeah, he's big, and yeah, just watch him with Joe Rogan. You'll see exactly what kind of person he is. But that's what I'm talking about, is just what kind of people. And I don't want to live in a world where people don't believe in a creator. It makes people worse. I've seen tons of studies. I've seen people firsthand. I know people that are atheists, and sometimes it's they say, "Oh, it's really easy. You just be a good person, this and that." No, I think it's better if you know that where you live and you know who put you here and you know that you're here for a reason. And we don't, one of the things about this life, I don't think we get to see or know what that reason is, which is part of the test. If the test was, if you're good, you get to go here, and if you're bad, you get to go here. I'm not sure that's a real determination, rather than people who simply do it for the right reason. So we'll have to see what happens. Who knows? I don't think we know until we perish, and by then maybe it's too late. Who knows? For some, at least.
I don't even think we have to perish to get a hint of what that is, though, in my opinion. And I think that atheism is the ultimate submission of free will and your power, in my opinion.
It's a submission of free will?
You're submitting your free will to those who want to take that away from you.
Oh, gotcha. I see what you're saying.
You know what I mean? It's like they want you to think that you're nothing. They want you to look out to outside sources for your power, for your worth.
And that's the one thing you shouldn't give away. The one gift besides life is free will.
You have to give that away.
Right.
Nobody can take it from you.
Right.
You have to give it away.
Right. You have to.
You're giving it away.
Ideas.
Don't do that.
Don't do it.
The one interesting discussion on this that we see in the Vedic scriptures is why God allows that, because they asked that in the Mahabharata. They questioned, they're like, why is it that God allows for the atheist demons that exist, at least in that cosmology, to exist? And that's because free will is sacred.
Right. That would be my answer. I mean, anybody who asks me, why does this happen? Why doesn't God stop this? Is because the greatest gift that we've ever been given, next to life, I always say that because I think life is obviously a gift, but it wouldn't be as great as a gift if it wasn't for free will. Free will is what makes it so great. None of us want to live in a world where free will doesn't exist.
Also they say that the creator is so good, in a way, is so good that it allows for this opposition to
well, if it was
exist.
any other way, then there isn't true free will. If it was any other way, if God stopped bad things from happening or prevented bad things from happening, then I think that then free will doesn't exist. And I do believe that when your time is up here, meaning that your body has expired, I believe that that's your time. But I think that the greatest gift that we've been given is life, number one. And then the great thing about life is that we were given free will. And I totally agree with Karen. That's the one thing you do not want to give away. And they'll rob you of it. If you believe too strongly in the things that they tell you, it's real easy to fall into that trap. And I think
it is the objective also of the atheist demons in the Mahabharata, as I say all the time, to be worshipped in the world of man with the symbols and mantras, like control through basically what we would call hypnotism, through symbols. It's clearly laid out and explained in those terms, very clearly there. That's their intention of the atheists, what they call the atheist demons there. But they're spiritual beings as well, which is the odd part of this. And that we see later. There's a whole bunch of other stuff, but let's not get on another tangent.
Yeah, I would love to have a good conversation on this. So maybe on the 3rd, next Friday, we can talk a little bit more about this subject or whatever. We're just here to hang out. So real quick, Rodrigo, anything coming up?
No, my Louisa's sister visiting, my dad visiting, and then a bunch of work that I have to do. So I'm probably going to be off for a while. I mean, I'm still finishing things. I'm looking at Douglas Falk's book.
Oh, that's right. That'll be cool.
I've been reading it. I like it. And the idea of the soundtrack it's coming, at least in my mind, coming together.
Right.
That will be interesting.
Should be fun to see.
So.
All right, guys, we appreciate it. I don't know who was here for the entire 5 hours. If you were, I'm impressed. Thank you, Rodrigo, for doing that, and thank you, Karen. And everybody, there is links in the description, so please join Anthropology, patreon.com/anthropology, patreon.com/jeranism if you're interested in supporting me. I think I'm still under 200 people, but that is amazing. It's so awesome that there's that many people who care enough to give $1 or $2 or $5 a month, so appreciate everybody. They help me do this, and really my life has improved so much. Quit smoking, I feel healthier, I feel better, just all over. So I really can't thank him enough. And if you want to join them, it's patreon.com/jeranism. patreon.com/jeranism, but I believe in helping everybody out. So also, throw a little bit towards everybody else there that you appreciate and enjoy their content, especially Iro and Rodrigo, and I really appreciate them for doing this show. Thank you to everybody who sent super chats. If you want to mail me something, and I do want to say, I'll probably say thank you next Friday. I got a couple Christmas cards, so thank you to those. I also got a book called Professor Arnold Everett's Mucusless Diet Healing System. I don't know. Haven't read it yet. Somebody sent me that for Christmas, so thank you very much to everybody who sent something. I got 2 or 3 cards here, which was really nice. Thank you, and some sympathy cards for my mom. So thank you, everybody. If you want to mail me something, you can do so. Jeranism, P.O. Box 3044, Merced, California, 95344. But that's it. I remind you guys, as always, to do your own research, because when you do, you'll never again believe what you've been taught. Sorry we went for 5 hours. Till Monday, when we do the prediction show, check that out. That will be on Jeranism Raw, also here at D Live. Thank you, everybody. Till next time, this has been Jeranism. Peace.